Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. This is day, I think 5 or 4 in a row of severe weather coverage here across the United States. We do have a storm that's rotating in Texas, which is why we're actually going live a bit earlier than I thought we'd be going live. This is going to be south of Dallas. We do have a tornado watch ongoing till 9 p.m. issued pretty recently, but this storm near Groesbeck has been rotating for the last several minutes. We've had some rotation developing on this storm over the last several minutes near Groesbeck in the Mexica area going towards Fairfield, Texas. So this is in southeast North Texas, moving to the east, northeast, and northeast, producing damaging winds up to 65 miles per hour. But the concern is right now that we do have some rotation developing on this particular storm. Now, obviously, this is not the same environment as what we had yesterday back up in Oklahoma, where we had several large tornadoes. With that said, we could still see a couple of tornadoes today, including this storm that is moving to the northeast. And so we're going to have to watch this storm very closely. It's one of a few storms that we have right now. There aren't a ton of storms yet, but the storm coverage is expected to increase across a large chunk of Arkansas, southeast Oklahoma, Texas, and as well as Louisiana as we go throughout the afternoon. And there's your tornado warning already, so that is already tornado warned.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so they just issued a tornado warning on this. This is for those in Tague, Fairfield, and just to the southeast of Groesbeck. Obviously, I just mentioned it, that this was, rotating, and now we have a tornado warning on this. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Once again, this is now a tornado warning that is issued there for those in Fairfield. And again, this is moving east-northeast. Let's go back to velocities here. And again, this has been a storm that's been developing for the last several minutes. So it is trying to organize and trying to, drop a tornado as it continues to move to the northeast over the next several minutes. Again, this is for Tague, Donnie, and Fairfield, Texas. Again, brand new tornado warning. If you're in this warning, seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And yeah, this rotation is definitely starting to intensify. Let's line this up. So this is the area of rotation that we're looking at right now. We do have some strong winds going towards the radar. We have strong winds going away from the radar. This storm again could drop a tornado at any time. So if you're in this warning again for Tague, Fairfield, or Groesbeck, Texas, you need to seek shelter in an interior room of your home or building, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, as this is a dangerous storm that's developing that could drop a tornado at any time. Oh my goodness, we already have another tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We're already up to 2 tornado warnings. We have one now west of Bremond, and this is now another storm that's producing strong rotation. This one has a hook echo, and this one actually has a strong pocket of rotation right now moving northeast. It'll be approaching Bremond, Texas over the next several minutes. You've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning. This is another area of stronger rotation. This one is definitely stronger than the other one. Just 1 second. Once again, we have now 2 tornado warnings. This is another tornado warning that was just issued for those near Rosebud, Texas. This rotation, once again, is on the stronger side of things. This one could definitely drop a tornado at any time. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit here, but it is ramping up very quickly already here across much of the Texas area, just south and east of Waco. So this one south of Marlin near Rosebud. Once again, strong pocket and really strong couplet of rotation right now, moving to the northeast. This one's been trying to tighten for the last few minutes here, right over Burlington. And that rotation right now is approaching New Clarkson and Baileyville, and as well as Weidlerville, just southeast of Waco, Texas. So once again, if you are in this tornado warning, you've got to seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Storm Runner Media, one of our storm chasers with us today, he is at the bottom right of your screen. He is on the tornado warning that is back up closer to Groesbeck. So that's the storm that he's on right now, back up here to the northeast. And we'll check in on this rotation as well, which, yeah, that rotation's intensifying pretty quickly right now. That is right over State Route 937, and it will be approaching Highway 164 here in just a few minutes. So again, seek shelter immediately away from windows and lowest floor possible if you are in these warnings. And that's his view right now of this storm.
Oh boy.
So he's looking into that storm again near Groesbeck that is currently tornado warning. Has a strong area of rotation moving northeast right now. So once again, that is your strong couplet of rotation moving northeast. And then we have another strong area of rotation just south of Rosebud. That one's not nearly as strong as it was a moment ago, but it definitely could intensify and try to drop a tornado as it continues to move to the northeast over the next several minutes. So once again, if you are in areas just east of Temple and as well as east of Waco, we have 2 different tornado warnings, both of which have pretty strong rotation. The one that's near Groesbeck has been intensifying very quickly for the last few minutes. The one east of Temple is not nearly as strong, but it is definitely going to be something to watch for. It was pretty strong a moment ago. If it's able to recycle, it definitely could drop a tornado. The one problem with this storm is it is fighting with a little bit of an outflow boundary here, so that might be a bit of a struggle for that to produce a tornado. Either way, though, it definitely has a chance for a tornado. If it doesn't drop a tornado, it is at least going to produce a threat for damaging winds. And once again, Storm Runner Media is on the storm near Tague, and you'll have a better view of that storm probably in just a few minutes. So we'll go back to him once we can. And for those that are wondering about Connor Croft, he has a flat tire, so we are not with Connor Croft, at least for now. If he gets his tire fixed, then we'll be with him later. So we'll have 2 storm chasers if that happens, which we've never had that before. All right, here's the latest scan. This storm over near Rosebud, we're going to go to first. All right, so this area of rotation, a bit broader than before. It'll still be something to watch for if it is able to reorganize itself. It still does have a little bit of a hook shape there, but looks like overall the storm organization not nearly as impressive as before, which isn't super surprising for this particular area of storms. I think that overall this is not going to be shocking. The storm, though, again near Groesbeck is looking a little bit stronger. So once again, our strongest pocket of rotation is near State Route 937, approaching Highway 164. It is just to the southeast of Groesbeck, Texas. And so once again, if you are in this tornado warning, you need to go to your safe place. That is a storm shelter or basement, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. This is a live view right now with Storm Runner Media on the storm that is currently near Groesbeck, Texas.
Thank you, Rob, for
on
becoming
your screen will be
a
that
member.
rotation. We'll stay with him for a second. And he's still probably a good, I don't know, maybe about 2 or 3 miles from the storm, like the area of rotation. So we'll have a better view of that here in probably a couple minutes.
4.2 thousand subs already. Thank you guys so much.
There's been a report of a funnel cloud, by the way, on the storm that's near Fallon.
Right now the radar we're using is
that's this one. So there's a funnel cloud with this storm, and Storm Runner Media might see this here in a minute. All right, we'll go back to him in a second. Again, there is a funnel cloud being reported with this storm, so this would be where we're looking for rotation right now. It's going to be embedded right in here, just southeast of Groesbeck. Let's check the correlation coefficient to see if any debris is being lofted up from a possible tornado. That's not really, I don't think that's a tornado. I think it's just a lot of contamination. This is, again, the area of rotation, though, that we're looking at right now, just south of Highway 164 near Groesbeck, Texas. Still a strong pocket of rotation moving northeast, and as I mentioned before, there has been a funnel cloud reported with that storm. The one near Rosebud is broadening out for the time being, but it could re-intensify as it moves northeast. Notice that hook that it has right now near Rosebud. That is definitely something that we're gonna have to watch for very closely as that storm continues to move to the northeast over the next several minutes. So if you're in Bremond, make sure that you're staying very vigilant as that storm will be approaching your location here soon. And then once again, the one near Tague and Fairfield is currently producing a funnel cloud. So that means we do have a lowering that could drop a tornado at any time as this continues to move northeast. And again, this is live shot right now on this particular tornado warning. We will see if we see a funnel cloud here in the next few minutes. And again, this is in southeast North Texas and central Texas. Both storms are south and east of Waco, if you're just tuning in. It's Teague? Is it Teague?
Well, I mean, our bet on the southern one is to just go down.
By the way, if the audio, let me know if the audio is good. This is the first time we've used them, so I don't know if it's good or not.
Either take the 164 and go to Groesbeck and go down to Kasi. Oh, that area sounds very familiar. Or we
new severe thunderstorm warning for Marlin, by the way, for damaging winds up to
Buffalo
65 miles per hour.
On this, and then drop down to 7.
And once again, what we're looking at right now is a storm that's producing a funnel cloud. We are trying to see if we have a view of this from Storm Runner Media, who's on the storm near
it'll pass
Teague, Texas,
south of Kasi.
Oh yeah, by a while. I mean, that'll pass south of Bremen. If that follows on that current track, then that road. I mean, assuming how fast is this moving?
The bottom one
Audio down
is
a little.
at
Okay.
25.
If that's good, let me know.
And then ours is moving
Louder than me. That's not a good thing.
Okay, so northeast at 25. If that
All
is
right, let
going
me know if
where I
that's
think
good.
It's going.
He's not talking right now, but
That'll take a little more than an hour to get there. So yeah, maybe we go to Buffalo.
he's going to be really within that storm here in just a minute. Like again, there's a funnel cloud with this storm, and so you know, if
It'll
there
take an hour to get there.
if it's still there,
No,
we'll probably see it.
well,
He's
there's,
awfully close to that area of rotation.
The storm will take over an hour to get to where I was lining it up to.
Once again, this is a tornado warning. If you're just tuning in, near Teague, Texas, and Fairfield, and we have another tornado warning for Rosebud, Texas.
I would argue pretty well. Okay, here. I wish I could give you guys like a better view of what's going on back there. This is the best I can do.
It's wrapping up a little bit more, actually.
Yeah.
It's going back and forth, guys. Freddie, good to see you, bud.
Freddie, what's going on?
All right, I turned it up again. Let me know if the audio is good now. I'll have to play around with it a little bit.
H&H.
These storms are going to be so. Let me real quickly go back to radar. You should have a better view in about a minute, but this is currently what we're looking at. So again, we got a tornado watch across a large chunk of South and East Texas. This will run all the way until 9 o'clock tonight. Overall, we will have storms developing up in here over the next few hours. They are just beginning right now back over east of Waco, and we are going to have more storms developing just to the southeast of DFW over the next few hours, and those will start to ramp up, producing mostly a damaging wind threat today. Now, we did have a strong tornado risk this morning that was in place, at least for later today, which is now. That has been removed, so we no longer have a 10% hatch tornado risk today, but we still have a 5% tornado risk, and we still have a chance for tornadoes, and we already have 2 tornado warnings. I do think today will still be active. And near Rosebud right now, we do have a bit of a stronger area of rotation, again trying to develop there, as again near Rosebud, Texas. That's going to be moving towards Bremond. And then near Tague, again, we had a report of a funnel cloud here. We don't have a great radar view of this, but it will be approaching Highway 164, Teague, I meant to say Teague, and as well as Interstate 45. So once again, if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Connor Croft has a flat tire, so again, we'll have 2 storm chasers essentially, if he ends up getting on. Which again, that would be the first time we've ever had 2 storm chasers. If that happens,
that point where we're starting to see
never
a
have
little
that
bit
many.
of structure that this thing has.
That's the storm right there. This is the one near Teague, Texas, approaching Fairfield as well.
There we go. Yeah, rather nice looking storm. I'm trying to isolate where the area of rotation is. I thought it was right here, but now I'm thinking it could be on this end.
I don't know if Connor will be live, by the way. I'm not sure. He didn't know.
But the thing is,
That was an impressive looking storm, though, for what it is.
You know, it may be over there because that's where all the lightning is at.
Rotations at the bottom right of your screen. Still a broad area of circulation, not super tight
This thing's gonna look real
aloft
cool coming
near
right at
center,
us.
but I would still say it's strong enough to produce maybe something here. This is not Reed. This is
shirt isn't
Stormrunner
flaring
Media.
because of
He's
the
wearing a Max
inflow.
Velocity hat, by the way. I didn't even know that. He's wearing a Max Velocity
Good
hat.
sign.
I've never worked with him before, but he's wearing a Max Velocity hat. That's my OG one that, you know, we had back last summer. That was with the old logo. Tuned into the stream earlier and I saw that.
Looking at this wrong, I think it's. You think it's on the right?
Right there.
There are no warnings anywhere else other than
This is
Texas
where
right
all
now,
the CGs are happening to the left.
which we have 2 of them.
Well, no, I know where that's happening. It just depends on what direction we're facing, like exactly.
That'd be close, yeah.
We'll go back to him in a second. This
I mean,
is
it would just make
back on the storm near Wilderville and Briery. I don't even know how you say that. Essentially just east of Rosebud, though, in Texas. This rotation we've been watching for a few minutes now. The main couplet is this. All right. I hit the wrong thing. This is the main couplet right here that we've been watching on the storm near Rosebud. That's not what he's on, by the way. This particular couplet is trying to reorganize now near the Baileyville area, going towards High Bank, Texas. So we are still watching the storm closely. I do think it's more of a damaging wind threat, but again, it could still produce an isolated tornado as it continues to move east-northeast. That storm at the bottom, that's the storm again in Teague, Texas, which has had reports of a funnel cloud. That is an impressive looking storm here.
But we'll see. Could be there, could be right there, could be... I'm going to keep you guys faced over here, because I think this is our area of primary interest.
So this storm could drop a tornado at any time as it moves towards Teague, Texas, and eventually towards Fairfield.
Look at this thing.
That is an impressive storm when you go wide view like that. Wow. You know, on radar, it doesn't look like anything super crazy. We do have a hook on it, but from a distance on radar, it's not anything crazy. But that's
it's kind of cold.
pretty crazy stuff. Waiting for the velocities to update. All right.
It's cool. You can actually see the entire motion of the storm. It's definitely.
This right here is the area of rotation near Highway 164. And so right here, it's right over Lost Prairie, Texas right now. It's not super strong. And so what we're looking at there, I don't see any sort of definitive, like, you know, funnel cloud. I know we have had some reports of that at least, but I don't see any definitive funnel cloud here near Lost Prairie. But once again, this will be moving towards Freestone, Teague, and Fairfield, Texas over the next few minutes.
We can always just stay here, see what happens, and we can just drop down.
Okay. I mean, I think by the time that we'd be able to get on that one anyway, we might as well
Continue to stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning near Teague and Fairfield, Texas.
Oh boy, we just lost
And
that.
we're going to lose connection. Let's go back to here. So once again, these are the two storms that we're talking about right now. We got one near Teague. We got one east of Temple that's near Rosebud. That has actually now been confirmed. Law enforcement just confirmed a tornado now in on this storm south of Marlin.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So presumably this tornado is on the ground right now, right over Briery. So if you're in this warning, just east of Temple in Texas, you've got to seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. Again, this has just been confirmed by law enforcement near Baileyville. It's going to be approaching southwest suburbs there of Bremond. And this will be moving towards Hammond, Tidwell Prairie, Salter. So very rural areas here just east of Temple. We again have a confirmed tornado by law enforcement. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building that's away from windows. We don't have any sort of definitive CC drop, but that tornado would be located right here, approaching Highway 202 or State Route 202 near Baileyville, Eloise, and eventually towards 1373, and then Highway 6 would be in the track of that. Again, just east of Temple, Texas, just east of Rosebud, where we now have a confirmed tornado. It's going to be heading again towards Bremond, Texas, which is what it looks like on radar right now. We got a pretty clean hook echo. And also an inflow. So this is a pretty organized storm right now that is currently producing a tornado. This is the storm back over in Teague right now, or Teague, Texas.
No, I'm just...
Which that one does not have anything confirmed, but we had a funnel cloud reported on that one.
I'm just getting ready. That the southern one's going to be in full force for a few minutes. So.
Okay.
That is an impressive storm. This is, again, the tornado that's in progress. It is near Baileyville. This has been confirmed by law enforcement in the area. That is going to, again, be moving east-northeast, going towards Bremond. So if you're in Bremond, Texas, I would stay vigilant. You're not in the warning, but you want to make sure that you have that tornado action plan in place, just in case this thing does try to drop a tornado closer to Bremond, Texas. And once again, confirmed by law enforcement. We don't have any confirmation here by radar. but presumably, again, that tornado is going to be crossing right over 2027, just east of Rosebud, and then approaching Highway 6, just north of Calvert, Texas, and approaching Bremond over the next few minutes. Now let's go back to Teague real quick. Again, if we have a tornado or any sort of strong rotation, it'd be right about in there, just south of Teague. So it's going to be kind of that pocket of rotation near 164. Once again, I don't see a C drop here, but we'll have to continue to watch this closely. Again, that's the storm right now that Storm Runner Media is on, and that's a live shot of that right now, the one near Teague. I believe he's going to start driving here in a second, but that's again, pretty impressive view of that storm right now.
Just gotta adjust the angle here. Zoom out, 'cause this thing here.
We have had a funnel cloud spotted. I don't know the latest report on that, but
nice looking storm.
there was a funnel cloud spotted on this particular storm not too long ago. I'm not sure if there's any new report of that. I'm trying to look and see if we have any reports on that.
That's what would make the most sense.
I don't see any new reports of a funnel cloud. Does anybody see any at all? Just let me know. I'll try to see if I can find anything though on that.
We're facing west right now.
We're facing southwest. I mean, that's west.
So our rotation, yes.
All right, so once again, we do have a tornado on the ground as of a few minutes ago, confirmed by law enforcement on the storm that is east of Rosebud. So once again, this storm is the one that's confirmed. The one near Teague is currently producing a funnel cloud. It's not confirmed as a tornado. And again, it's at the bottom right of your screen. I'm guessing if there was a tornado, we probably would see it. It might also be rain wrapped, so keep that in mind. A very eerie blue color too, embedded in that rain. But once again, that tornado is on the ground. It's going to be near Baileyville. If it is still in progress and on the ground, it will be approaching Hammond and eventually Bremond, Texas. So again, you need to make sure that you're continuing to stay in your safe place as this storm continues to move to the northeast. Again, Bremond will be in the track of this. Eventually, Highway 14 and Highway 6 will be in the track of this. And once again, this would be where your tornado is located. It's going to be on that leading edge there, moving off to the east, northeast, and northeast. Hopefully, it was just a brief tornado. Again, we don't have really anything confirmed by radar here, but once again, it could still technically be on the ground here.
Probably not, but maybe.
And that's a live shot there.
Yeah, see how this is being pulled in? Huh? Look, see how this is all... This cloud off to my right.
Yeah.
That kind of looks like Scud.
It's hard
to tell, though. It's very windy here. This is the storm in Teague, Texas. This is the one that had a reported funnel cloud.
See our info being pulled in, guys?
Well, this one's definitely producing damaging winds, that's for sure.
For a second, you can see it going across.
If there's a tornado in progress, it's going to be near Personville. This is now actually gone confirmed. This is public confirmed tornado on this storm in Texas. This has just been confirmed.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
If there is a tornado on the ground right now, again, it's going to be right near Highway 164, moving to the east-northeast. It has just been confirmed by public. Once again, Storm Runner Meteor is right on that storm. This has just been confirmed and on the ground. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. It looks like we have a CC drop here, but once again, there's been a lot of contamination here, so it's not super definitive and not super convincing at this point. But we definitely have a tornado here that's just south of Teague, moving to the northeast. It'll be moving towards Interstate 45 and also on the south side of Fairfield. So just kind of as a reminder here, we had a law enforcement confirmed tornado east of Temple and south of Marlin, and we also now have a confirmed tornado just south of Teague, Texas, which is also moving northeast. So we have two different tornadoes now that are in progress here in central Texas, just east of Waco. So if you're in either of these warnings, you need to make sure that you're seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building and away from windows as this continues to move east, northeast, and northeast. This is, again, a zoomed out look. We're just south of Corsicana, south of DFW. See if...
Tornado warning when observed, guys. Ah, no, we're good. I have to stay moving.
All right, so this is the storm once again that Storm Runner Media is on, and they lost connection again. I think they have an issue with, it's not a tornado emergency, guys. Please ignore that. I did not mean to click that button. Oh my god, I keep clicking the wrong stuff. All right. So once again, we do have 2 tornadoes that are on the ground. One near 2027 south of Bremen, and we got the other one that's off to the north near Teague, Texas. Once again, this right here is a tornado that's in progress still. That has been confirmed again by law enforcement in the area. This is moving northeast, going to be approaching Bremond over the next few minutes. Again, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building, as this storm will continue to move to the northeast over the next several minutes. And again, we don't have anything. Let me try to see. Zoom back into this. Try to circle a couple spots here. All right, so the one, it's going to be right over Baileyville. This tornado's still on the ground, and it's going to be right over Baileyville right now, which we do have at least some sort of maybe small CC drop there, so that would be your tornado on radar, if that is still currently ongoing, which will be approaching Hammond over the next few minutes. So that is obviously the storm, again, that has been confirmed for a few minutes now by law enforcement initially, but that may also be radar confirmed now. I'll have to wait for the next radar scan to try to verify that. That's going to continue to move to the northeast. And once again, the other storm that Storm Runner Media is on right now, this one has a confirmed tornado approaching the south side of Teague, Texas. Which, that CC drop is more than likely the tornado that we're talking about. So once again, if you are in this warning, you got to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building, as this tornado is more than likely still on the ground right now, moving to the northeast. It'll be approaching Teague and Fairfield, Texas over the next several minutes. So again, we got 2 different storms here that are producing tornadoes actively. I'll have a new radar scan in just a second. We'll check out this Rosebud storm first. This was the first one to go confirmed, and we still have one just south of Teague. And once again, this is your tornado that's in progress. It's going to be right near Baileyville. If it is still on the ground, it's going to be approaching Hammond and Tidwell Prairie here just south of Bremond, Texas. So again, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. We'll have a velocities update here in a second. I'm not seeing a CC drop on this latest scan. But presumably, if we do have a tornado, it would be just in this area near Baileyville. It's a bit broader on this scan, so it may have lifted. We still do have a very strong inflow as well, and still a pretty clean hook echo. So this could still drop another tornado at any time, as it does continue to move to the northeast over the next several minutes. So again, continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. That'll be going towards Bremond over the next several minutes. And then once again, Storm Runner Media, bottom right of your screen, he is near the storm near Teague, Texas. Which, once again, this one was confirmed by public. If this is still on the ground, it would be right about here. So just north of Highway 164, south of Teague. It'll be approaching Interstate 45. So if you are traveling along Interstate 45 between Fairfield and Buffalo, I would recommend probably avoiding this area, at least for the next few minutes. And just kind of, you know, maybe pull over down to the south or something like that. Just kind of avoid this storm, because if there is still a tornado, it'll be going in that direction. This one has just dropped back down to radar indicated, so it's no longer confirmed on this storm. But once again, Storm Runner Media is on that, so if, you know, if we see something, we'll obviously pan back to him. That storm, again, is moving east, northeast, and northeast. And then this storm has been confirmed for a little while, but I'm not seeing anything definitive here on radar that suggests that it is still in progress. And we also have a storm west of Cameron, Texas, just south of Temple, which is also kind of outflow driven, but we do have a bit of a hook developing there. So we'll have to watch that storm closely as well as that continues to move to the northeast. So we kind of have a little train of storms right now developing here across central Texas. Again, all south and east of Waco. We got the one near Teague, we got the one near Marlin, and then we got the other one that's just now developing west of Cameron. So we already got 3 different supercells at this point, or close to being a supercell west of Cameron, that are all producing the threat right now for damaging winds, a little bit of hail, and even a threat for a tornado. Yeah, once again, if you are just tuning in, I know a lot of people are wondering, where's Connor? Connor has a flat tire, so we currently do not have him, at least for now. We might have him later, I don't know yet. And if we do, we would have 2 storm chasers, which, again, that would be the first time we've ever done that. So, it's possible. It's a possibility today. Which I've never done 2 storm chasers, and we don't even have it really set up for that, so that would be interesting. All right, this storm, by the way, has just been downgraded. It is back down to radar indicated rotation, so no longer confirmed and on the ground, but we are watching in this hook right here for there to be a potential for a tornado. Still a pretty strong inflow, which is the area I just drew in here, and then that hook echo is going to be approaching Hammond, Texas, and then Bremond will also be in the track of this in a few minutes. With this particular storm, I do think they may issue a new tornado warning on this, and if it is issued, it'll probably be for Bremond. There aren't very many other areas in the immediate track of that are listed here, other than south of Thornton and south of Cossie. So, those areas, again, will be where we're watching for. This is the latest velocity scan. Again, that strong couplet of rotation does not match up exactly with where there would more than likely be a tornado here. It'd more than likely be in that little hook there. So, once again, that's going to be approaching Bremond over the next few minutes. If there is still a tornado, if one drops, it'll be heading in that direction. And again, we got one that is south of Fairfield that is back down to radar indicated. It was confirmed a little while ago, but it is now back down to radar indicated rotation. So, if you're in any of the pink polygons, continue to stay in your shelter spot away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building away from windows, as these 2 storms could still drop tornadoes here in the future. By the way, for those that are wondering about other states, I will try to discuss what's happening for the rest of the day once we don't have, you know, as many tornado warnings at least, or if the storms look less concerning, we'll pan out and I'll kind of do a breakdown what to expect today. Because obviously it's a large area today. We can actually real quickly go to I'll do the severe weather outlook real quick, and then I'll do timing and stuff at some point. Hopefully soon, since we are in between radar scans. But this is what we're looking at right now for the risk. So it's a very large area today. But the thing is, it's not a super huge, it's not like a really dangerous risk like yesterday. It's not going to be at least as dangerous. So we have a large marginal threat all the way back up into the Midwest. We have a slight risk from Missouri back into Louisiana and Texas. And then we do have that enhanced risk that currently includes Northwest Louisiana, Southwest Arkansas, and East Texas, where a few tornadoes will be possible, and as well as significant damaging winds. And also potentially some very large hail. It's a potential, but I would say it's a lower risk. Overall, most storms are not going to be severe today, but the ones that are will mainly produce damaging winds in this area, large hail, and perhaps a couple of brief tornadoes. But again, it's not a super huge risk here. It's a low risk. It's not zero though, so you should obviously be at least paying attention and have multiple ways to receive alerts. Back down here, I would at least be vigilant because we could still have, again, a few tornadoes. We could still have some damaging winds and large hail. It's a bit more scattered in nature, so a bit more of a low to medium risk, if you will, in this area, in central and southern Arkansas, Louisiana, eastern Oklahoma, and as well as East Texas. So that's what we're looking at in terms of the threat. I will go over the timing here once we have the chance to do so. Overall today, storms are going to be ongoing pretty much all day today, beginning from now all the way until about 10 or 11, and then most of that threat should dwindle down after that. So once again, it'll probably be a fairly busy day again, but overall, at least not nearly as significant as what we had yesterday. Because yesterday, again, we had, if you were tuning in, we had about 4 or 5 different large PDS tornadoes last night in Oklahoma in about a 1.5 hour span. So, you know, just keep that in mind. Yesterday was way crazier, I think, than what today will be. But I would still be vigilant today because there is definitely a risk, again, across much of the Midwest and all the way back through areas in the Southern Plains. Here's the latest radar scan on the storm near Bremond. Once again, we do have a hook echo. Rotation's not overly strong. It's kind of outflow driven. With that said, it could still produce a tornado. Again, we had a law enforcement confirmed tornado on this not too long ago, so we will continue to watch this storm closely as it continues to move northeast towards Bremond. And the storm near Fairfield and Teague is still rotating. This one was also confirmed at one point, but it has lifted since then. If we do get a tornado, it'll be right here over 489, approaching Interstate 45, and then eventually moving more to the northeast, going towards Route 84, just to the south and southeast of Fairfield. And this is a live shot on that storm that has rotation. This is near Teague, Texas. So this one already produced a tornado. It could produce another one.
Almost a 2,000 likes, guys.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a, we'll go back to them in a second. This is a new tornado warning for those in Bremond and Franklin and fairly rural areas here of Texas. If you are near Highway 14, back to Route 79, you need to make sure that you're seeking shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And this storm, unsurprisingly, has a new tornado warning. It still has a hook echo and everything. This storm, again, could still produce something as it continues to move east-northeast towards Bremond, eventually towards Marquez, and eventually towards Centerville, Texas. So those will be the areas in the track of this particular storm over the next several minutes. Again, this is not confirmed right now, but we did already have at least a brief tornado with this, and we could still see another one as this continues to track to the east-northeast over the next several minutes. Once again, that rotation not nearly as strong as before, but it could recycle, and it could, again, drop another tornado at some point down the road. And then we also have to watch for this storm just south of Fairfield. They may issue a new warning on that one. And the problem we're going to start having with this storm is that we are going to have a pretty large radar hole. So storm runner media will be kind of almost our only hope for this storm at that point, because the radar is not going to be picking up much other than what's really off the ground around 10 to 12,000 feet up into the air, which is what we're looking at here right now, where we probably at least have some sort of wall cloud or, you know, some sort of lowering. But it's, again, it's hard to tell what's happening near the ground. And it's also been kind of a rain-wrapped storm there, which also makes it a bit more difficult. All right. And once again, these three tornado warnings now, but one of them is on the same storm. They are all just to the south and east of Waco. So that's where we're at right now. I hate that I have the worst storm anxiety. Just, you know, just chill out. Nothing to be scared of today. Again, we're here for you. We'll keep you posted with the latest. Nothing to be scared about with weather. Just need to be prepared for storms, have a tornado action plan in place, take the proper precautions, and then you'll be good. No reason to be scared. All right, so this rotation now, just north of Buffalo, south of Fairfield, is still has some strong rotation. And once again, this could drop a tornado again. It's moving towards Interstate 45, moving east-northeast and northeast. Once again, if you're in this warning, you got to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. It is strong enough where we could get a tornado. It'll be approaching Interstate 45 near Fairfield, Texas. Palestine, by the way, is the next area in track of this here in Texas. And then this storm near Bremond, I'm not seeing anything super strong with rotation right now, but we do have a hook echo, which is the reason why this is a little bit more concerning. And again, that'll be moving right over on the south side of Bremond and eventually going towards Marquez, Texas. It is, once again, producing at least some sort of hail and wind threat. We do have some hail moving into the downtown area of Bremond, probably in the ballpark of $quarter to $half sized hail, which right now it's warned for $half. The correlation coefficient is picking up on a little bit of hail, so we do have some hail falling there going into the Bremond area. But once again, the more concerning feature with this is that it could produce a tornado as it continues to move to the east-northeast and northeast. And that's the view of the storm right now near Teague, Texas. That is currently rotating. That is not confirmed as a tornado, but it could drop a tornado at any time.
Okay. Wi-Fi's back.
So once again, this is a storm near Teague, Texas, just south of Fairfield. I hope I didn't eat anything last night, believe it or not. I literally just went to bed. I fell asleep. I never ate. Ate nothing last night.
We're just gonna miss being cord.
Right side of your screen is where we're kind of looking right now on that storm again near Teague. The potential for a tornado.
That's a good thing, right? Yep.
Waiting for the. I'll go back to radar in a second once we have a velocities update. It's gonna go into Dew, Texas, and Avant Prairie.
Oh, you want we should have done? We should have.
If you're in either of those two locations, you've got to get to your safe place now. This area of rotation will be over top of you here in just a minute.
Should I pull off at the next exit and do that? Or I guess it's no point now.
Yeah, I was gonna say just leave it. It's fine.
All right, velocities have bugged out for the Teague storm. So the velocities on this storm have bugged out from this radar site, but let me go back to DFW and see if we have a view of this. That's a bit better view. Again, we're looking kind of a loft here. It's more like 10,000 feet probably up into the air on this rotation. It doesn't look super bad right now on this storm. I mean, again, what we're looking at is probably like the, the rotation, like maybe a wall cloud or something. And overall, it looks a little bit weaker than before. We'll still have to watch this closely though. I mean, even with rotation like this, it could technically still drop a tornado. We are still very far away from radar sites, so we don't have a great visual by radar with that particular storm. Now, the one near Bremond, Texas, has, again, the hook echo here. We got hail up here as well, so, pretty classic supercell. The problem is, one, it's outflow driven, and two, that's not really rotating a whole lot exactly where there would be rotation. So still has a chance to produce a tornado, so continue to stay in your safe place, but it still remains uncertain whether it will drop a tornado as it moves east-northeast. It'll be heading towards 46, 979, and Route 79 here pretty soon. It's crossing right now over Highway 6 near Bremond, and it will continue to move east eventually towards Franklin, Texas. So, Marquez and Centerville, I would stay alert because that storm will be going in your direction here relatively soon. So continue to stay weather aware. And then the storm near Cameron, we're also watching this storm. This is a newly developing storm that could drop a tornado down the road. Again, that has just developed over the last few minutes. But that one could also drop a tornado down the road.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a brand new tornado warning. That is the storm that is just west of Palestine. That's near Interstate 45. Brand new tornado warning here. There's the velocities. So still could drop a tornado. And if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. The bottom right of your screen is that storm right now, which looks kind of crazy, actually. That blue tint is just eerie when it comes to supercells. But once again, that rotation is about to cross right over Interstate 48. It will be approaching Route 84 here in Texas. And I'm trying to see if there's any towns in here. It just includes Dew, Texas. So if you're in Dew, Texas, continue to stay in that shelter spot away from windows, lowest floor possible. And in an interior room of your home or building, away from windows as this continues to move to the northeast over the next several minutes. Again, that rotation, if there is a tornado, it would be on the ground right next to Dew, Texas. It would be on the west side of Interstate 45, crossing over if it is on the ground right now, which, again, we don't have confirmation, but if it is on the ground, it'd be moving right over State Highway 179, near Farm to Market Road 489, and moving into the downtown area there of Dew. And then Langley, Plum Creek, Red Lake, Butler, Turlington, and just west of Long Lake, Texas, you all need to make sure that you're continuing to stay in your safe place. That is a storm shelter, basement, or closet, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. And then once again, we have the other tornado warning that is back over near Bremond, and we do have 4 tornado warnings, but just a reminder, there's only 2 really, because the other 2 tornado warnings are on the same exact storm. So we have 2 storms right now that have a chance to produce a tornado. We don't have 4, just FYI. I know we have 4 tornado warnings, but it's 2 of them are in the same exact storm. So just keep that in mind. And we'll look at the next radar scan here in a minute. By the way, if you're in a mobile home or a manufactured home anywhere in this tornado watch today, make sure that you have an alternate plan, have somewhere sturdy that you can go. Basically anything is better than a mobile home. I was looking at damage photos from yesterday's tornadoes in Oklahoma, and I've got to be honest with you, like, there was a lot of people in mobile homes, and like, those mobile homes were absolutely demolished from tornadoes yesterday. And obviously those tornadoes are probably stronger than what we'll see here today, but it doesn't take much for one of those mobile homes to be destroyed, even from like a weak tornado. It happens, frequently. Here's a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. There's a 40% chance of a watch being issued here in eastern Oklahoma, western Arkansas, and southwest Missouri. A gradual increase in severe storms is expected this afternoon that may increase the support of risk for damaging winds and hail. A watch is possible. So we do have a couple of storms that looks like already bubbling up there. We'll look at that on radar at some point, but nothing significant as of right now there in Oklahoma, but that could be a developing threat here relatively soon as that continues to develop and move off to the east and northeast in Oklahoma. Buy Connor a tire? I don't know how I could even help him. I mean, I don't know where he is. I think he's either in Louisiana or Texas right now. He's in the middle of nowhere. It's my guess. But I don't 100% know where he is. I don't know what help I could be. You know what's funny? Uber Eats just gave me a notification. Order from IHOP, you deserve it. It's literally what it says on here. Oh my god. IHOP knows that we're going to be here for a while today. Alright, once again, we do have rotation just south of Bremond, Texas. No CC drop at this point. Rotation still on the broad side of things, just south of Bremond. Gonna be on the north side of Franklin, Texas over the next several minutes, approaching Highway 8, or Highway 7, excuse me, not 8. Highway 7. And eventually going towards Marquez, Texas. And this is the one that has had a hook echo for quite a while now. Really over the last 6 or 7 frames here, we've had that with this storm. And once again, that is going to continue to move to the east-northeast towards Marquez. The storm is moving east at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. Let's go ahead and put a track on this storm. All right, here's the timetable for this over the next hour or two. So you got Marquez in about 50 minutes, which this could be there quicker than that. I don't know about 25 miles per hour. It might be faster than that, but this is a general ETA. Yeah, I'm gonna bump that time up a little bit. We're gonna put this at like 40. At least it'll give you a heads up. I'll do like 38. So here's the timing. So we got about Marquez in about 38 minutes. We got Flynn in about 50 minutes. We got Concord in about 50 minutes. And then eventually Spring Seat and Leonia in about an hour. Centerville in about an hour. Middleton in about an hour. And then also the Malvern and Ostonio, Texas areas in about an hour and a half. So that's your general time frame right now on that particular storm, as that'll continue to move to the east-northeast over the next several minutes. So we got strong rotation right over the downtown area of Dew right now. And we might have a tornado on the ground in Dew. So continue to stay in your shelter spot if you are in Dew, Texas. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. It's hard to get a visual on this storm with being in between all these radar sites. That'd be right over Dew, moving into Laney and Plum Creek. This would be where your tornado is. If it's still on the ground, it's going to be moving towards Turlington, Red Lake, and Butler, Texas. Don't have anything definitive at this point, but again, there could be a tornado here, and we are looking again about 10 to 12,000 feet up into the atmosphere. So, if there is, even if there is a CC drop, that debris might not even be reaching that point in the atmosphere, and it also might not be being picked up since we're just so far away from the radar site. So, it is still radar indicated rotation though. That EMS sound, by the or EAS sound, that was Storm Runner Media. Sorry, probably played through my mic. Because he's in that tornado warning cell back over near Laney. Thank you, Bucky. Appreciate it. We're back down to 2 tornado warnings, and the reason why is because the other 2 were, they were basically connected to these storms. So we are back down to 2 tornado warnings. It's the same 2 storms that we've been talking about ever since we began this live stream. We still have 2 tornado warnings. Again, these are all moving to the east, northeast, and northeast over the next several minutes. And continue to stay in your shelter spot. That's a storm shelter, a basement, a closet, or a bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building, as these storms will be continuing to move to the east, northeast, and northeast over the next several minutes. If you're in Palestine, Texas, I'd be very vigilant. This storm is in your path at this point. And then also the storm that is back over southeast of Marlin will be on track for Centerville, probably in about 45 minutes to an hour. Let's go back down to this one here, Bremond, real quick. Yeah, we got rotation developing again. It's near Nesbitt. And this could drop a tornado. It's gonna be going towards Petway, and eventually toward Bald Prairie, Texas, Willow Creek, and eventually going towards Easterly, Owensville, and New Baden. So if you're in any of those areas, again, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, away from windows. And new radar scan will be in here in just a moment. We'll keep it on this view for now. Is Tyler in the path of this storm? Tyler, not necessarily on this storm, but there will probably be more storms here later. And also, we do have a couple of storms beginning to fire up now in Oklahoma. Again, a watch may be issued here in Oklahoma at some point. It's pretty minimal activity right now, but that might turn into some sort of hail and perhaps wind risk down the road, and maybe an isolated tornado as that activity starts to kick up over the next little while. All right, we got a new radar scan here. Not seeing any CC drop again. If we have a tornado, it's going to be embedded in this area right over 46 Road. It's going to be approaching Route 79 just north of Franklin, Texas in the next few minutes. Again, this moving east-northeast. Marquez will be in the track of this, and eventually on the south side there of Highway 7. And again, this is your area of circulation. It's right over Nesbitt right now. Let's match that up. Yeah, that's becoming pretty rain-wrapped at this point. So this area of rotation is becoming pretty rain-wrapped as it moves more to the east-northeast over the next several minutes. I think it's ironic. We have no severe thunderstorm warnings, but we have 2 tornado warnings. That's not very common, by the way. Usually we have more severe thunderstorm warnings than tornado warnings. I think there was one point yesterday where we had more tornado warnings than severe thunderstorm warnings. We were at least close to it. All right, we're gonna have to go back to DFW for this, I think. I don't know if it does it. Yeah, there we go. All right, so let's see. Once again, this rotation is just down to the southeast now of Fairfield. It'll be approaching Route 84. Again, if you're in Red Lake, Butler, or Turlington, Texas, got to get to your safe place. Again, this could drop a tornado. It is still producing hail as well, so there's hail on the north side of this. That's that pink and black color that is representing higher reflectivity values, which in a lot of cases represents hail. In this case, that is definitely some hail right now, and also a lot of lightning on the southeast side of Fairfield. Let's go back to velocities. I'm not seeing anything super strong here, but again, we're looking pretty high up into the clouds. It's very hard to see from this far away from radar. So obviously, we don't have a super large amount of information by radar, but I do want to tell you again, if you are in this pink polygon, that you need to get to your safe place, because it could technically drop a tornado, even if we don't have a signature here on radar. And Palestine will be on the track of this down the road. And again, in southeast North Texas right now is where we're at on that storm. And we'll have another radar scan in about a minute or two. Thank you, Jojo, for the $9.99. Did I not say that? I thought that Marquez? Palestine? Is it Palestine? You know, I have a North Texas Weather Center page, and that's like the one place that we like never cover. It's Like, this is technically North Texas and Palestine. So I've hardly ever covered that area. Well, whenever we do live coverage on, Facebook or whatever it is. Fun fact. This is Marquet? Excuse me? That is a weird pronunciation. College Station has a sounding conductive of strong tornadoes. Yeah, I mean, today's environment, I know why there's a chance, for a strong tornado threat, but I don't know if it's going to really get to that point. We might see an isolated strong tornado. I just don't think it's enough for there to be like a 10% hatch tornado risk. A lot of these storms are going to, I think, struggle to really produce that elevated tornado risk. We have a lot of convection already out there, and a lot of this stuff is outflow driven. And usually when we have outflow driven storms, they do not produce nearly as significant of a tornado threat. And that's what we have right now. A lot of this activity is just outflow bound stuff. All right, so this rotation north of Franklin, still broad. It's a pretty large but broad area of circulation, and approaching 979 and also south of Highway 7, moving east-northeast. And that's your broad area of circulation right now, moving in that direction. NATOcast is a 15%? Really? I haven't looked at NATOcast yet. This is interesting. The Storm Prediction Center just mentioned the threat for multiple tornadoes should continue. Now, the Tornado Watch said it was a couple tornadoes were possible, I believe. Or when I looked. So the threat for multiple tornadoes should continue. And that's out of the activity that is basically just south and east of this storm and kind of where the storm is right now. If I'm not mistaken, I thought the Tornado Watch just said a couple tornadoes. I can check on here. Yeah, a couple tornadoes are possible. Well, I guess we might get more than just a couple. I do think a lot of the tornadoes, though, will probably be brief. In all honesty. I don't think we're going to have any sort of long track sort of activity. Hopefully we don't. We don't need another day where we have more long track tornadoes. Which, again, I don't think today's environment is really going to be able to do that. Rotation just southeast of Fairfield, approaching Route 84. Once again, right near Red Lake, Texas, and Butler and Turlington. And again, that's moving east-northeast. Palestine will be in the track of this relatively soon as that continues to move northeast. We'll have a new radar scan in a moment. Once again, I'm still kind of concerned about this storm going towards Marquez, just east of Bremond. This one has a little bit better of a shape to it, a little bit more favorable of an environment. We got a lot of little convective bursts kind of happening down here near College Station, so we'll have to watch that activity closely as that continues to develop. I do think there'll be a better tornado risk if any of those storms are able to organize. And we'll have a velocities update in a moment. A break from big events would be nice. It would be nice. We've been live, I think, 5 days in a row. It's been crazy. But a crazy last few days. All right, so this is the area of circulation that's trying to intensify. It's not super strong, but it is rain-wrapped just north of Nesbitt. Again, no CC drop right now, but it is completely rain-wrapped. So obviously, if you are in Bald Prairie, Willow Creek, or Easterly, you should be staying away from windows. You're not going to be able to see a tornado if there is one on the ground. And one, again, could drop at any time as that moves east-northeast. Marquez Ridge and Long Hollow will be in the track of this here soon. Marquez? Is it Marquez? Our pronunciations have gotten worse and worse over the last few days. After the last few days of coverage, they just keep getting worse. By the way, Stormrunner Media, I believe, is now going south. I think he's targeting storms now that are he's targeting the southern tornado warning. So he gave up on this one near Fairfield, which that Fairfield one, it doesn't look super impressive right now on the velocities. It's hard to tell. We don't have a great view of this, but that rotation does appear to be broader from both radar sites at this point. Definitely a damaging wind threat, maybe around 60 miles per hour, but the tornado threat looks a bit lower than before. But with that being said, I would continue to stay in your safe place just in case there is something happening here that we can't see on radar. And again, that'll continue to move northeast over the next several minutes. I would say, though, again, this storm right here is probably the most concerning area of rotation right now that we have, which isn't like super concerning. It's not on the ground, but it could drop at any time as that continues to move east-northeast towards Marquez. Storm Rider Media is heading Marquez. I think he has a view of it right now. I'm going to try to go to him here in a second. He's going by a lot of trees right now. All right, we'll go to him if he ever gets a view. He's behind a lot of trees, which is not something you see very often in Texas. Oh, look at that. See if we can see it. Looks like something there. I couldn't really see it, though. Yeah, right there. That's your storm. Wow. That's an impressive-looking storm there near Marquez. And that's the one that is tornado warned. Oh, he has a better view again. That's it right there. That's what you call a Texas-sized storm. Latest velocity scan, by the way, still shows some broad rotation. It's not tightened yet. Just southeast of.
Yeah, it's nice, beautiful sky.
Just southeast of Fremont.
Beautiful sky.
So that's the view right now of that storm that's near Marquez. And again, that's right there near 979, moving east-northeast. Let's go back to, we'll do a CC real quick. Velocities. And the rotation isn't really tight right now. It's not strong enough, I think, to produce a tornado yet, but it is definitely going to be something to watch for. And this storm's been rotating for quite a while. So I wouldn't rule out a tornado with this, as it does continue to move off to the east-northeast. That area of circulation, though, is probably rain-wrapped. It's kind of in that little area right here, so it's a little bit rain-wrapped. So obviously make sure, again, if you're in this tornado warning, that you're continuing to stay in your safe place near and just south of Highway 7, near Easterly, Bald Prairie, New Baden, and east. Again, this is east of Rosebud, Texas, and east of Temple, Texas. That's what we're talking about right now for this particular tornado warning. And then the one near Fairfield, near Palestine, is not nearly as intense as before. Again, I haven't seen a whole lot more rotation on this, but if there is a tornado or something going on right now, it would be right over Route 84 near Red Lake and Butler. So this is the other storm. Again, we'll continue to keep a close eye on this one. I just think overall this storm is going to have a little bit more of a tough time developing into something as it continues to move to the east-northeast and eventually northeast. And that'll also be on track for Jacksonville, and that cluster of storms more than likely will kind of just clip Tyler, or it'll probably go into Tyler. But again, that's still a good probably hour out or so from now. I'll have another radar scan in a moment, which just came in. Again, that is the area of rotation that we're watching for. It's going to be right near 979. Going towards Marquez, Texas. Moving east-northeast. Waiting for the velocity scan update here. No CC drop. So we don't have a tornado as of right now. But just trying to see if that rotation has intensified at all or not.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Alrighty. Well, they gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning on the storm that is near Palestine. Yeah, if you're in this area, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. So once again, they've gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning on this storm that is going towards Palestine, Texas, and southeast North Texas. Again, if you're in this warning, that's also for Montalba and as well as Tennessee, Colony, Texas. Make sure that you're seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And once again, this is moving east-northeast. All right, we're gonna go back to, we'll go to velocities and then we'll go back down to the other storm. Once again, this rotation, it's hard to see since we're just so far away, but this would be the area of rotation that we're looking at. It's right over 84. It's not super strong by the looks of it, up into, again, looking kind of up into this storm. Again, we're looking around 10 to 12,000 feet into this storm, so we don't have a great view of this. But if this is on the ground, or if it does try to produce a tornado, that is where it is right now, just southwest of Tennessee, Colony, and it'll be approaching Palestine, Texas over the next few minutes. Probably in about 10 minutes or so, it'll be in your doorstep. So if you're in that particular area, again, make sure that you are going to your shelter spot, basement, storm shelter, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. We also have flash flood warnings beginning to ramp up here, so turn around, don't drown if you're on the roadways around here. I know it's not the main concern today for a lot of you if you're just kind of staying at home or whatever, but it is something you want to be mindful of, especially if you're going out tonight. There is going to be a chance here for flash flooding, especially in low-lying areas. So, again, turn around, don't drown if you're on the roadways tonight or today, as there's a lot of rain falling with these storms, mainly due to the fact they are kind of training right now across this area. We just got storm after storm basically moving across this region in southeast North Texas, central Texas, and even going into East Texas here relatively soon. Wait for the velocity scan on this storm. And if we have a tornado on the ground, if there is one, which again, nothing confirmed, but if there were to be one, it would be near 979 moving towards Marquez, Texas. Velocities will update in a second. And yeah, we have Storm Chaser, Storm Runner Media approaching the storm here relatively soon. Bottom right of your screen. How's Connor doing? I don't know. I haven't gotten an update from him yet. Not entirely sure. All right, so once again, we don't have a CC drop on this, but still, I would say a broader area of circulation right now in this storm. Not super strong. Once again, if there is a tornado, it would be right over 979, approaching Marquez, Texas here in probably about 15 minutes or so. Again, this storm right now moving east at about 30 miles per hour or so. So once again, if you're in that tornado warning, continue to stay in your shelter spots. The storm that's back up near Palestine, by the way, it's moving much faster at about 40 miles per hour. So it's a much faster moving storm. And once again, we are watching for at least some rotation near Red Lake and Butler. That'll be approaching Harmony and Palestine over the next several minutes. So once again, continue to stay in your safe place as that storm continues to move that direction. We got more storms forming behind it with lightning and maybe some small hail. And we also have storms forming further down to the south of that tornado warning. And if any of these become discrete, they could do something like we had yesterday where we could get a tornado out of something that develops down that direction. So we'll have to watch that activity pretty closely as well as that continues to evolve. Yeah, if you're in Teague, Texas, you're good. You don't have to be in your safe place anymore. It's just a lot of lightning. Obviously, make sure you're staying indoors, but you don't have to be in your storm shelter or basement or wherever you might have been. You know, you're no longer under a tornado warning. If you guys do see any reports, photos, videos on Twitter, you can at me in them, at MaxVelocityWX. I'll be trying to relay any reports that we get from these storms. By the way, this tornado warning for Palestine, Texas includes a population of 47,000 people, so this is a bit more of a populated region here of Texas. Obviously, it's still relatively rural in nature when it comes to areas like surrounding DFW, but this is, you know, one of the more hotspot areas when it comes to the southeastern quadrant of North Texas. So obviously, you know, if you know any friends or family here, there are a lot of people that live in this warning. You definitely want to make sure that you at least give them some sort of heads up if they are, you know, maybe ignoring the warning today, which... Obviously, today, this is a storm that is hard to see visually on radar, but it very well could be producing a tornado at any time as this continues to move to the east-northeast. And again, if we have a tornado, it would be located right there, east of Fairfield. Again, that'd be near Route 84. If there is a tornado, which it's not a tight couplet, but once again, we are looking very far up into the clouds. So we don't have a great view of this storm right now, moving northeast-northeast. Stay zoomed out on this one, and wow, look at that. That's a lot of lightning on this storm near Fairfield. We have a boatload of lightning with this storm. This is a highly electrified storm right now approaching Palestine, Texas. By the way, here's NATOcast outlook for today. Again, don't put too much stock into this. I mean, sometimes it's right, sometimes it's not, but it does show a significant tornado risk here. Again, I don't know if we'll actually see a strong tornado. I don't feel like we will, but it's definitely still a low possibility, even if the SPC doesn't have it outlined. But that'd be the area to watch for the greatest tornado risk today, basically, would be that particular area, again, in East Texas. And right there near Route 84, that is where we're watching for rotation, approaching Palestine, Texas. Again, moving east-northeast. Nothing confirmed as of now, but it is going to continue to be something that we'll watch very closely as it moves east-northeast over the next several minutes. Where is the other radar site? It's down here. We should have a radar update on this one in a second. This is the one going towards Marquez, Texas. I'll have a radar scan in a moment. Thank you, Tom, by the way, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Thank you, by the way, to everybody that has become a member or super chatted. I'll hopefully get to those at some point. I've not been able to for the last 3 days because almost the entire time when we're live, we've had tornado warnings in every single day, which is just crazy. We had 9 straight hours of tornado warnings on Friday. Yesterday, we had, I think, about 8 or 9 hours of straight tornado warnings in that second stream, maybe 10 hours. It's crazy. Actually, yeah, yesterday we had, I think, about 11 hours straight of tornado warnings in that second stream. So it's been crazy. No CC drop. So yeah, we don't have anything confirmed on this storm right now, but the velocities did an update here on the latest scan. But the rotation, if there is a tornado, it would be right in here on this leading edge.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning on this storm. That's for Marquez, Centerville, and Leona, Texas, just south of Buffalo near Interstate 45, moving east-northeast. Once again, if you are in this pink polygon, you've got to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building, as this storm will continue to move east-northeast.
Okay, so it's speeding up.
Centerville in an
This
hour.
is the live shot right now in this particular southern tornado warning cell
Intercept this thing at.
near Centerville. So we're looking into the storm right now with Storm Runner Media.
I mean, it still has rotation on it, but I think
It is currently tornado warned.
Right.
This includes Jewett, Hilltop Lakes, and Centerville, Texas.
That's all.
AH, thank you for the super chat from Norway.
Yes, thank you very much.
Was my exam on? It was on weather. I think this is the biggest difference we've ever had from tornado warnings versus severe thunderstorm warnings. We have 4 tornado warnings and 0 severe thunderstorm warnings.
Right here we got you guys a view here. We're at 24.9 now. Closing in on 25K here real soon. We're 75.
Yeah, I've seen
away.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
I have watched part of it.
They're all like, this is Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
We'll go back to radar real quick. We'll go back to him in a second.
Yeah, no, it literally is.
Or actually, we'll stay here for just a quick second. That's the storm right there. He's still a good, I don't know, 5 or 6 miles away from the storm or so. This is the storm that we're talking about near Route 79. Gets a broad area of circulation near Marquez. We'll be approaching Centerville. It's still not very strong on radar, but it could still drop a tornado if it's able to develop, and that'll continue to move east-northeast. Once again, the one that is near Palestine, Texas, near Jacksonville, has been trying to intensify. So I would stay very vigilant right now if you're in Palestine, Texas. We do still have a area of rotation here. It is broad, but it is going to be strong enough to produce something down the road as it continues to move east-northeast, going into Palestine and eventually going towards Montalba and Tennessee Colony here in southeast North Texas. That's near Route 84 and 79. So once again, continue to stay in your shelter spot, that storm shelter, that basement, away from windows, or closet or bathroom if you don't have one of those, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Again, this is the live view of that storm in from Centerville approximately. It's in Jewett, Texas, but that's the storm right now that is attempting to produce a tornado.
Give this one more scan, and we'll probably bail north and east to get ahead of this thing, allow it to cycle.
We'll go back to radar once we have a new scan. Again, nothing confirmed on these storms quite yet.
Our best chance. What does it look like reflectivity-wise? Yeah, it's still a good-looking storm reflectivity-wise.
There's a new little piece of rain that's kind of wrapped in the middle. That's probably why it weakened a little bit of velocity. But I don't expect that to last long.
I see.
Wait for the velocities to update. And this is the storm right now that is near Centerville, Texas, that is currently tornado warned.
It's okay, so it's a country road. Thanks, guys.
All right, here's the latest scan on this. So again, just to the west-southwest of Marquez, as we're looking at for that potential for a tornado, and no CC drop on this as of now, which means that there's no debris that is actively being lifted up into the atmosphere. Obviously, that could change at any time as this moves east-northeast, going towards Marquez and Jewett, and eventually going towards Centerville, Texas. This storm has, at one point, produced a tornado. By the sounds of it, it was brief, but it did produce a tornado at one point, so it could still technically produce something down the road as this continues to move to the east-northeast. And then the one that's back up near Palestine, let's go back to the velocities here. Got a broad area of circulation right now just to the west of Palestine. So here's that circulation. We got strong winds going toward and away from the radar. It's still a very broad area of circulation. It hasn't tightened quite yet, but once again, it could try to tighten at any time and drop a tornado. So continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. And we'll have another radar scan in about a minute or two on these storms. We'll go back to Storm Intermedia for the moment here. That's the storm, once again, that's near, or just west of Centerville. That is currently tornado warned.
Things closing in. Goes flying.
Back behind us there.
Interesting town names. This is Texas for you. Rural parts of Texas. What's a CC drop? It's when we have debris being lifted up into the atmosphere by, like, determined by radar, which we don't have that right now, but that's what that means. We'd basically be looking to see if any debris is being lifted up on the radar, or debris being lifted up in the atmosphere by radar, and we'd be able to determine that with the correlation coefficient, otherwise known as the CC.
That might be our area of rotation right in there.
You got something right there.
Problem is, a lot of this rotation's back in the rain, so it's kind of hard to tell where exactly it's at. But I think I'm seeing a little bit of right to left right there.
It's almost directly west.
Almost directly west. Well,
You got a little bit of spin there.
West, so, yeah, that's probably what we're looking at then. Yep.
A little bit of spin on this storm again. This is the one near Centerville.
It's not super rapid.
Near Route 79 and Marquez.
Rotation. That's where it would be.
Guys, I ate like 2 or 3 hours ago. I'm good. I'm good for right now.
25,000 subs. Thank you guys so much.
That's definitely spinning right now.
Let's go crazy.
And this is the storm near Marquez.
Towards Marquez, and then Leona, Centerville, Robbins, South Salem, Friendship, Redland.
Not like a violent spin like what we've seen the last couple of days, but it is spinning up there a little bit. Velocity's radar, bottom right of your screen, just updated. It's still a broad area of circulation on radar, closer to the surface. Definitely trying, though.
Thank you for the super chat, Mahala. I don't know if you said that already. I zoom back out on this thing.
Press the supercell.
Okay, Marquez.
This is not Connor. This is Storm Runner Media.
Dave.
And Connor has a flat
thank
tire.
you guys for your super chats. Colin asks what.
Now, if
state
Connor
had
does
your
go live, we'll have
tornado
2 storm
outbreak.
chasers.
Probably Nebraska, Iowa.
I'm not sure if he is.
Area. Just a couple days ago, we were able to get 8 tornadoes in one day. At least we were able to document 8 tornadoes.
Not seeing much anymore on this.
More than that, I honestly forget.
There's a little bit of spin there briefly.
Dave, watching from Bermuda. Thank you so much.
A large rain shaft. A lot of rain falling. Quick update on radar, then we'll go back to them. This is what it looks like for the storm in Palestine, Texas. This is near, or just north of Route 84. And we have a very broad area of circulation there. It's not super concerning at this point. But once again, it is something that could intensify at some point as it gets closer to Palestine. And here's the latest scan. So a little bit stronger. It's going to be approaching the Tennessee Colony area and Montalba. So once again, if you are in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This could still drop a tornado at any time. As it moves to the northeast and east-northeast, it's heavily rain-wrapped, and there's also a boatload of lightning with this storm. We have a ton of lightning being detected by radar. So this is a highly electrified storm right now, moving to the northeast, and it could produce a tornado at any time. And then the other one near Marquez has been attempting to drop a tornado. Rotation still broad as of right now.
Oh man, they're coming. No.
That's the storm right there.
Oh, he's trying to come to us.
It's tornado warned. It's not down right now, but we're just kind of. This was like the perfect view. So.
Somebody's stopping them.
Yeah.
Somebody's stopping them because of watching the storm. Once again, that is the storm that has some broad rotation. Again, it could intensify at any time. We don't have any intensification on radar yet, but granted, the radar scan here was 4 minutes ago. Again, they'll be going right into Marquez and eventually going into Centerville in about 15 minutes or so. Again, in Texas. And then near Palestine, that's your rotation. That is going to be located near Harmony, Texas. And that's the winds that are going away from the radar. This is going towards the radar. That right there would be where we're watching for the potential of a tornado. That'll be approaching 287, just south of Tennessee Colony, Harmony. And eventually going towards Palestine, Texas. And it looks like we even have a little broad area of circulation near Buffalo. I don't think it's enough for a warning, but there's a little bit of circulation there as well. Near Buffalo. Maybe just a little bit. Nothing too crazy, but might be something to watch for as that moves more northeast. Here's this. This is the latest radar scan. Match this up with reflectivity. So that would be where your rotation is a little bit stronger. Again, not tight and confined, not a confirmed tornado, but it is going to be what we're having to watch for as this eventually approaches Centerville, Texas over the next several minutes. Watched Corey Gherkin until 2 a.m. last night. There were some storm chasers that were out there literally all day yesterday. And props to them. I mean, that's a grind. Being out and driving for, 12 plus hours in a day. I mean, same thing with truck drivers. I mean, they do the same thing. They're out there not storm chasing, but they're out there, 12 plus hours a day. It's a lot of work.
I'm in awe, guys. This is an incredible looking storm here.
Again, this is a storm near Marquez, Texas. It has some rotation. It is tornado warned right now.
Yeah, it really is. We got time to go to Centerville though, so
I know.
we're okay. Right at the moment.
Stay on them for a second.
I'm gonna get out and check.
I don't know if Connor is going live. Again, I don't have a clue.
I may want to get one more video.
I really do not know. If I knew, I would tell you. He just got that car too, and he got a flat tire. Feel so bad for him.
Are you okay?
Huh? Yeah, no, I was just checking on that fender that just keeps scraping on everything. If you get bit by
That blue tinge, by the way, comes from reflecting water droplets. That blue tinge in the middle, scientifically. So, pretty cool.
Yeah, it's funny they laughed at us when we told them where we're from.
That's why we get that eerie tinge sometimes with some of these storms. It's usually the reflection of water droplets. It's either reflection or refraction. I can't remember. It's one of the two. I learned it in physical meteorology
Trying to
recently.
farm down there, yeah.
My physical meteorology professor will be proud. You ever go live with Reed Timmer? I'm not that popular, guys. I'm not that popular. No, one day though, I gotta go chasing with Reed at some point. Just at some point. Maybe this summer or next summer. Has to happen. Go chase some flying trampolines.
I can tell you guys are liking the view, so I want to sit here for as long as possible. We hit 25,000.
Here's the latest scan near Marquez, Texas. Once again, broad area of circulation. It has not tightened at any point. It's been pretty broad for a while. I mean, we haven't had anything confirmed. We could have some brief tornadoes in between radar scans. That's entirely possible. But once again, nothing confirmed here yet, and it's still broad there. And once again, Storm Runner Media is right on this storm, so it could also be rain wrapped for the record. Bottom right of your screen is what they're looking at right now. We got a boatload of lightning right now. This is all lightning strikes in the last 5 minutes. There's a lot of lightning with these storms. So make sure, if you're in the vicinity or even in these storms, that you are going indoors. Don't try to be outside right now. There's just no reason. Even if you have an outdoor event, cancel it. Rotation's broadened a little bit west of Palestine, Texas. But once again, it could intensify again. So we're going to continue to keep a very close eye on that storm as that continues to move east-northeast. Have I gone chasing? I've chased before, but it was for hurricanes. So not actual tornadoes and stuff.
Man, see how that's going in and up?
Yeah, here, I'll get out and I'll show you guys real quick.
It's warm too, it's warmer.
Yep.
Wow. That is the leading edge of the storm. Near Marquez,
Gorgeous.
Texas.
It's right here too. Very close.
It's the one that is tornado warned right now.
Rapid motion in the clouds right over there.
Got a lot of rising motion right now in this storm too.
Yeah, according to
Chase with Reed, you better have rhino thick skin. I saw some of the things yesterday on Twitter what happened, and also the other day with
Actually, you can see the whole.
whoever those
you can see
people
the
were.
spin of the whole thing right here.
The Nelson boys or something. I can't remember their
There's
name.
the mezzo, I think.
Saw some
Part
stuff
of
on
it.
that though. It's really crazy.
Boy, this thing's about to hit us.
New radar scan in just a second. Once again, this could still drop a tornado at any time as it approaches Marquez. Still watching it closely. It is moving east-northeast. And that rotation's beginning to tighten a little bit here near Marquez. All right, let me circle this again. And let's go to reflectivity. Nothing definitive yet on the CC drop. It is moving east-northeast right now. Oh, sorry. My screen froze. All right. Sorry, I forgot to fix the warning system. My bad. All right, it should update now automatically. Again, we could get a tornado at any time. The storm right now moving east-northeast near Marquez, Texas. The rotation has intensified a little bit here in the last few minutes. The amount of lightning is crazy. This is every 5 minutes, right? Has to be. Yeah, the lightning detection is every 5 minutes right now. And we have a ton of lightning. These storms are highly electrified right now. All of them are. One near Palestine, too. So this storm may be trying to recycle. We do have a little bit of a circulation developing south of Tennessee Colony. Again, nothing confirmed here. The rotation a bit broad right now, but it could try to drop something as it continues to move east-northeast. It is also pretty rain-wrapped at this point, and that'll be eventually going into Palestine and Montalba, Texas. So continue to stay in your shelter spot if you are in that warning as that activity moves east-northeast. And once again, the storm near Marquez and Centerville has a little bit stronger rotation. So we'll see if that develops into anything here over the next few minutes. I don't have anything definitive yet, but we're still watching it closely. Mention me in tweets. I haven't gotten mentioned in any tweets on Twitter here in a few minutes. Make sure you're adding the correct person at MaxVelocityWX. Unless my Twitter is just not updating for some reason. Which that is also possible. I haven't seen anything, though, in the last few minutes. Yeah, it shows I haven't been mentioned recently, but I don't know. Maybe Twitter's bugged. Renew radar scan in just a moment. This is becoming a pretty rain-wrapped area of rotation near Marquez. And that could be a tornado. Again, if there is a tornado, it's going to be going right into Marquez right now. CC is a little bit larger than before. This is right now moving east-northeast into Marquez. We may have a tornado on the ground. If we don't, it is close to doing so. Also, I am retweeting the video on Twitter of the tornado that happened in Rosebud. You can check that out at MaxVelocityWX. There was a video of that. But it did drop a brief tornado by the looks of it there near Rosebud earlier. And this is the same storm that we're talking about, which does have some intensifying rotation. And again, there could be a tornado on the ground at any time with this as it continues to move to the east-northeast. It is a very rain-wrapped area of activity as well. So keep that in mind. It's heavily rain-wrapped. You're not going to be able to really see it, so don't try to look outside if you're in Marquez or Margie or Friendship or North Salem, Texas. Just stay in that shelter spot, and you'll be fine. If you're in a mobile home, you've got to go to a sturdy structure. Anywhere out in front of this, like Centerville, Leona, you should be going to a sturdy structure if you're in a mobile home. Wow, storms have fired up quickly in Oklahoma. These have actually exploded. Nothing severe, and they're all relatively just strong at this point, nothing more than that. But a lot of storms firing up there in Oklahoma. We'll watch that activity if it ends up posing a threat to anybody here soon. But as of now, there's no severe storms up that direction. Once again, strong pocket of rotation going right into Marquez, Texas. And at the bottom right of your screen, that's the storm that Storm Runner Media is on. How do I change radar sight so quickly? I just click. Use my mouse. Yeah, that Rosebud tornado is actually, again, it was on the ground for a few minutes. Or about a minute, but it was, just like a little small tornado. Kind of got a little cone shape to it after. It was on the ground there for about a minute or two there near Rosebud, Texas earlier. Do I have Instagram? All of our social links are down in the description below with the Linktree link. We do have Instagram, but I don't usually use it that much. Once again, if there's a tornado on the ground, it's going to be moving into Marquez, Texas. It's not confirmed officially, but we may have a tornado in progress here. It's going to be going right onto Highway 7 in the 79 cross section, just south of Long Hollow. Jewett will also be in the track of that, Centerville, and Leona over the next few minutes. And then the storm near Palestine, Texas is also currently tornado warned. That rotation is beginning to strengthen as well. That is... It's just west of Palestine. That rotation's intensified, though, pretty quickly. I'd seek shelter if you're in Palestine. That rotation has really recycled and intensified pretty quickly here. And again, that's currently moving into the west side of Palestine, which that is, again, strengthening very fast here. You've got to go to your safe place if you're in Palestine. Away from windows, the lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. That is an intensifying area of rotation. And I do want to check on this one real quick. Your Marquez. It hasn't updated. We'll go back to that here soon. Also, new severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma, but we're mostly focused on tornado warnings. And we got a strong or at least a pretty strong couplet here to the west-northwest of Palestine, Texas. Again, population of about 45 to 50,000 in this area. So, you know, any friends or family here, you know, give them a call or text and make sure that they're getting to their safe place, as this rotation is not done. It is definitely trying to intensify again. It's also heavily rain wrapped, so you're not going to be able to see it. That's the rotation right there. Again, pretty strong area of rotation. The red represents winds that are being detected by radar that are going away from the radar, and then green represents the winds that are going towards the radar. Once again, very strong area of rotation approaching the west side of Palestine, Texas. Should have a new radar scan in a second. Bottom right of your screen, by the way, is the tornado warning in Marquez. They really can't tell if there's a tornado there yet, but that one's also attempting to develop down that direction. Should have a new radar scan in just a moment, and there you go. Wow, this is getting pretty strong. Again, this is a strong couplet of rotation. Your Palestine, Texas. Don't have anything officially confirmed, but that is a strong pocket of rotation. And if you're in this warning, you've got to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building, away from windows. Again, if this is on the ground, it could, you know, be a bit on the stronger side of things. It's going to be going right into Route 287 and Highway 19. Fairly dangerous storm right now that's in progress here. I do want to remind you, we are pretty far away from radar sites, but, you know, this is looking probably about 10,000 feet up. We at least probably have some sort of rotation in the clouds. Perhaps a wall cloud or something. It's not easy to tell, though, from this radar site since we're just so far away. But you know, if this is on the ground, it's going to be heavily rain wrapped going into Palestine, Texas. I do want to do a quick update on Marquez real quick. Marquez also has at least some rotation here. Let me try to go to my phone and verify this as well. This is also the Marquez storm, which the rotation here has also been strengthening a bit. It is heavily rain wrapped, and this is again the velocity. So we got winds going toward the radar, winds going away from the radar. Some broadening here, but we do have a little tightening here just to the west of Marquez. So this could also still drop a tornado at any time. Again, continue to stay in your safe place if you are in Marquez, Centerville, or Leona, Texas. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And probably the most concerning storm right now is the one near Palestine, because this is a very strong area of rotation that is moving into Palestine, Texas. And again, highly populated area, around 50,000 here. Nothing confirmed by CC, but again, that would be the area of rotation that we're looking at. I'm going to zoom out a little bit here. So again, this would be the area that we're watching for, with stronger couplet of rotation there on the west side of Palestine, Texas. It has been updated. It is still radar indicated. So again, nothing confirmed here, but it is a strong couplet of rotation that could still produce a tornado at any time. Still got a lot of rotation here. Let me go back over to the Fort Smith radar site real quick. Or not Fort Smith, but Shreveport. Shreveport did have a view of this too a second ago. It's right there near Tennessee Colony. It has a view of that too, that rotation. It's not nearly as strong on that one, but again, we are looking at pretty much into the clouds right now, so we don't have a fantastic view of this on radar, but still a pretty strong couplet there that's going to be approaching the west side of Palestine, Texas. And then the rotation near the Marquez area of Texas is also still trying to intensify there. Once again, that rotation is heavily rain wrapped at this point. So even if there is a tornado, you're not going to see it. And continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. Away from windows. The new radar scan in just a moment. But once again, that is the area of rotation that we're watching. It's going to be approaching Highway 19 just south of Montalba, Texas, and eventually going into the west side of Palestine, Texas. And also, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning near McAllister, Oklahoma. That is for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So if you're back up in Oklahoma, there are storms starting to fire up there, but those are not super, I would say, super duper concerning for the threat of tornadoes, but they may produce an isolated tornado threat later this afternoon as they continue to develop. Yeah, I wouldn't put much stock into the NATO cast outlooks. Again, they're sometimes really right, they're sometimes wrong. Just kind of depends on the day. I would not, put a ton of stock into that. I do think, though, the colors, if you just look at the brighter colors and not look at the statistical values, I think the brighter colors do give you an idea of, where the best chances of tornadoes overall. Which is helpful. And that usually is at least accurate to some extent. Hope it's not a big tornado like yesterday. Yeah, well, again, as a reminder, we're looking at velocities that are, upwards of 10,000 to 12,000 feet up into the atmosphere. So we don't have, a fantastic view of this on radar. but we at least can get a visual here that there's rotation to some extent. Whether that is in the clouds or, you know, closer to the ground, there's at least rotation, so this is still at least some sort of concern here. We'll have a new radar scan in just a moment. Also, I do want to go back down to the Marquez storm real quick. Go to that one first. This one is still radar indicated rotation, so that one's not been confirmed by any means at this point, but that rotation is now just passing over Marquez, Texas, and it'll be approaching Centerville. That area of rotation, pretty rain wrapped at this point. It's also not nearly as tight. Again, that'll be heading towards Centerville and the south side of Jewett, Texas. So once again, if you are in this pink polygon, that tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place. That is a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building and away from windows, as this storm could still technically drop a tornado. It does look like Connor will be live, by the way, so about an hour from now. So apparently we'll have 2 storm chasers. I don't know how that's going to work, but apparently we will. That will be interesting. Here's the latest scan. Again, if we have a tornado, it's going to be just on the west side of Palestine, Texas, which that rotation, again, has remained pretty strong at this point. At least strong enough to produce a tornado. So again, if you're in Palestine, you need to seek shelter just in case this does drop a tornado. Is anybody right now in the chat in Palestine, Texas? Are any of you guys seeing anything or hearing anything? Just let me know in the chat. We don't have any reports as of now on this storm, but again, we're looking at, you know, rotation that's 10,000 feet up into the atmosphere. So we don't have a fantastic view of the storm, but that would be what we're looking at here. I don't see any reports on this as of right now on Twitter. And if there is a tornado, it's going to be on the west-northwest side of Palestine, Texas. And it does show a CC, but it's hard to tell because we got a hail core there too. It could just be contamination. But, you know, it's awfully close. I would make sure that you're seeking shelter just in case if you're on the west side there of Palestine, Texas. My dad's hearing strong winds west of Palestine. It's pretty chill in Palestine right now. Okay, well, it's good news. Hopefully it stays that way. I'm not seeing any other updates right now on the storm. No visual, at least, of this pocket of rotation. We could also go to the other radar site further out to the east, which is pretty similar level of where we're looking for rotation. Just not really a great look at this one either. Don't have a great view. And CC doesn't really show much there either. So it's kind of hard little situation that we're in with this radar site. Now, with that said, again, just go to your safe place if you're in this tornado warning, just in case this does try to drop a tornado. Once again, this will be moving east-northeast, going towards the north side of Palestine and south side there of Montalba, Texas. I'm in Fairfield, Texas right now. Lots of cloud to ground lightning. Yeah, the storms around this area in Texas are highly electrified. There's a ton of lightning. So obviously, once again, you know, make sure that you are staying in your safe place and staying indoors at the bare minimum if you're under any warning. And even if then, you should at least be staying indoors if you're near any thunderstorms. When thunder roars, go indoors. That is the rule of thumb. Wow. So Sulphur, Texas. This is not Sulphur, Texas. Sulphur, Oklahoma. We have 2 new reports coming in from the National Weather Service of Norman. The Sulphur and Marietta tornadoes were confirmed at least EF3 tornadoes. So that is the latest from the National Weather Service of Norman from yesterday's tornadoes in Oklahoma. That is wild. And we were live that entire time, and they looked horrific on radar. Like, horrible. So, prayers to anybody that was hit by those storms. The Sulphur one apparently had one unconfirmed fatality. I know the one near Holdenville also had 2 unconfirmed. Or I think they were confirmed. I think there's 2 confirmed fatalities in Holdenville. So we had 2 EF3 tornadoes yesterday in Oklahoma. At least. Again, they say at least. So the damage was consistent with EF3 damage. Also, 2 EF0 tornadoes were confirmed. One near Stillwater, Oklahoma, and one near Newkirk. 70 and 75 miles per hour for the tornadoes there. And one of the fatalities was a 4-month-old baby, which is just horrific. And that was the one in Holdenville, which at this point has again been that one I believe was confirmed. Those storms yesterday were really just horrible. I mean, a lot of people thought it was done. I mean, I never really thought it was done. I just, I was hoping it would be done at some point, around 8 or 9 o'clock, and then all of a sudden, bang, we got discrete supercells firing off right near the Red River, and then all of a sudden it went haywire, and we got a bunch of, different tornadoes. But yeah, again, if you're just tuning in and didn't already hear, again, the tornado that happened in Marietta and the one that happened in Sulphur, Oklahoma last night were both confirmed at least EF3 tornadoes. At least. They said at least. It's, again, preliminary. They're still doing investigations. It could be higher than that, but they're at least EF3s from yesterday. And we also had a Stillwater and Newkirk tornado that were EF0s. And also, if you're just tuning in, you don't know what we're looking at. We're looking at a strong couplet of rotation northwest of Palestine, Texas. It is near Montalba, approaching the south side of Cooney here eventually, just south of Berryville. And we still have a tornado warning back over near Centerville, Texas. This is now past Marquez. The rotation's a bit broader than before, but we will continue to monitor that storm closely as it continues to move east-northeast. And then we also got a bunch of other little convective bursts happening south of this tornado warning activity. As of right now, again, nothing super concerning here, but that activity will be something to watch for down the road. The National Weather Service have just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning here near Jacksonville. So that is going to be for the extension. They may extend the tornado warning, but they're at least issuing a early severe thunderstorm warning for Jacksonville, Texas, and Gallatin, and Rusk for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, and the threat of quarter-sized hail, and a tornado possible label is also on that storm. So that is the latest here from the National Weather Service on this particular activity. Still a pretty strong, I would still at least say this is still a strong couplet of rotation north of Palestine. At least a loft. Again, we're looking at something that's well off the ground, but that is still a strong couplet of rotation there. And once again, this activity is all right now moving east and east-northeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. So these are still relatively fast-moving storms here across Texas. Thank you, Kyle, for the $5 super chat. I'm a trucker on the way to Houston, so when I got the tornado warning, I found a place to park real quick. I don't blame you, by the way. I mean, I don't blame you. I wouldn't want to be driving into these storms, especially if you're a truck driver, because, wind and tornadoes do not go well with trucks. And I actually saw yesterday, actually, I think it was Friday, either Friday or Saturday, there was a truck driving on a road, and there was a storm chaser, and all of a sudden the storm chaser like the truck started to tip and it started falling over, and the storm chaser actually got hit by it, like falling over, but like they kind of ran off the side of the road and they were luckily able to avoid it, like literally collapsing onto their car. And that was because of a strong gust of wind, and it was just a, you know, a little highway, 1-lane highway sort of thing. So yeah, it can be very dangerous. Truck drivers, you know, they have a tough job to begin with, and then you got weather that plays a factor, especially the wind does not help at all. Here's the latest scan on this storm near Jewett. I'm not seeing much here. Storm Runner Media is on the storm chasing at the bottom right of your screen, but that rotation does look a bit broader than before. The one that is near Palestine, Texas, there's still rotation. I would say this is more of a damaging wind threat right now. That's going to be going eastbound with damaging winds around 60 to 65 miles per hour. Maybe some sort of rotation there trying to go, but again, it's still kind of struggling right now. It's not doing great. Not a very healthy storm. But we definitely have hail going through Palestine. For those in Palestine, are you guys seeing any hail right now? Or hearing any hail? Anything hitting your roof? Might be hail. Got a ton of storms out here. All these storms, again, are producing tons of lightning. Semis flip on a weekly basis, it seems like, in southeast Wyoming. Might be because of strong winds in general. Or high winds. My dad says quarter-sized hail in Palestine. That matches up pretty well with what we're seeing on radar, at least. Again, that black area there on reflectivity would represent hail that's falling. So that right there on reflectivity, that's going right through downtown Palestine. Vertically integrated liquid, which is also something that we can use to measure hail, that is also matching up with that right now. So definitely got some hail there. Again, that's moving east-northeast right now. And we still have some rotation there. We'll watch that activity closely. And it looks like we also have a little shower, not really a storm, that is beginning to bubble up near Granbury, Texas. So we'll have to watch that closely too. A little convection. It's not even a storm yet, but it's a little baby shower. I have not been invited to that baby shower, but that is a baby shower that's begun there in Granbury, Texas. Why is CC showing stuff? Is it just hail? It's a variety of things. It could be contamination. It could also be hail. But we are very far away from the radar site, so it's just kind of picking up on random stuff. I'd say a majority of it, though, is probably just hail, and then some of it being down here is just kind of, you know, range folding or contamination or just some sort of radar error, basically, that's being picked up by radar. That one area of circulation that we were watching is kind of broadened out here. This looks right here like more of a damaging wind threat right now pushing through Palestine, Texas. And that'll eventually go towards Rusk and Gallatin. So I wouldn't rule out another warning on this down the road, but I think it's definitely more of a wind threat right now. Could still drop a tornado, though. I mean, again, we do have an environment here where there could, again, be a couple tornadoes today. What does rain wrapped mean? So let's say we have a tornado like this. Here's your clouds. Fantastic. Looks like an ice cream cone with a... looks like an ice cream cone with a flat ice cream on top. This is what we'd be talking about, though. And then let's just say this is what it looks like, and this is where the rain is. Let's say this is all rain. Not pain. Rain. And then you're looking here. That's what, you know, that would be an ordinary tornado, but in a rain-wrapped case, we would have rain covering this entire area. So you wouldn't be able to see this tornado at all, because it's rain-wrapped. Think about it like wrapping a present for Christmas. Right? It's the same thing. Just in a different sense of things. Talking about a present, and we're not, and this is not a present, by the way, if we get a tornado, but that's what we'd basically be talking about. This rotation near Jewett, Texas, and Centerville, it's broadened out quite a bit. And I'm not super concerned about that one right now, but we'll keep a close eye on it. Got a lot of little storms developing near College Station right now, moving to the north. And we got a lot of storms still developing off this outflow boundary across Cameron and Madisonville near Grapeland. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on that activity. Got a large hailstorm going right through Palestine, Texas as well. Haven't had any official reports on the hail core, but there is definitely some hail with that storm right now. Probably around $1 to $1/2 sized hail moving north, or moving east, sorry, and east-northeast. Basically moving 90 degrees right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They've gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning for Palestine, Texas, and just west of Jacksonville. So if you are in this warning, again, seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. And this is a brand new tornado warning for Palestine, Texas. And that also includes Natchez and Wells Creek, Dean Wright, Jarvis, Herring, Mount Prairie, and Todd City. So again, new tornado warning here for those in southeast North Texas near Palestine. Seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building.
Slow down, freak out.
This is the tornado warning cell that's back down near Centerville. That is a lot of traffic there. I was just looking to see what they were looking at. That is a lot of traffic. So once again, if you're just tuning in, new tornado warning for Palestine, Texas. This goes until 5:30. So again, continue to stay in your safe place. That is a storm shelter or basement, away from windows, the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Once again, this could drop a tornado at any time as it does continue to move to the east-northeast. It'll be going towards Jacksonville, Texas over the next few minutes, which is an area that is in a spot where we're definitely going to get damaging winds, but also the potential for a tornado. In addition to that, by the way, they will probably issue another warning for this because of the CWA regions changing. So that right there, we'll probably get another warning on that, like a tornado warning for this particular storm here in just a few minutes near Jacksonville, Gallatin, and Rusk would be my assumption here, since we have a new one here for Palestine. Now, one near Centerville, again, that rotation has been crazy here. It's been still kind of on the broader side of things. We'll keep a close eye on it, but it's still broad rotation for the time being. That's, again, going east-northeast. Going to be going towards Grapeland, Crockett, and Latexo, Texas, down the road. Pretty rural areas between Centerville and Crockett, but Crockett and Grapeland a little bit more populated. So that'll be the next area in the track for that particular storm, as that continues to drive east-northeast at about 30 miles per hour. Where's everybody watching from, by the way, in the chat? Let me know in the chat where you guys all watching from today. Reflectivity south of Palestine is interesting. Well, yeah, we have a hail core here. That's really the main feature with this storm. We have had some rotation. It's kind of up in here. It's a pretty broad area of circulation. At one point, it was really strong, but it's broader right now. We definitely have a hail core, though, right over Palestine, Texas. Seeing a lot of Michigan. And I'm also seeing a lot of Texas. Minnesota, California, Sweden. Sweden. Canada. Canada hasn't had much or that many storms yet this year. Probably get more soon once it starts warming up there a bit more. Florida, West Virginia, United Kingdom. All right, there'll probably be a new tornado warning in a few minutes, is my guess, for Jacksonville and Rusk and Gallatin. I gotta pee. I'll be back in like 60 seconds. I'm gonna put it on Storm Chaser Media real quick. I'll be back in like 60 seconds. Be right back.
Trees, we do still have inflow going on up in here. Storm's not dying. It just might be.
Probably cycling for the
All right, I'm back. All right. They have not issued a new tornado warning for Jacksonville, Rusk, or Gallatin yet. We'll see if they do issue one. They do have a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible, but at this point, I don't know if they'll actually issue a warning. The rotation isn't super strong. It's like more of a damaging wind threat. I have some rotation kind of just to the east of Palestine. That might be something to watch for. I would have to say, though, more than anything, I do think damaging winds is really the primary concern here, as this continues to move east-northeast towards Jacksonville and Gallatin over the next few minutes. And then again, the storm near Centerville is kind of in a spot where it's, again, not doing fantastic. It's kind of been struggling here over the last little while, but I do think, you know, if we, you know, get a few storms down here to the south that become a bit more discreet, those could pose a threat for a tornado. I think we're still a little ways from that happening. The storms are all pretty much just beginning. They're, for the most part, kind of, you know, in their beginning stages. We do have storms developing back over in Oklahoma right now, and Connor Croft actually is in Oklahoma. So, I think he's still in Oklahoma. So, we'll have a perspective basically today in both Oklahoma and Texas for storm chasing. And again, we'll have 2 storm chasers in this live stream. We'll have 1 in Oklahoma. We'll have 1 in Texas. So we'll have 2 storm chasers for the first time ever today. It's going to be interesting because I've never had 2 storm chasers in a single live stream. So that'll be interesting. Have there been any reports, by the way, of like funnel clouds or anything in Palestine, Texas? I have not seen any. I'm going to try to look again. See if we can find any. The storm just looks... the problem is, you know, we don't have a radar site here, so it's pretty difficult to get a great grasp on what's happening here, but the radar coverage is quite literally terrible here in this part of Texas. There is definitely some rotation there near Palestine. And this is a little bit better view of it. I mean, it's not great. Just south of Natchez, and it's going to be approaching Jacksonville and Gallatin. But if there is a tornado, it would be on the east side now of Palestine. Going to be approaching Jacksonville, Gallatin, and Rusk, Texas here pretty soon. So we'll continue to watch this storm pretty closely as it continues to move that direction. And Storm Runner Media, once again, bottom right of your screen, they're on the other tornado warning that's back down near Centerville, Texas. They're just waiting for that storm right now. Jacksonville, Texas. Yes, you are in the track of this. Jacksonville, Texas is what I'm talking about. All right, we're going to zoom back out, and we'll stay here for the time being, and we'll just wait for the next radar scan. We were driving through Palestine when the warning popped. You guys see anything there? Or was it just mostly... It's mostly just wind. Wind and rain is really the main thing there right now. This storm, the Palestine storm right now is moving east-northeast at about 40 miles per hour. The southern tornado warning storm is probably going about 30 miles per hour to the east-northeast. Saw a funnel. There might have been a funnel cloud there. Unconfirmed funnel cloud there in Palestine a little while ago. This is the tornado watch, by the way. We do have a watch. It's just a tornado watch for those in East Texas, back into Southern Texas, east of San Antonio. So we do have a watch in effect right now. And that right there is the storm near Centerville right now, Texas. With Storm Runner Media.
Oh yeah, I'll chase it.
Yeah. More than like.
Pretty good view of that storm. This one has tried producing a tornado for a while. What about St. Louis? My main concern there is isolated damaging winds and hail. I'm not super concerned for Missouri. The threat was higher initially, and they dropped the threat down to marginal. It's a relatively low risk today.
View of it, I think.
All right, there is that storm.
View, huh,
That's in Centerville, Texas.
Or good sound.
Oh, okay. All right.
Excuse me, not view.
Sarcasm?
Gonna look at the latest radar scan and see if there's anything developing here.
Come on, storm.
Alright, here's the radar. We'll go back to radar real quick. So once again, we got rotation just to the southwest of Jacksonville. Again, it's going to be just northeast of Palestine. It's, again, we have horrendous radar coverage here in this part of Texas, but if there is a tornado, it will be located near Route 79. It'll probably travel right up Route 79 and eventually go into Jacksonville. So that's if there is a tornado. Again, we don't know if there is one. It's very hard to tell with this sort of radar coverage. With that said, obviously make sure that you're continuing to stay in your safe place. If you're in the pink polygon, that is where we do have a tornado warning. And then the other storm near Centerville still does have a chance to produce a tornado. The radar site that is to the west-southwest of this particular storm has shown over the last couple of scans some stronger rotation, but I'm not buying it a whole lot here. I would honestly have to say, like, we have another radar site up here that is showing, not super strong, but there's been like a little bit of rotation, just nothing crazy. So maybe a brief tornado threat still with this. It's near Interstate 45, north of Centerville, just south of Buffalo. So this still does have a chance to produce something. It's not super impressive. But we'll continue to watch it in case it does try to drop a tornado. And then once again, we got a lot of other storms firing up in Texas. None of them are severe at this point. The only two that are severe are these two. And then also, we have severe weather ramping up in Oklahoma. We have our first warning of the day near McAllister. We got a little special weather statement near Ardmore. So that area that just got hit by tornadoes yesterday is getting more storms today. And we also have strong storms near Tulsa right now. And the storm near Tulsa is strong, but not severe. So we'll watch that closely. I appreciate that, Charity. Thank you for the $9.99. I'm glad I'm your favorite channel. It's cool. Any information about Nebraska and Iowa tornadoes? I don't think so. I looked at the storm surveys for that area. We haven't had any updates there, but we did have an update on Oklahoma tornadoes from yesterday. The damage that was in Sulphur and Marietta, Oklahoma, those two tornadoes that were on the ground last night, those were both confirmed to be at least EF3 tornadoes. So the damage that happened there is at least EF3, which would be considered an intense tornado. But once again, we could have something that is higher than that. It just, again, they have not fully gotten through the survey, and I highly doubt we'll know the exact rating until at least a few days from now. It's going to probably take a few days. Same thing with the Iowa and Nebraska tornadoes. Those could take a few days to really sort those out. Is there hail coming to Jacksonville? I would expect at least around quarter-sized hail with these storms. I do think there will be hail to some extent there near Jacksonville. You got a hail core right here, northeast of Palestine. heading towards Route 69 and 175, and are going to be going right into the west side of Jacksonville in about 10 minutes or so. There was an EF3 tornado northeast of Omaha that was on the ground for about 17 miles. That was an EF3. That was confirmed. That's the only confirmation that we've really had that's anything above EF2 level in that area specifically.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Now we got a new tornado warning. This one's near Buffalo, west of Grapeland. So they're going to continue the warning on this one. That's near Buffalo, Interstate 45. That's the one that Storm Runner Media is on right now at the bottom right of your screen. Again, if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, as this storm will continue to move to the east, northeast, and northeast, producing the potential here for a tornado. Again, that'll be on track eventually for the Grapeland, and again, probably the Palestine area once again, as this storm's kind of going a bit more this direction now. It's starting to go more northeast. So if you're in Palestine, you're not done with severe weather. You still got more storms coming your direction, as we have another tornado warning here for Buffalo, Texas. Near 1511 Road, and Jewett is also included in this. I think that's it. I think those are the main towns here. And Flo, Texas. Those are the three main towns that are included in this new tornado warning. So once again, if you're in any of the pink polygons, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. All right. By the way, thank you, Catherine for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Or donation. Sorry, I appreciate that. Also, thank you, Holly, for the $5 super chat. Or donation. I keep saying super chat. It's a donation. Eastern Iowa going to see any action today. I'm not expecting much in Eastern Iowa. Again, I think the bulk of the activity today will be across Texas, Louisiana, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and maybe southern Missouri. There will be some isolated severe weather as far north as southern Iowa, as far to the east as like western and central Illinois, but the risk overall is going to be quite low.
Close.
Yeah, it does.
There looks like there might be a funnel cloud on the storm right here. This is the storm that's north of Centerville.
We may have a funnel cloud, guys.
There may be a funnel cloud there.
Yeah. These people need to stop. Just in case that we actually do. Yeah, dude, I can't tell. That's so.
That was
maybe a funnel cloud on the storm near Corinth.
Well, I mean, but
northeast of North Salem.
Look at the screen now.
Yeah.
That looks like a full-blown. Yeah, those rain curtains are really.
It's hard to tell. There's so much rain here.
Going right in front of us.
It's a heavily rain-wrapped area of rotation. At least from their perspective, it's rain-wrapped. Might not be rain-wrapped if you're on the east side.
David, are you looking at the right radar?
So there may have just been a funnel cloud there on the storm near Corinth, near North Salem, Midway, and Flo. Once again, this storm is moving east-northeast. These storms are all heading, for the most part, east-northeast, meaning, like, this direction. Like, this would be north, this would be east. It's kind of going, like, in between, but favoring east. That would go for pretty much any storm that we have right now. It has tried to go a little bit more northeast over the last little while, so there's a chance it turns more towards Palestine. New severe thunderstorm warning for Tulsa, by the way. That is for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So Tulsa is now under a warning for hail and wind. And they have just issued a tornado watch in Missouri, Arkansas, and Oklahoma until 11 p.m. So, again, new tornado watch just issued. That is for Oklahoma, Arkansas, and southwest Missouri. Near Joplin, Branson, Missouri, Fayetteville, Fort Smith, and Mena in western Arkansas. McAllister, Muskogee, Pryor Creek, and Grove in eastern Oklahoma. And a couple tornadoes are possible. Scattered hail up to ping pong ball size and scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. So it's not a super huge threat by any means. I mean, again, we're talking about relatively marginal to slight risks, but once again, a couple tornadoes will be possible. And I'll try to zoom out, and whenever that pops up, I'll show you guys once it pops up on here. Give you a better idea of where those areas are. Still have a broad circulation just southeast of Buffalo. Again, storm runner media may have just saw a funnel cloud on this storm a few minutes ago. So if there is a funnel cloud, it could drop a tornado, and that'd be moving towards 831 and 542 roads near Flow, Texas, just east of Jewett and just east of Buffalo now. And we still have a tornado warning for Palestine, Texas. I think this one will probably be let to expire because the rotation itself is definitely out of that area now. So at this point, if you're in Palestine, you're fine. But still stay weather aware because the storm to your southwest will eventually go into that direction and produce that threat for maybe an isolated tornado. The bare minimum, there will be some hail and wind with that storm. Once again, we do have some rotation here near Buffalo, Texas. It's been trying to tighten. Still struggling a little bit right now, but it's been trying. Still trying to produce a tornado here. Moving east-northeast. And if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in that safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. And storm runner media right now is driving right through the storm. Bottom right of your screen. Yes, there is a thunderstorm or a severe storm now for Tulsa. We'll quickly go up to that since we're not looking at anything new yet on that storm. We have a severe storm going into the east side of Tulsa. This is not really rotating at this point. Velocities are not tightening or anything like that. But this is just at this point, wind threat for those near Tulsa. So, not looking at a tornado threat right now for Tulsa. It's just wind and also some hail. And then also the storm north of McAllister is starting to rotate a little bit near Route 69. We'll have to watch that closely. There's a little bit of rotation there. And here's that tornado watch, by the way, that has been issued for Arkansas. Also, southwest Missouri will be added to this in a second. And then eastern parts of Oklahoma under a new tornado watch. So that is the area now included in that watch. And that watch, by the way, goes, I believe, until 11 tonight. Let me just double check. Yeah, it goes until 11 p.m. Central Time tonight for that new tornado watch. All right. Let's go back to the storm in Buffalo and check out the velocities. We'll have a new scan in just a moment. And that rotation was a little bit tight at one point. We may have had a funnel cloud over Interstate 45 where storm runner media was, but if not, it's close to dropping something. It's moving east-northeast and northeast. It's going to be approaching Route 79 near 831. This is probably going to be on track, honestly, to go towards Palestine again. So Palestine, I would still stay vigilant. This pocket of rotation is kind of on track for you if you're in Palestine, Texas. It's not really going in the direction of, like, the eastern side of this county near, the eastern side of Leon County is where this is. What I'm talking about. Also, we got a little hook forming on this storm near Centerville. Keep an eye on this storm near Centerville. It's a discrete cell that is formed. We got more storms firing up. We got one near College Station that also has a little hook shape to it. Not really seeing a whole lot of rotation on this, but it could develop into something. It's near College Station, Texas, with a little hook on that. Moving north-northeast. So we got some storms now beginning to mature and intensify. They could drop a tornado threat since these are a bit more discreet. And they would actually have a greater threat overall of producing that, but they would have to become discreet. Which this is the latest radar scan, 7 minutes old, but that rotation is right there near Chance's store, south of College Station. Just waiting for the next radar scan here. I'll wait for the next radar scan. Should be in here in a moment. But that would be a storm that I would be watching closely if you're back near Centerville. Here in downtown Portland, Oregon, we had a funnel cloud on Thursday. Did he really? In Portland? That's actually surprising. The West Coast does not see tornadoes or funnel clouds very often. Here's the full tornado watch for Missouri, Arkansas, and Oklahoma. So this corner also, once again, kind of already showed you. I just want to reiterate for those that might be just tuning in or you don't know where we're even talking about. This is a new tornado watch till 11 p.m. Again, includes Southwest Missouri, does not include Springfield. It does not include Joplin, really. It does include Bella Vista, Rogers, Springdale, Fayetteville in western Arkansas, Fort Smith, Alma, Boonville, Sallisaw, Stigler in Oklahoma, Muskogee, Henrietta, Colgate. Many areas that were just impacted by storms yesterday are also on track to be impacted again today. So it's once again going to be another busy day here in Oklahoma. Not nearly as busy as yesterday, just for reference, but it will be busy to the point where there will probably at least be a few warnings for damaging winds, hail, and perhaps even a couple of tornadoes. I don't know what's going on, but this radar site is not updated in 12 minutes. I'm not sure what's happening there. Some serious lightning, by the way, bottom right of your screen. That's on the storm that is, again, near Centerville. And then we might have to just rely on a different radar site. Very nasty here just west of Palestine. Is it still nasty? I don't know if it's really that bad right now. I mean, the worst of it just went through with all the lightning and the high winds. I don't know what's going on with this radar site to the west, but it's not updating. We're already in a really bad radar spot. And the fact that the radar has not updated on here is kind of concerning. Even my phone hasn't updated on this radar site. Oh, east? Oh, I gotcha. The east side's getting hit with wind and hail. I don't know. I feel like these winds are higher than 60, but it is warned right now for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Moving east-northeast. Rotation's been pretty broad on this for a while, and they do not have a new tornado warning for that area, just for reference.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So they have just canceled the tornado warning in Palestine, but they do have a new one now for Grapeland and north of Crockett, Texas. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and then in the interior room of your home or building. The storm again is moving east-northeast, going towards Grapeland, Latexo, and just north of Crockett. I don't know what is going on, but this radar site does not want to update. We're going to have to use this one, or at least the time being. So once again, we got a discrete cell that is kind of formed right here. That's probably why they issued a new warning here. And then we got this right here, which has been the one that Storm Chaser Media has been on for a while. That has been producing, some funnel clouds, some wall clouds. It produced one tornado at one point. So that's what we're looking at there. Lots of lightning, by the way, with all these storms. And you can see that on the radar. There's tons of lightning with these storms. There's your rotation. Right here. That's what we're talking about, going towards Grapeland, Texas. It's on this discrete cell that is fired up. And they'll be going towards Grapeland and on the north side of Crockett, near Latexo. So once again, if you're in either of these two pink polygons, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible. and in an interior room of your home or building. That is a storm shelter, a basement, a closet, or a bathroom. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We're going to be live here for the rest of this afternoon and more than likely into the evening, covering this severe weather threat across the central southern plains and even back into the western Midwest and much of the Mississippi Valley. Yeah, the Fort Worth radar site's updating. This one, for some reason, has just stopped updating. I don't know why. Not really sure why. This one is. So we're kind of in a pickle right now. That Buffalo rotation on this radar site that's over to the east is a bit broader, but again, we have really bad radar coverage, so it could technically be stronger rotation. We just don't have a great view of that. With that said, the rotation that's back over west of Crockett does look a bit more intense. That is going to be moving towards Grapeland, Texas, and the eastern side there of Leon County, Texas. So that's what we're currently looking at for the main threat. This radar site just now updated, but it's 9 minutes behind. So this was 9 minutes ago, apparently. If there's a tornado, it would be right in there. Radar's not updating, but that would be the area that we'd be looking at for strong rotation. And where there could be a tornado. And then this area too, same thing.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Well, here's your first tornado warning of the day for Oklahoma. Not including last night, and this is confirmed and on the ground in Oklahoma.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Yeah, this is a confirmed tornado in Oklahoma. This is near Canadian, Carlton Landing, Euphalia, near Crowder. This is confirmed by weather spotters. And the tornado will be located right down in here, right near Lake Euphalia. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. In an interior room of your home or building. It is just south of Chicota, south of Warner, southeast of Henrietta in Oklahoma. Again, this is right now moving northeast. So once again, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. Once again, this is a confirmed tornado that has been confirmed by weather spotters in the area, moving northeast. So you've got to take this seriously. You've got to go to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. This is a storm that could potentially be dangerous as it moves northeast. Porm Whitefield will be on the track of this over the next several minutes. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is in Oklahoma. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground. Hopefully this is not as strong as what we've had, yesterday, but it probably isn't. But, this particular storm does have a chance to produce some damage as it moves towards Carrollton Landing and Eufaula, Oklahoma. Which I don't see a CC drop on this on radar. But once again, it was confirmed by weather spotters, which have a better view of this storm. Looks like that tornado dropped right over Crowder by the looks of it. It was located over Crowder, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. So that's the confirmation there near Canadian and Crowder here in Oklahoma. Once again, this storm is moving to the northeast. And it's a relatively small storm, right? This is not the same massive storms that we had yesterday, but it is, again, still producing damage, and it's producing a tornado. If you're in a mobile home, you need to go to a sturdy structure. You cannot be in a mobile home in this sort of case. Anything's better than mobile home. They're just not safe. And this is near Eufaula and Carrollton Landing. It'll be approaching Highway 71 and Highway 9 over the next several minutes. Is there a cap over northwest Arkansas? I don't really know. I haven't looked at a sounding there. I can look real quick, but it's kind of irrelevant because you guys are not going to see storms until a little bit later anyways. Not really. You don't really have a cap there. There's not really a cap anywhere today in these areas. Most areas are cap free. This is the Tulsa radar view of this. And that gives you a better idea of the rotation here on radar. So those are the winds going away from the radar. Those are the winds going toward the radar. It doesn't look super impressive. I do think that if there is a tornado still on the ground, it's probably relatively small. I mean, in this particular environment. With that being said, again, continue to stay in your shelter spot in case this does grow in size or, is causing damage. Debris could reach your home well before the tornado gets to your location. That's why you always want to make sure if you're in the pink polygon that you are seeking shelter in Carrollton Landing in Eufaula, Oklahoma, and near Crowder and Canadian. Again, the tornado was confirmed by weather spotters right over Crowder. Storm's going right into Canadian and Carrollton Landing right now. And also, we still have tornado warnings down in Texas. The two that we have right now are back over near Centerville, sorry. Those storms we don't really have a great visual of, but I don't see any tight rotation right now with an imminent tornado threat, so we're going to stay on this radar site. Do you guys want me to add captions to live streams in the future? I had somebody ask me about that. The only problem is the streams just get more delayed if you add captions on a live stream. Like they're like 20 seconds behind. Like this stream right now is like 7 or 8 seconds behind, I think. Just curious. There's really that high of a demand for it. The reason why I've avoided doing it is because of the fact that we have, it basically put the stream delayed by even more. Which is not something I'd really want to do. Got a storm near Broken Bow, Oklahoma, and Tulsa, by the way, that is producing damaging winds. This is a newly developing storm. Got a little bit of hook shape on this, too. So I'll have to watch this closely near Broken Bow as it moves northeast over the next several minutes. That's again near Fair Oaks, Catoosa, and it's just on the east side of Tulsa for those storms. And they have just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Eufaula, Oklahoma, Carrollton Landing, as well as our Carrollton Landing. Is it Carrollton Landing or Carrollton? It might be Carrollton. Either way, Carrollton Landing, and then Eufaula, and then Canadian. Again, if you are in that severe thunderstorm warning, you should be staying away from windows. Damaging winds is the main concern there. And then once again, we do still have a confirmed tornado here that is in progress near Canadian. Moving northeast, going to be going towards Porham and Warner over the next several minutes. Again, this tornado was confirmed by weather spotters. We're not going to really have a view of this on radar. More than likely it was a brief tornado, but I would still be staying in your safe place because the rotation on radar is strong enough. Because if it were to redevelop, it could drop a tornado. So that'll be heading towards Warner, Porham, and going towards Interstate 40 eventually, just to the east of Henrietta. Have I tried Radar Omega keyboard shortcuts? I have. I forget to use them sometimes. I'm so used to just clicking things. I don't know what I just did. I did Shift F. I don't know what that does, but that just like refreshed everything. I've lived here my whole life and I've never seen a tornado. 37 years and never saw one. That's pretty crazy. But honestly, it's not something that's really super surprising though, because a lot of people, they do not see tornadoes in their lifetime. I mean, it's not like something that is that common. Obviously, it happens a lot, especially in the Great Plains. But even then, 2,000 tornadoes a year approximately in the United States. Out of all those tornadoes, a lot of them are short-lived and brief. There's a handful that are usually long-tracked and strong. We saw a bunch of those Friday and Saturday, so it's not something that is extraordinarily common. People think it's something that you should always see, especially if you're in Oklahoma, but you don't technically always see something like that. Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate it. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is a storm that has been producing a tornado, confirmed by weather spotters. We do still have tornado warnings in Texas. That is near Centerville. But at this current time, nothing confirmed on those storms. But we do have a hook gecko developing on one of them that has become concerning. I am going to actually drop quickly down to that. We could have a tornado dropping right now in Texas. Strong pocket of rotation. Hook gecko is developed here south of Palestine, northwest of Crockett. Got a very clear hook gecko on this, and this will be your rotation. So this, if it does intensify, it could produce a tornado as it continues to move to the east-northeast. This is a discrete cell that's going to kind of merge with these other storms, but that has a pretty clean hook gecko right here in Texas. Other spotters confirming that there's more lightning in the Tulsa area. The one near Broken Bow, this is the latest scan. I don't think it's not really rotating, but it is producing damaging winds, and it's producing a pretty good amount of lightning too. These are newly developing storms here near Tulsa, so we'll have to watch those closely. And once again, this is our confirmed tornado by weather spotters that is currently located over Canadian Oklahoma, moving towards Eufaula and Carlton Landing. Again, we don't have anything clear on radar that this is still on the ground, but it is, as of now, still by the National Weather Service, a observed tornado. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. What about Broken Bow? What about it? Or Broken Arrow? Broken Arrow? Oh, sorry. Wait, what? I'm so confused. Broken Bow? Broken Bow or Broken Arrow? Did I... They're the same thing. Sorry, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. My bad. Sorry, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, not Broken Bow. My apologies. Bow and arrow, they kind of go together, you know? Pronunciations and also getting the right town name is has been a struggle here this weekend. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Again, that rotation is going to be approaching Carlton Landing and Eufaula, Oklahoma. We'll be going towards Porham and south of Checotah, Oklahoma. I'm guessing that pronunciation is not right, but if it is, that's shocking. I'm not sure if this tornado is still on the ground. I'm going to try to see if we have any recent reports on it. Apparently, by the way, the Elba, Nebraska tornado has been confirmed as a low EF3 tornado from Friday. And then the second tornado near Wolbach, Nebraska, that was a high-end EF2. And once again, what we are talking about right now, though, is the tornado that is on the ground just northeast of Crowder. This is moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So once again, if you are in the Texana or Eufaula areas of Oklahoma, you need to continue to stay in your safe place. I know Oklahoma's been ravaged by a ton of tornadoes recently. The hope is that this isn't a super strong tornado if it is still on the ground. I kind of doubt it is, but obviously you still want to take this very seriously. And stay away from windows on the lowest floor possible, as this will continue to move northeast over the next several minutes. Also, the tornado that was spotted, I am retweeting a video of it on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. So if you want to see the video of the tornado, it was a pretty decent shaped cone tornado that developed here. Not too long ago. So there was a pretty solid shot there of the tornado. Again, the video's on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. Yeah, this was definitely a little cone tornado that developed down there near Crowder. From visual, at least, that's what was visually confirmed there, just northeast in Crowder, and now it's moving northeast. So now it's over Lake Eufaula. It's about to be moving into Carlton Landing, and eventually the south side of Eufaula will be in the track of this. Canadian Fork, Oklahoma, also in the track of this. So again, continue to stay in your shelter spot. That's a storm shelter, a basement, a closet, or a bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, as this storm will continue to move to the northeast over the next several minutes. Here's that tornado report, by the way. It's actually confirmed by emergency management, but the video that I saw on Twitter was also, very, very clear as day that there was a tornado here. And there might still be one, by the way. Once again, this is moving northeast. It'll be approaching Porham and Warner over the next several minutes. This is still a confirmed tornado, so this is still on the ground right now near Canadian and Carleton Landing, moving northeast, going towards Eufaula. Latest warning update still has this as a confirmed tornado. 3 miles to the northeast of Arrowhead State Park, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. So as of 1 minute ago, this is still confirmed by weather spotters in the area. So that tornado is going to be going right through Carleton Landing right now, Oklahoma. It's next going to be in track for Eufaula, and then it'll eventually be going towards Porham and Warner. Those are long-term tracks, but those areas will also be in the track of this here relatively soon as this continues to track northeast. So once again, this is still a tornado that is on the ground moving northeast. That tornado will be right about there where that circle is. It's a little small supercell. It's not huge, but, the tornado itself was actually quite large. For how large this storm is, which is not very large. The storm is pretty small. How long do tornado touchdowns usually last? Some can last a minute, some can last 5 seconds, some can last an hour. I mean, it varies a lot. Majority of them last no longer than 5 or 10 minutes, but, some of them can go long. I don't think this storm will be long-tracked, but it is discrete, so, we can't rule out that possibility as it moves northeast. There's nothing really blocking it at this point down the road, because we don't really have a whole lot of storms other than this that are in the vicinity of this particular cell. And Broken Arrow right now is getting a pretty significant wind threat here. Pretty good hail as well. This storm now near Broken Arrow has been upgraded to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So just east of Tulsa, near Enola, Onetta, Fair Oaks, Catoosa, and Broken Arrow, there's now damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. Once again, this is moving east-northeast right now, so continue to stay in your safe place away from windows as this storm moves east-northeast, because there could be flying trampolines, there could be falling trees, all that stuff is in play with that sort of storm, producing that type of damaging winds. Quick update on the tornado warning in Texas. We still have strong rotation here. This, again, could drop a tornado at any time as it goes towards Grapeland, Texas, northwest of Crockett. And we have a poor radar coverage here, but that is also a storm that we're watching for the potential for a tornado. Continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're in that warning. All right, we'll stay on this radar site. Once again, if you are just tuning in, we have a tornado on the ground that has been confirmed by weather spotters. We have video on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX that you can check out. This tornado is, as of now, still in progress. It is going to be approaching Carleton Landing in Eufaula, Oklahoma. So again, if you are just tuning in, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And once again, it's a cone-shaped tornado that has dropped in this area. The photographic evidence of it was about 19 minutes ago, but it could still technically be on the ground here. It's just, that they did update the warning 5 minutes ago that this is still a confirmed tornado. So continue to treat it as if this tornado is still on the ground as it continues to move to the northeast over the next several minutes. Again, this is in Pittsburgh County in Oklahoma. Apparently Connor's missing this. Connor posted on Twitter and said he's missing this because his Walmart took 3 hours to change his tire. That is wild. We do currently have 9 severe thunderstorm warnings. We have 3 tornado warnings. The one storm that's back over in Texas near Centerville is the one of that storm has 2 tornado warnings for pretty much the same area. This storm again is the one that's confirmed and on the ground still, just south of Warner, Oklahoma, near Eufaula, Oklahoma. It's moving northeast towards Porham. If there is still a tornado on the ground, it's over Carlton Landing, which would be impacting a relatively populated area here south of Interstate 40. It's going towards Canadian Fork, Highway 9 Landing, and the south and east side there of Eufaula will be in the track of this as well. So once again, if you're in the pink polygon, continue to stay in that storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. I'll have a new radar scan in just a minute. What about Eufaula Lake? This particular tornado, if it's still on the ground, it's off to the north of the lake. Unless you're kind of on this northern side near Canadian. If you're on like the southern side of the lake or western side of the lake, you're out of the warning now. So that would no longer include you if you're in those couple of areas. How big or wide is the tornado on the ground? It's hard to tell in real time, and even on by radar, it's hard to tell. From the photos I've seen and the video I saw of this tornado on Twitter, which again, if you want to see those for yourself, it's at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter. I've retweeted that stuff, but I mean, it's a cone shape. It's just like a little cone. So it's hard to give a size though. And also it could even intensify and become larger. It could also shrink and turn to nothing. It's really something you cannot determine in real time a lot of the time, unless you have somebody literally on the tornado at all times, which again it can be hard to figure that out. Now here's the latest radar scan. We have not seen anything definitive by radar or anything convincing that there's still a tornado here, but obviously this has been confirmed by storm spotters, and it's been confirmed multiple times without any sort of radar confirmation. So by the sounds of it, there is still at least a funnel cloud here. If there's not a tornado, that'll be moving northeast towards Porham, Warner, Oklahoma, and then Porham. Those areas are not in the tornado warning, but you should stay vigilant because this will be in your neck of the woods within the next half an hour. We also have a bunch of storms forming near Muskogee. These storms in particular are, for the most part, producing damaging winds and isolated hail. There is a tornado possible label on this activity, so we'll watch that tornado threat closely in case anything develops there. Back over near Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, we do have some storms here that are also producing damaging winds up as high as 70 miles per hour. So make sure that you are staying in your safe place and away from windows if you are east of Broken Arrow, where there is the threat for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. We also have another severe storm in southeast Oklahoma that also has a tornado possible label, which is, it's a lower sort of tornado warning basically. Doesn't mean you have to seek shelter. It just means, there's enough rotation, but it's not enough for a warning. And then west of Grapeland, Texas, we've had strong rotation here for quite some time. Problem is we have a hail core, so that could be playing a factor into the overall view of this storm, but I would still stay in your safe place if you're down here in Texas near Grapeland, where there could be the potential for a tornado, as that activity continues to move eastbound into Grapeland, Texas. That's another view of that rotation. Well, there is some rotation there, just, again, it's hard to tell. We don't have a great view of that storm by radar because of all the, the radar hole that we have in this area of Texas. And once again, we do have potentially still a tornado on the ground, if not at least a funnel cloud or a lowering near Eufaula, Oklahoma, near Carlton Landing, just south of Interstate 40 and southwest of Warner. Again, continue to stay in your shelter spot, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this warning, as it will continue to move to the northeast towards Porham over the next several minutes, as well as Warner. Yeah, nothing is happening in Ohio. Also, storm runner media right now is heading towards Grapeland, Texas, which is where we currently do have a strong couplet of rotation. And then right now, again, what we're looking at is the tornado that is on the ground near Carlton Landing and Eufaula. This will be moving northeast, going towards Interstate 40 over the next few minutes, and eventually going towards Porham. So once again, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building as this storm does continue to track to the northeast over the next few minutes. I'm going to see if we have any other reports on this storm right now. Still confirmed for the time being. This activity, this storm activity that we're looking at right now is still hours out from Joplin. I mean, anywhere near Joplin, there's nothing to be concerned about right now. Just stay weather aware, because most of these storms are still, over an hour out. It's going to take a while for any of this activity to get near you. Anywhere in southwest Missouri at this point. I would be watching, though, this activity right here that's north of Hulbert, Oklahoma. Doing a little bit of rotation there. Actually, got a couple spots. We actually might have a few. Let me try to line these up. I have 3 different spots here, but let me confirm. Yeah, we have 3 different areas of rotation right now, north of Hulbert in Oklahoma. That is impressive. This is all moving northeast right now, going towards Kansas and Route 412. So, that's interesting. Also, this is the tornado from earlier in Crowder near Pittsburgh County from Derek James. Also from McAllister News Capital. This is the tornado that happened earlier. There. This literally just happened moments ago. That's the rotation in the clouds right here. So you got that spin. An eventual lowering here. And that's your tornado right there. You can see the debris already being lifted up before it gets to the ground. That right there is the tornado that dropped. And again, it was a cone-shaped tornado. Pretty impressive. That's from, again, Derek James and McAllister News Capital on Twitter. That happened again not long ago. That was on the storm once again back over west of Fort Smith near Eufaula. It initially made ground contact near Crowder and then moved it northeast. And reportedly, this is still on the ground as of about 15 minutes ago. There hasn't been a new warning update recently, but if it is still on the ground, it would be right over Carlton Landing. Moving northeast right now. So, that was the tornado that happened there. How long has this been on the ground? I mean, really, I would say probably about 10 minutes, 15 minutes. It may have been, but I mean, at this point, since this report happened, it's been going on for 25 minutes. It's just, I don't know if this is really still on the ground. It's hard to tell by radar because we haven't had any sort of confirmation here. But if it is still on the ground, it's going to be on the southeast side of Eufaula. Well, another activity area that I'm getting a little bit more concerned about is this activity to the east of Wagner. We got lots of areas of tightening rotation right now over in here. North of Hulbert. At least the one near Gibson is definite rotation. So we got some rotation developing here near Fort Gibson Lake, just east of Wagner. That would be definitely a couplet to watch for. Broader circulation northeast of Holbert. So we got a few different areas of rotation right now that are developing there. And those could definitely go tornado warning at any time. All right, this tornado warning was just updated. It has now been downgraded to radar indicated. So this is no longer confirmed and on the ground at this point. And this is right now moving northeast, going to be going towards Warner, Interstate 40, and Porham. But that has now been downgraded to radar indicated. I'm going to zoom out a little bit so we have a better view of everything that's happening here in Oklahoma. Once again, the other storm that we'll have to watch is north of Muskogee. That one has been rotating as well, with some rotation there as well. So we'll have to watch that closely. How's Fort Smith looking tonight? I think most areas in this tornado watch will mostly see damaging winds and some hail, but definitely a tornado risk will exist. It's probably going to be pretty isolated in nature. Most of these tornadoes should be on the brief and weak side comparatively to what we had yesterday. With that said, a tornado is a tornado. I mean, it can still cause damage and send things flying, so obviously you want to make sure that you are, you know, staying very vigilant, at least, across this area. Same thing with Texas, too. This is an unwarned strong area of rotation near Holbert, Oklahoma. We're watching the storm pretty closely as it moves to the northeast. Definitely a little concerning there. We'll have a new radar scan in probably a couple minutes, but that area of rotation has been developing. So definitely make sure that you're staying in a safe place if you're down that direction, as that storm is trying to intensify and drop a tornado up over north of Holbert, Oklahoma. Also, we'll have Connor Croft with us in a few minutes, live storm chasing with us in just a few minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We've been talking about the storm for a few minutes. There's now a new tornado warning. It's going to be east of Wagner, Oklahoma. This is a tightening area of rotation. So if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We actually got 2 areas of rotation right now on this storm, moving northeast, just north of Holbert. Yeah, if you're in this warning, seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Kind of figured there'd be a warning at some point on this, and now they've officially issued one for this storm. So, not surprising by any means. Continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And an interior room of your home or building. This is for Peggs and Moody, Oklahoma, or Moody's, Oklahoma, until 6:45 p.m. Those are the 2 areas that have been added to this warning, with 2 strong areas of rotation developing, and they could drop tornadoes at any time as they continue to move northeast. Yeah, I don't know how many people are in this warning. Let me check. This includes a population of 6,800, so definitely a little bit more of a rural area here of Oklahoma. The one that's to the south of this that was confirmed a little while ago, it's back to radar indicated, the Texana one. That one is a population of 5,000. And Texana is only the area that's in that warning. Yes, Tucker. Here's the latest velocity scan. We still got 2 couplets here of rotation moving northeast. Going towards Highway 82. Moody's is in track of this. and Peggs, Oklahoma. Those 2 locations are in the track of this storm. In eastern Oklahoma is where we're at right now. Once again, continue to stay in your shelter spot. That's a storm shelter, basement, closet, bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. In an interior room of your home or building and away from windows. As this storm will continue to move northeast over the next several minutes. Yes, I know Connor's live. I can't pull him up yet. He's doesn't have anything on his screen yet. I don't know how we're going to even do that. I don't know how we do 2 storm chasers at once on this. I didn't have it set up, and I've never done it before. We've got to set up overlays that support that in the future. We also might just go back and forth between the 2. Yeah, either one of these could drop a tornado. That rotation's been intensifying for the last few minutes. This is south of Locust Grove, by the way. This area, by the way, was just under a tornado warning last night, for the record. So. And I think this radar just updated. Nope, not yet. Never mind. I'll have a new radar scan in a second. Here's the latest scan. Let's check CC. Yeah, we don't have any CC drop in either one of these storms, which means that we don't have radar confirming any debris being lifted up into the atmosphere quite yet on either pocket of rotation here, but those are still 2 strong pockets of rotation that are moving northeast right now. So once again, if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building, and again, away from windows. Connor Croft is on his way in Oklahoma up to McAllister. So we'll pull him up once he gets a little bit closer. Yeah, I could technically go to the... Just hard. After the severe weather event's all done, we're going to do a big revamp on all of our overlays so they're easier to transition to, and that way we actually have the ability to have multiple live cams at the same time, because we have an issue with that right now. A lot of technical difficulties with that sort of stuff. So we'll probably just swap back and forth. It's hard to put them both up at once. Once again, these are 2 stronger pockets of rotation in eastern Oklahoma, north of Holbert, south of Locust Grove. This is from Moody's and Peggs, Oklahoma. So once again, if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. That is a storm shelter, basement, or closet, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And the red and green, whenever those connect a lot more, that means that we have strong rotation, and they are connecting pretty close together. So this is at least moderately strong rotation moving northeast, which means that either of these could drop a tornado at any time. I'll zoom out real quickly and just see if we have anything else rotating here. Tornado warning still ongoing west of Porham and east of Eufaula, Oklahoma for another few minutes. That storm did produce a tornado at one point. And then we still have the tornado warning in Texas, which that rotation doesn't look nearly as impressive. Another area of rotation, it looks like near Midway, Texas. So that will also be something to watch for. And then also near College Station, we have an area of rotation developing there. So just northeast of College Station, another pocket of rotation down that direction. So we got a few storms that are rotating. But we're going to probably focus on this storm for the time being until anything like that starts to really ramp up. Emerson, that storm's going to be there in a few minutes. Nothing confirmed on that storm. Rotation's a bit broader. But again, we have a massive radar hole there, so it's hard to tell. But I'd be more concerned about the damaging wind threat there in Grapeland. Oklahoma getting hit again. Yeah, this event today is more on the east side of the state, not like the west or central side. So most of the activity right now is being focused in this area. Which, at least areas back over to the west and central areas get a break. But, I mean, the west side of Oklahoma didn't really get much yesterday. And even the central part of the state, it was kind of hit or miss depending on where you were. If you're on the southern side, it was much more active. If you're on the northern side, it was active, but didn't really have a whole lot of tornadoes there. So it was just, it varied really on where you were yesterday in Oklahoma. Trampolines go flying. Yes, today is Suspicious Storm Sunday. It's not flying, it's not tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday, but there are still flying trampolines possible today. All right. I'm going to attempt to put both storm chasers up on here real quick while we're in between radar scans. It might be a little bit of a struggle. Maybe we can do it. I don't know. We're about to find out. Let's see, I'm trying to figure this out.
Yeah, we got four good wheels now.
Once again, if you're just tuning in, we are currently in Oklahoma, eastern side of Oklahoma.
We got four good wheels on our vehicle.
With two different couplets.
Like I said, I'm gonna try and get us something. I hope we didn't miss the only tornado of the day.
And while that's happening, I'm trying to
really hope we didn't miss it. It's already 6 o'clock.
At the same time, it's kind of hard to do that, but we're trying. All right, that's probably the best I'm gonna do for right now.
But as much as I'm gonna rip on Walmart for taking 3 hours, shout out to Walmart who was able to get us back on the road on a Sunday at least. So.
Well, that's exciting. I apologize. I didn't know Connor's audio was on. That's another reason why we do not do this stuff on stream, because things like that happen. All right. Well, that's Connor. All right, we should be good now. For at least the time being. My apologies, guys. This is why we don't do things on live streams that are technical. But Connor right now, he's south of this storm. He is back down in... Oh, actually, no, where he is. He's on the southern tornado-warned cell back over near Eufaula. And we have another storm developing just to the west of that one, which could go tornadic at some point, near Indianola. It's this storm right here north of Indianola. So that right there, moving north-northeast towards Stidham. That one's beginning to develop. That could also go tornadic. Connor might actually go for that one there, as that continues to develop and moves off to the north-northeast here in Oklahoma. And then once again, we do have rotation on this storm near Hulbert, Oklahoma. This rotation's been broadening out. We don't have really a whole lot of circulation here yet, or left, I should say. So this warning may just end up canceled because the rotation is weakened very quickly. It's pretty disorganized as well. So this particular storm definitely weakening right now as it moves to the northeast. But obviously, again, if it does try to re-intensify, we'll keep a close eye on that as it continues to move off to the northeast. And then we still have a tornado warning for Grapeland, Texas. It goes for 6 more minutes. Overall, that storm hasn't really shown a whole lot of a impressive look at, rotation for a little while now. This storm I'm a bit concerned about, though. This one's northeast of College Station, Texas. We have a hook echo, and we also have a pretty large, broad area of circulation there. So this storm will have to be watched as it moves to the north-northeast towards Madisonville, Texas. So be very vigilant if you are in this area, because that storm could get a little bit nasty here as it continues to move north-northeast in an environment where there could be a tornado, especially with those discrete cells that are firing off right now. And the storms, by the way, in Tulsa have now left, so we no longer have storms there. Any tornadoes today? We've already had 1, 2, we've had 3 confirmed so far today. We had 2 in Texas and then 1 in Oklahoma. All of them more than likely were on the brief side of things. is the presumption. And that's the hope. Hopefully they're brief. The one that was back over near Lake Eufaula, though, was on the ground probably at least for a few minutes. That one looked a bit more impressive on radar.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a new tornado warning. This is for Grapeland in Texas. So they've gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning on this. So if you're in Grapeland, Texas, near like Texo, north of Crockett, make sure that you are seeking shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is once again another tornado warning for this area that has been under a tornado warning for quite a while, and it's going to continue. So again, if you're in this warning, stay in your shelter spot away from windows and on the lowest floor possible interior room of your home or building. The storm again will continue to move to the east-northeast over the next several minutes. And definitely has rotation, so we'll have to watch this storm very closely as it continues to track that direction. We still got our warnings back up in eastern Oklahoma right now, so these are the two tornado warnings. The one that is back south of Interstate 40 doesn't look too crazy anymore. We do have a storm, though, just west of that one that could go tornadic, so we're going to watch this one very closely. Connor Croft is approaching that storm, so we will probably have him here in a little bit. Which he's on the right side of your screen, but we'll probably go a little bit more full cam to him at some point. Why are most not chasing today? Most people aren't chasing because, well, one, it's been a long 3 days. Two, the risk of severe weather dropped. It was not as high as it was this morning. They initially had a 10% hatched tornado risk, and that is no longer, it no longer exists. With that said, I do think that we'll probably at least get a few brief tornadoes in this area, but I don't think it's enough to warrant like a 10% or even a 5% really. I don't think it would be enough for that. But this area is where the greatest threat is, where we have a line of storms, and we have discrete cells that are forming and moving south to north. Which we've already had a couple of tornadoes confirmed down there. So, for the record, that area has definitely been, pretty busy already. And it'll continue to get busy over the next little while. But yeah, this tornado warning south of Warner, that's probably not going to be continued. This storm could continue to the west of Eufaula. So, or that one could get issued, I should say. West of Eufaula, so we'll have to watch that one closely. And by the way, this is the storm near Grapeland right now, Texas. That base there you can see in the middle of your screen. That storm's trying to produce a tornado near Grapeland. Radar doesn't really show us a lot, so overall having a storm chaser is really the most helpful thing for that storm. Might see something after he gets over this hill here. See that base in front? This is where we could have a tornado. Yeah, last night we had an EF3 tornado at least in Sulphur and also in Marietta, Oklahoma. We have a new tornado warning
has been issued.
I believe that's in Texas. Yep. New tornado warning in Texas. This is south of Palestine, southwest. It's going to include Crockett. So if you're in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is moving east towards Lovelady and Crockett, Texas. And that's a better look at your rotation there. So this is your rotation. It's going to be just north of Midway. It's moving towards Crockett and Lovelady. And if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That's the view of the storm right now near Grapeland, Texas. Which, that's a pretty impressive view right now of that storm. And that tornado, if there is one, it's going to be on the right middle. Which we'll go back to him once he has signal. But that particular area there could get interesting, because we do have rotation still there, and he has a pretty solid view out in front of that storm. And then we have a whole cluster of storms heading towards Shreveport right now, by the way. Tornado possible is on this area of storms, with damaging winds up to 70 being a possibility. Tornado warning has just been canceled or expired back over west of Fort Smith, so that's no longer ongoing. That's the one that was just south of Interstate 40 near Eufaula. So we're back down to 3 tornado warnings, and we also have 12 severe thunderstorm warnings still in effect. We still have a tornado warning east of Tulsa. I mentioned this before, but that rotation's really kind of died out at this point. It could obviously intensify as it continues to move northeast, but it's at a weak point, so not super concerned about that right now. Not really much over near Colcord or Siloam Springs, mostly damaging winds. And then the tornado warnings that we have now, for the most part, are in Texas. That obviously could change at any point. This is again a live shot there of the storm near Grapeland, Texas, where we have a pretty solid view there of the cloud base, and that storm again has some, pretty decent rotation, at least on radar. But the problem is we're just so far away from radar sites, we don't have a great view of those storms. But maybe once the trees get out of the way, if they do, we might see something on the right. See, right on that leading edge of the storm.
It might be rebooting after it. Okay, now it says online, so it's a phone issue.
Yeah, Stormwater Media, the audio's supposed to be playing on this whenever we go full cam like this. The audio's not supposed to be playing, though, when we're on the other thing.
Yeah, I'm getting a false positive here.
Alright, there's a lot of trees here. I don't know if we're going to be able to see anything. We'll go back to them if we end up seeing anything there. It's hard to see anything because of the fact of all those trees being in the way. But once again, these are the 2 tornado warnings in Texas near Crockett and Grapeland, and moving east-northeast, south of Palestine, Texas. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in either of those 2 tornado warnings. And we got the storm that is back over west of Eufaula that Connor, I believe, is approaching on the right side of your screen. So that one could get interesting as that moves to the northeast over the next several minutes towards Interstate 40. Yeah, I think this tornado warning will probably be canceled. Unless we get some rotation developing on this again, maybe near Highway 82, but that rotation's weakened out quite a bit here, near Locust Grove, Oklahoma. Not really seeing much on that. By the way, this is Connor Croft on the storm that is just to the south of Interstate 40 in Oklahoma. He's approaching the storm west of Eufaula. And there it is. That sun is shining through the clouds right there. All right, let's go back down to Texas real quick. We got multiple storms in Texas right now. A lot of these are rotating. The rotation that is nearing south side of Madisonville has, I believe this is tightened. This is a strong couplet of rotation here. Just south of Madisonville, we got a strong couplet of rotation. That could be a tornado. That is south of Madisonville. It is near Highway 90. And if you're in this warning, definitely seek shelter. That is a tight area of rotation right now. This is not even tornado warned. It's strong couplet of rotation, though. I don't know if we can verify this from the other radar site. I don't think we can. No, we can't. So that's our best view of it. That's again a strong area of rotation just south of Madisonville. Could be a tornado. It's right embedded in that little hook that we have near 1696 and Highway 90. That's Madisonville, Texas. Not a tornado warned cell, but it is a strong couplet of rotation moving north-northeast. Don't have a CC drop, but granted, we are a little further away from the radar site. Just northeast of College Station, by the way. Not far from it. Next radar scan should be coming in here now. We'll see what the velocities look like on this next scan. Hey, Max, working overtime with these storms? We've been live for a total of 30 hours in the last 3.5 days. Today's will probably at least be a 6-hour stream, is my guess. At this rate. We don't have a clear CC, but that, I mean, again, that rotation is strong enough where we could get at a tornado with that. They do have a tornado possible label, but they still don't have a tornado warning on this particular storm. The storm near Crockett, Texas has just been upgraded to tennis ball sized hail. So this storm has just been upgraded substantially to tennis ball sized hail near Love Lady. Not baseball, but tennis ball sized hail. Pretty close to baseball. Close enough to baseball sized hail. But again, tennis ball sized hail now on the storm near Crockett, Texas. Stay away from windows if you're in this warning. That is some significant hail. Huge hail core right now, just east of Centerville and west of Crockett. Moving eastbound. I need that storm to chill out. Yeah, I feel bad. If anybody's in Crockett, stay away from windows. You're already under a tornado warning, and now you're under a tennis ball sized hailstorm. Again, both these storms are radar indicated rotation, but tennis ball sized hail, it's pretty big.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we're going to go to Connor probably in a second. We do have a tornado warning now in the storm that Connor's on. Seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building if you're in this warning. The storm could produce a tornado. We got 2 storm chasers in tornado warnings, but we're going to have to go to Connor here. He has a view of the storm. I'm going to try to pull him up. We're going to do a little switcheroo here.
Boom, baby! I think we just got a tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning that was just issued. I'm trying to find where that is. Unless it just glitched. I don't see a new tornado warning on the map, but apparently we got another warning.
Way to get on the other side.
Oh, that's the College Station one. Brand new tornado warning on that Madisonville storm. I don't understand this.
Let's go!
This is the tornado warning that is near Madisonville. So again, just south of Madisonville, if you're in this warning and you've got to seek shelter. I don't know why this is so tiny. It has to be a glitch or something, but if you're in Madisonville, you should seek shelter. We've had strong rotation here for several minutes. There could be a tornado on the ground, so seek shelter if you're in this warning. That is in Grimes County and Madison County, Texas. Moving northbound, Madisonville, you should be in that in your safe place. That's a weird warning. It's very tiny for what it is. That rotation's not even in the warning anymore. So, yeah, again, if you're in Madisonville, just seek shelter. And once again, we are watching this new tornado warning in Oklahoma near Eufaula. This one has been rotating for a few minutes now. Again, Connor's approaching it pretty quickly. It is radar indicated rotation. So we'll go back full cam to him in here in just a second. We'll have him on the right side of your screen at least at the bare minimum as that storm continues to ramp up. So some weird things happening with that warning down to the south. I don't know what was going on there, but... And if you're in Eufaula, Carlton Landing, Oklahoma, you need to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. We should have a view of this storm here in just a minute or two, once Connor is a little bit closer. Again, this right now is moving east-northeast, just to the south of Interstate 40. Rotation on radar doesn't look super impressive near Vivian and Carter's Corner, but again, we had a storm like this on radar that did the same exact thing where the rotation didn't look impressive on radar, and it ended up dropping a cone tornado earlier in the same sort of area here near Eufaula. So This storm, I would, not rule out does something similar like that. Cannot be ruled out with a storm like this. How's Tulsa looking? Tulsa's clearing out. I think Tulsa, you're done. That rotation's trying to spin again back south of Locust Grove, Oklahoma. So that rotation once again is trying to make a run at it. It was a little bit stronger earlier, and now it's rotating a little bit. It's still relatively broad, but that could try to drop a tornado as it moves northeast, going toward Route 412 in Kansas. Yeah, that's moving northeast right now. This is a storm right now just west of Eufaula that's trying to drop a tornado. Could get a view of that here in a few minutes once Connor's closer. All right, here's Connor's view of this. That's the storm right there that's trying to drop a tornado.
Just a huge raggedy wall cloud. Oh my gosh, perfect.
That right there is where we're looking for the potential for a tornado.
It is what it is.
I'm gonna stay on Connor for a second. I'll be right back. I need to go pee.
All the way off and even face the direction of the storm here. Couldn't ask for a better. Wow, there we go. This thing drops. We're gonna see it. This thing drops, we are gonna see it. No doubt about that. Big raggedy wall cloud. Trying to see if there's any more concentrated areas of rotation. I don't see them. But definitely rotating on radar. Wow, what a vantage point. In the freaking mountains. Look at that thing. Again, I don't see any real
all right, Connor's on the storm.
Focalized points of rotation in there right now.
Near Eufaula. It looks pretty sketchy. This is near Eufaula, Oklahoma. That is a Scud base. It's really all Scud clouds right now. You don't even see really any rotation yet. But if something organizes, we again could get a tornado here. Bottom right of your screen is what it looks like near Eufaula.
Radar indicated.
And for a reminder, we have 4 other tornado warnings. We got 3 in Texas. We got a strong couplet of rotation that is near Madisonville, Texas. You need to seek shelter if you're in that warning.
You're just tuning in. Tornado warning storm. We're on it.
And then
we're on it.
Grapeland also has some strong rotation, so we got a lot of different storms. So this one is near Eufaula, Oklahoma. And it could drop a tornado at any time.
The area of most motion that I see is right over here, but it's behind the mountain. It's behind the mountain, so I can't see what's going on below.
Since when is there a mountain in Oklahoma?
I'm gonna go a little bit further down the highway, maybe, so we can see.
That was Connor loud enough.
I want to be able to see under there, because that's the area.
Just need to make sure, because I keep playing around with the audio.
Interest. It's right there. Can't see what's going on under that.
Sketchy Scud. Yeah, that's literally what this is. Sketchy Scud clouds.
More trees down the road, though, so I'm not sure about viewing.
Oh yeah, it's a hill. Here. Okay, sorry. It was a little bit dramatic with the mountain, but it's a hill.
I think that's the area.
Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is the tornado warned cell in Eufaula, Oklahoma. I honestly, I don't know if I've seen that much Scud in my life. That's a lot of Scud on that storm.
But okay, looks like it's coming across.
There's a lot of Scud clouds.
See underneath it.
A new tornado warning has been
You can
issued.
sort of see underneath that. It doesn't look like there's anything there. That's the area, though. That's definitely the area.
We're gonna go back to Connor in a second. I do want to update you on a couple storms because we're getting a bunch of warnings. We have another tornado warning near Madisonville. Strong couplet of rotation southwest of Madisonville. That could drop a tornado at any time. If it hasn't already, it could very easily drop a tornado. That is a strong area of rotation just south of Madisonville, moving northeast towards Interstate 45. Again, if you're in this warning, gotta seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible. That is heading right towards Madisonville, Texas. Near Crockett, we also have an area of rotation that is going to be still to your west. It's broad, but it'll be moving towards Cooper and then eventually towards Crockett, Texas. We also have a storm near Grapeland that is also producing rotation. That one's still somewhat broad. We haven't had anything confirmed on that one. That is continuing to move east. And we also have a tornado warning east of Tulsa that has been intensifying just a little bit over the last few minutes. We have a little bit more rotation on this one, approaching Snake Creek and Iron Post in northeast Oklahoma. All right, so that's what we have right now. And what Connor's on right now is the Eufaula tornado warning. So we're going to go back to him because he has a clear view right now of that storm that is currently in just approaching Eufaula, Oklahoma. But once again, if you're in Madisonville, Texas, you've got to seek shelter. That tornado could drop at any time. There's a very strong couplet. And we'll go back there if there's any other updates. You have 6 tornado warnings right now.
Look at this big broad meadow.
4 in Texas, and we got 2 in Oklahoma.
Nothing looks imminent at the moment, based on what I'm seeing here.
Scud Sundays.
40,000 subscribers, guys.
Scary Scud Sundays. That's the new name. Scary Scud Sundays. This is literally what this is. It's literally just scud clouds.
It's a very slow-moving storm. Extremely slow-moving storm, chat.
It's a big storm.
It's gonna cross this
on
highway
radar.
north
It's not. It's a low percent storm on radar. This is what it looks like on radar.
Not worried about having to stay ahead of it at all. It is moving slow.
Just for reference. I mean, this storm looks like nothing on radar. Go to the velocities. There's a little bit of spin there near Eufaula, which we had something like this earlier where there was a tornado. So possible that we get a tornado with that. And rotations developing southeast of Locust Grove. And there's only so many storms we can cover at once. We got one that's near Madisonville, Texas. Strong couplet just to the southwest of Madison. Again, that could drop a tornado at any time. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. This is Connor on the Eufaula, Oklahoma storm.
Got a good view over this lake. It's probably gonna be the best view we're gonna get all freaking day here in the mountains. Gotta get my road here.
This storm's only moving at 25 miles per hour to the northeast, by the way. Bottom right of your screen is this storm.
It's gonna be a rough journey.
You actually can see that bowl right there.
Starting to get a bowl lowering right there.
Bowl in the middle of your
Going
screen.
Right behind that mountain. Looks a little more bowl shaped. A little bit of left to right there as well.
Is there anybody under 60 years old here?
Right behind that
yes,
mountain.
I am under 60. Thank you.
That's definitely the focus.
Storm's moving so slow. This storm's chilling out storm chasing. I mean, this is a perfect day for storm chasing. You don't have to, race ahead for a storm that's going 50 miles per hour. This one's going at 25 miles per hour. It's a very slow moving storm, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we got a tornado with that.
Got some renegades going up near Fort Smith. Depending on how this one ends up looking, we'll have to go for those. But watch right behind that
Connor just gave
mountain
a
there,
fantastic
where it
explanation.
looks consolidated. Here's the broad base. The scud on the right side is feeding into it. The scud on the left side is also feeding into it from opposite directions. You got the inflow, and you got the wraparound RFD feeding into that one location where you have more organized rotation and that wall cloud right there.
It's got a lowering in Eufaula,
right in the center of your screen,
Oklahoma. Bottom right of your screen, I'm looking at the Madison tornado warning. I'm just waiting for the radar to update.
Pretty healthy looking wall cloud right there. We'll intercept this at point blank, hopefully, when it crosses the highway here. Gonna have to wait for it to get close. It's a low, just a broad rotation. Very slow moving storm. If you're just tuning in, make sure to smash that like button. If you're not already subscribed to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We got a tornado warning storm here with a beautiful view over this lake. Nice wall cloud right there. Some broad rotation on it.
We'll go back to Connor in a
Thank
second.
you, Nathan, for the 20. Peapod for the 20.
This right now, again, is a strong couplet of rotation approaching Madison. We could have a tornado in progress that is just south of Cottonwood, Texas. Once again, potentially a tornado on the ground. It's close. It might also, again, this could be on the ground. So if you're in Madisonville or Cottonwood, Texas, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. And this is not the storm that Connor's on, but this is a strong couplet of rotation that does have the chance to drop a tornado as it continues to move to the northeast over the next several minutes. Continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this current tornado warning near Madisonville, Texas. And then back up to the north, we still have a tornado warning for Crockett, Texas. Continue to stay in your safe place there. Same thing with Grapeland. All those places, you need to continue to stay in your safe place. You have a small tornado warning east of Tulsa with a broad area of circulation southeast of Locust Grove. We're going to continue to watch that closely. And we got the storm that is near Eufaula that Connor's on that we're going to go back to now. And of course it's bugging. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, never mind, it's back. All right. Oh, now it's loading. Yep, it is bugging. 1 second. Sorry, we've had a lot of issues recently with technical stuff. There you go. And this is the lowering on the storm.
Go right back the other way down the highway.
That is currently near Eufaula, Oklahoma.
It's weakening on radar, but you can't always go by that with these low precipitation storms. Can't always go by that with these ones. But I do think the play is probably to get towards Fort Smith here, so... like I said, as soon as we intercept that one, that's going to be my play.
How many tornadoes were confirmed from yesterday? We probably won't know the exact number for at least, like, a week.
Fortunately for the tollway, hopefully they've switched over to cashless, because if they haven't, I don't have cash. So, there it goes.
It's the storm right there.
Alright, doesn't look like it's doing anything at the immediate moment, so I'm going to take that as my opportunity.
That's once again in Eufaula, Oklahoma, on this particular storm. Alright, let's go back to live radar. Again, Connor will continue to be on the right side of your screen as he continues to pull away, and he's going to probably reposition on that storm. Again, we do have that tornado warning for Eufaula, Oklahoma, just to the south of Interstate 40. Again, this is still an area of rotation that we'll have to watch for closely. It's a similar storm to what we saw yesterday when there was a cone tornado on the ground. So that's what you need to make sure that you're still making sure that you're in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. And then also back over in eastern Oklahoma near Locust Grove, there is still that ongoing tornado warning there. And then back over near Madisonville, we still have a very strong couplet of rotation southwest of Madisonville. It still remains radar indicated, but that rotation has been strong for quite some time. Which again, if it's on the ground, it'd be just southwest of Madisonville. Tagged me on Twitter on a wedge. Whoa. There has been a wedge tornado apparently with this storm near Madison. I'm retweeting the photo on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I don't know if it's 100% legit, but like it, more than likely it's legit with how strong this rotation is. We've been talking about this for a while. The rotation's been tight. We haven't really had a definitive view of CC since we're just in between a lot of radar sites. But that right there, potentially a large tornado on the ground right now near Madisonville, Texas. And if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter immediately. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building, and away from windows. So, again, this is a potentially large tornado right now near Madisonville. That's moving northeast. So a large and destructive tornado right now heading towards Madisonville, Texas. Guys, seek shelter if you're in this warning. This warning has not been updated at all. I don't know why. It should be. That's going right into Madisonville, Texas, where we have a large tornado being reported in this area. Also, new tornado watch just issued for central, north, and western parts of Louisiana, southern Arkansas, and Jasper, Texas. But once again, if you want to see that photo, it's on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. A potentially wedge tornado or large tornadoes on the ground heading towards Madisonville, Texas. It's not officially confirmed, but the picture itself, I mean, it looks pretty unique. It looks like it is the, it is a large tornado. Oh yeah, we have more video of it. There's a massive tornado, guys, right now on the ground here. I don't know if it's still on the ground, but we're gonna change this to tornado on the ground.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This should be PDS. This is a large and dangerous tornado that's near Madisonville right now. There are a lot of photos and videos on Twitter of this. Again, you can check it out at MaxVelocityWX. But this is a large tornado that is moving northeast. It's about to go right into Madisonville, Texas. So you've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning and away from windows, lowest floor possible. Madisonville's not even in this tornado warning. There needs to be a warning here. With what I'm seeing on Twitter right now, there is a huge tornado on the ground. For some reason, this warning is super small. But Madison, you need to be in your safe place or surrounding areas. And if you know any friends or family in Madison, you got to give them a call or text and make sure they're all right, because this is a... There you go. It's still radar indicated, but they've just issued a new tornado warning for this. Once again, I'm seeing a lot of, wedge shapes on Twitter right now from this storm. And once again, this is more than likely a large tornado that's going to be heading into Madison over the next few minutes. And you got to seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building, and away from windows if you are in this tornado warning in Madisonville, Texas. As of the last few minutes, from what I'm seeing on Twitter, there is a large wedge tornado that has been reported on this storm moving to the northeast right now. So once again, this is a dangerous storm. If it is still on the ground, it will be a significant tornado. All right, so if you're in Madison or Midway, you've got to run to your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. That is a storm shelter, a basement, a closet, or a bathroom. If you are currently in this area in Texas near Madisonville. It's a serious storm right now near Madisonville. There have been power flashes observed as well near Madisonville and moving northeast. Gotta seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible. You got the hook echo and everything. And there's a bit of a debris signature now. It's still not super clear, but from what I'm seeing on Twitter, this is a large wedge that is moving into Madison. Rotation over the last couple of scans has become a little bit weaker. Again, we had a very tight point there near 90, Highway 90. Last few minutes, it's a little bit weaker, but there's probably still a tornado there moving northeast into Madisonville, Texas. And Connor's also on something in Oklahoma. I'll go to Connor real quick. That is Connor on the storm in Oklahoma, near Eufaula. It's hard to see because of the mountain. Well, we'll go back to it. This is a bit clearer there. But once again, oh wow. Connor's gonna have a view of this here in a second. Here. I don't know why my thing keeps glitching out. There you go. That's the storm in Eufaula, Oklahoma. That's happening. That is a storm that could definitely drop a tornado as well. But again, the tornado that's right now near Madisonville is Madisonville, Texas. That one is currently a potentially large tornado still. That's moving into Madisonville. Bottom right of your screen. I'm gonna go back to that here in a second.
See, maybe we can see it over this hill.
I just don't understand how this hasn't been confirmed as a tornado by National Weather Service. This right here, once again, got a strong area of circulation near Madisonville, Texas. This is producing potentially a large tornado. There are photos on Twitter that are consistent with there being a large and strong tornado on the ground near Madisonville, Texas. So once again, if you are in this tornado warning, you need to continue to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and on an interior room of your home or building and away from windows. And the storm that Connor's on, that tornado warning is still ongoing. We'll, again, go back to him periodically. Might have to go back to him in a second if that keeps intensifying, though. This is once again moving northeast right now into Madisonville. If you want to see the pictures of the tornado, again, I can't show them because of copyright, but you can check them out on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. The link to that's down below. I've tried to get permission. We'll see if I get permission, then I'll show you guys. But sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. This is the storm that Connor's on in Oklahoma. I don't know why it keeps going back in time. It's so annoying.
Beautiful for such a
Technical issues that we have on these streams right now is really killing me. Let's give it a second. There you go. That's the storm that Connor's on right now in Eufaula, Oklahoma.
Drive right up next
That one's still tornado warned. I don't know my quality. My quality keeps dropping too. I don't understand why we have so many issues. I don't get it.
Little area concentrated.
It's really frustrating me. We've had so many technical issues over the last 3 days. I gotta do a lot of work on the backside of everything after this stream. Alright, so once again, this is the tornado on the ground in Madisonville, Texas, where there is a potentially large tornado on the ground still. It was on the ground as a pretty large tornado at one point. Rotation does not look to be nearly as strong as before. Yeah, at the beginning of this cycle, it was pretty strong near Highway 90. It's kind of weakening over the last few minutes, so it may have occluded. Don't have any confirmation on this occluding quite yet, but there have been photos and videos on Twitter that have been, again, showing a large wedge that was on the ground for a few minutes at least, or a large cone tornado at the bare minimum that was on the ground for a few minutes. So again, if this is still on the ground, it'll be moving right into the downtown area of Madisonville as we speak in Texas, and eventually going towards Midway, Texas. So continue to stay in your shelter spot, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Update my video drivers. I don't think it has anything to do with that. I think it's just OBS. OBS has been a struggle. I don't know what Storm Chaser Media is looking at, but that looks nasty. Storm Chaser Media is on the storm that's back up near Crockett, Texas. That's the one that's also tornado warned. Got a lot of scud cloud on the right side of your screen on that storm. And Connor's right now repositioning. OBS is such a painful software to use. I don't disagree. This storm, I'm waiting for the next radar velocity scan, but you know there's a pretty large debris fallout. Pretty large debris fallout from the storm near Madisonville. And this is moving northeast, going through Madisonville and going towards Midway, Texas. And you've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, as this is a dangerous storm right now going through Madisonville, Texas. This is, for whatever reason, it has not been confirmed by the National Weather Service of Houston. I don't know exactly why. Regardless of it being confirmed on the warning itself, we've seen photographic evidence from several sources of a large tornado here near Madisonville. So as long as that is true, this storm would be going right into Madison. Radar does match up with that. Again, we had very tight rotation, pretty strong rotation near Highway 90. The only problem really with verifying this is that we cannot get a good CC drop on this because of the fact that, you know, we're looking at a storm right now that is, you know, 60, 70, 80 miles away from the closest radar site. It's not close at all. So, you know, that's the real problem with this particular storm. But, you know, with all that being said, this is at least been confirmed by photographs on Twitter that this is a tornado going right into Madisonville. If it is still on the ground, it could have lifted for the record, but if it is still on the ground, it's going to be going right into Madisonville, Texas, and eventually Midway, Texas. If we have a camera in Madisonville, it might be gone at this point because of if this tornado was on the if it's still on the ground, power is definitely out. That was a large tornado that happened there. Also, quick update: Storm Prediction Center just issued a new mesoscale discussion. This is for the eastern side of Oklahoma and northwest Louisiana, southwest Arkansas. Tornado threat continues in this specific tornado watch. A corridor of more favorable surface winds may support a tornado risk near Fayetteville, Rogers, Muskogee, and a very small sliver there of southwest Missouri. Velocity's never updated here. That tornado's still on the ground. It's going right into Madisonville, Texas right now. Moving northeast towards Midway. And if you're in this warning, you continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And if this tornado is still on the ground, it doesn't look nearly as convincing as we did about 10-15 minutes ago, but if it is still on the ground, it would be right in Madison right now, Madisonville, Texas. And if this tornado is still in progress, it will be going towards Midway, Texas. So again, continue to stay in your shelter spot if you're in this warning. If you want to see photos and videos of the tornado, they're on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. A lot of them are just retweeted. And I'm still trying to see if we have any other reports on this as of lately. I'm getting mentioned in a lot of the same stuff. Still big power flashes right now in Madisonville. This is still a tornado on the ground, guys. I mean, it's as of 1 minute ago, this is still on the ground as a tornado moving right into Madisonville with big power flashes. Again, if you are in Madisonville, Texas, you got to go to your safe place. I mean, this is still on the ground, and I don't know why it's not confirmed here, but this is on the ground still. With power flashes in Madisonville being reported. And video of the power flashes is also on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. Power flashes are being observed. You know, this is a dangerous situation right now in Madisonville, Texas. Very dangerous situation. Still a tornado on the ground, and it's moving right into Madisonville, which has a population of about 5,000, so it's pretty populated. Pretty populated town here in rural parts of Texas. And then the Crockett Storm's also ongoing still, but again, the one near Madisonville is really the most concerning right now, where there have been a bunch of photos and stuff of, again, a large tornado with this moving northeast near Madisonville, going towards, it's in Madisonville right now. It's going into Midway here in about 5, 6, maybe 7 minutes. So right now moving northeast. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Once again, big power flashes being reported in Madisonville from a likely tornado that is still in progress. It was a large tornado with photographic evidence via Twitter. And it is apparently still on the ground as of right now, or as of a few minutes ago, with power flashes in the area. And there's a bunch of photos on Twitter of it. At Max Velocity WX. And if anything, if we get any more reports, I'll continue to relay them to you. And if it's still on the ground, it's going to be right over Madisonville. So it's going to be heavily rain-wrapped here near Madisonville, right in the downtown area there of Madisonville. So this could, again, still be on the ground in Madisonville, moving to the northeast, going towards Jenkins, Elwood, and Midway over the next several minutes. Guys, I don't know why they haven't confirmed it. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the only thing that I could think of that they may have not confirmed it. I'll say it now. No, they still haven't confirmed it on here on the warning. But I mean, the only reason why I could think that they haven't confirmed it is maybe because they just don't have somebody on. You know, they don't have somebody on Twitter. I don't know. Unless it's, I don't really know. I don't know. I mean, radar lined up with a very strong couplet there, and then. In addition to that, we also had photographic evidence. So, I'm not entirely sure. It does look weaker, though, than before. I mean, there might still be something on the ground. It just doesn't probably seem as strong at this point on this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Got a new tornado warning south of Rusk, Texas. This is east of Palestine. You're in this tornado warning. You need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Do have another strong pocket of rotation there just south of Rusk. Moving to the east-northeast. And this storm right now is moving east-northeast, and this is another tornado warning in East Texas. Alrighty. Once again, that rotation's right over Madisonville, Texas. So if there's still a tornado on the ground, it'd be right over Madisonville, and it's about to be moving into Connor, Jenkins, Midway, Elwood, and Antioch, Texas over the next few minutes. I'm gonna circle it again right there. So again, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're in this warning. Interior room of your home or building. That tornado's still on the ground. It's gonna be on the northwest side of Madisonville. Guys, I still don't know why Madisonville did not get upgraded, at least to confirmed. Obviously, you know, tornado warning, you should seek shelter no matter what. I don't know why. I'm not sure what the reason is, and I will not know the reason probably. But you know, this has been on the ground for at least about 15 minutes now. It might not be on the ground anymore, but it was on the ground at least for about 5 or 10 minutes. There was a large tornado, and again, the photographic evidence of that is on Twitter. Had very tight rotation at one point. It's not nearly as strong, but if it is still on the ground, it's right on the northwest side of Madisonville. But I don't know why it's not. I'm just saying I don't know why. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying I don't know why it's not confirmed. We've had 2 different people confirm it with photographic evidence on Twitter, or at least more than likely it's that tornado. I'm guessing it is. It's not some fake tornado, which sometimes can happen, but you know, it lines up with what has been posted on those people's profiles as well. So, you know, as I reiterated, there's still likely a tornado here. If not, it may have lifted, but if it is still on the ground, it's on the northwest side of Madisonville, Texas, and it'll be approaching Interstate 45 just to the west of Midway, Texas. So that's where we're at right now with this storm. Has there been a tornado? I mean, 99%, like I'm 99.9% sure that there has been a tornado. I'm pretty certain we did have a large tornado with this as well. So, again, that's what I'm thinking. And that's why we're live. Again, I'm trying to get the word out here. We've had a lot of different visual reports here of a tornado that's in progress. It's going to be right near Interstate 45, near Route 190, and it's, again, going to be approaching Midway in the next few minutes. That's your tornado right there. If it is still on the ground, that's what it is. Now, if we go back, again, a little bit further in time, this was the tornado earlier. So this was when it was a large tornado. Presumably, again, this is when it was a large tornado. All right, right there, you know, large, more than likely right here. Pretty strong velocities. And then it kind of, you know, it's kind of fizzled here over the last few scans, and now it's kind of gone. So it looks like this is no longer on the ground, at least according to velocities. I would still stay in your safe place, though, just in case, because, you know, it could technically still be there. There's another photo of a tornado as of 3 minutes ago in Madisonville, Texas. Again, on our Twitter page, at MaxVelocityWX. Once again, if I can show any of these on our stream, I will, but another photo of that tornado being on the ground here near Madisonville. I don't know. But again, it's more than likely, if it's not on the ground anymore, it has lifted. But if it's still on the ground, it's on the northwest side of Madisonville, moving towards Interstate 45. If you're anywhere in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, as this will continue to move to the northeast over the next several minutes. Where you see the pictures, just go under my profile at MaxVelocityWX, and it's under the retweeted stuff. By the way, we are down to 2 tornado warnings, so we have 2 in Texas. There aren't any currently in Oklahoma, but with that being said, you know, that's an area that we are still watching. Once again, if this still is on the ground, it's going to be approaching Interstate 45 and eventually going towards Midway, Texas. They've just updated the warning. It's still radar indicated. I don't know if this is still on the ground, for the record. Like, the rotation's weaker than it was before. I don't know if there's anything within the last, like, 3 or 4 minutes that is showing a tornado still. Like, within the last 3 or 4 minutes. I'm not talking about somebody taking a photo and then posting it, like, 20 minutes later. I'm talking about, like, if there's something, like, concrete that's been in the last few minutes by photographic evidence. I have not seen anything in the last few minutes, like, in that sort of spectrum. And again, with that said, you know, it doesn't really matter. You should still stay in your safe place. You should always treat every tornado warning seriously. You know, always making sure that you're staying in your, you know, your storm shelter, your basement closet, or bathroom, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. By the way, the Lake Eufaula storm about an hour and a half ago, there was a large water spout that happened in Lake Eufaula. I'm retweeting that photo on Twitter as well. That is a surprise. It's from Cindy Woolard. It's a large water spout in Oklahoma, believe it or not. That is surprising. That was with that storm that did produce a cone tornado, by the way, earlier. So it just crossed over water, basically. Yeah, I do think now this Madison storm is not nearly as concerning. I would still, again, stay in your safe place just in case, but the rotation on radar is much weaker now. It's much weaker. I don't see anything new that is proving that this is still on the ground, but I would, again, still stay in your shelter spot just in case. Quick update on the tornado warning near Rusk, Texas. This tornado warning still ongoing near Alto and Rusk, moving northeast going towards Cushing. Yeah, if you are still in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building, as that will continue to move east-northeast over the next several minutes. And then back over in Oklahoma, we still have plenty of storms here that are producing severe weather. None of these are tornado warned right now, and we actually have a storm near Oklahoma City that is producing some hail and wind, and that's going to be moving into Oklahoma City over the next few minutes. No rotation on that, luckily, but that'll also be a storm to watch for in Oklahoma.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, that's not good. We have a tornado warning in Shreveport, Louisiana. So the Shreveport storm, this is in Shreveport, Louisiana. We have now a tornado warning in Shreveport. You're in this tornado warning, you've got to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. And this right now is moving northeast, going towards Houghton and Shreveport, Louisiana. And this is embedded in this circulation back out here to the west. So the tornado, if there is one, it's going to be located right there. We got a pretty strong inflow and everything. That's going right into Shreveport, Louisiana. If you know any friends or family in Shreveport, give them a call or text. Make sure that they are aware of this storm. It's going towards Houghton, Interstate 20, and Shreveport, Louisiana right now. And it's actually going right over the radar site right now. It's going northeast. This is a very populated area, again, in Louisiana. Is it PDS? Now, that tornado, it's more than likely not on the ground anymore in Madisonville, but it was on the ground for a little while. The rotation died out on that storm pretty quickly. But again, if you're under a tornado warning, just continue to stay in your safe place. There might be a tornado here. I'm trying to... We don't have a... Kind of on one radar site. I don't think there's another one nearby. Yeah, that's the only radar site, but there may be a tornado on the ground here. If there's not, it's relatively close to doing so. And this is going to be moving right onto the south side of Shreveport, Louisiana right now, where we have a tornado warning with this storm that has an embedded circulation in this line. Without a doubt, we have strong damaging winds, but there's also that chance for a tornado. It's moving towards Houghton and Shreveport and Interstate 20 over the next several minutes. So continue to stay in your shelter. That's a storm shelter, basement, and closet. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. Harley Grace? I don't know about that. I don't 100% know. I've heard varying things about all this stuff with copyright. Once again, if you are just tuning in, we do have a tornado warning in a very populated area of Shreveport in northwest Louisiana. We also have 2 tornado warnings still in Texas. Once again, if you are in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your shelter spot, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. I'm guessing the National Weather Service office there in Shreveport probably just went to their safe place because they are inside of the tornado warning. They issued it while they were in it. But once again, this is moving to the east, northeast, and northeast, going towards Shreveport and Houghton. Eventually going towards Doline as well. We'll go back to this in a second. Quick update. I was going to update you on the Rusk storm. The rotation here, as of now, is located near Alto It's not super impressive, but there is some rotation there near Alto, southwest of Cushing, Texas. Again, pretty rural areas there, but that storm is going to be still something to watch for. And then we have a storm that is back over near Interstate 45 near Madisonville. Again, this produced a large tornado not too long ago. It might be trying to recycle here, maybe near on the south side of Madison. But right now, the warning expires in 5 minutes, but that will be something to watch for in case it does try to recycle as it moves to the northeast. And then also in Oklahoma, we do have a severe storm west of Oklahoma City with hail and wind, not a tornado risk right now. We still got storms all over the place that are producing wind and hail in many different areas. So again, if you're in any of these severe thunderstorm warnings, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. And again, this is probably the most concerning storm right now, mostly because it's on the Shreveport area of Louisiana. And apparently there is a wall cloud on this storm near Shreveport, from what I'm hearing. So once again, this is going right onto the south side of Shreveport. Again, if we have a tornado, it'll be located down in here. Houghton's going to be in the track of this, and also right along Interstate 20 and near Interstate 49 is in the track of this right now. This is again moving east-northeast. I have no flavor left. I need a new circle. Alright, here's the latest scan here. Yeah, we don't have really anything definitive here. It's kind of hard to tell this close to the radar site. We have some issues here looking at the velocities, but if there is a tornado, it would be located here near Cedar Grove and Brown Park Estates, Louisiana. Yeah, we don't really have anything definitive there, but I'll be going towards Southgate Estates and Houghton, near Whitehurst, Fosters, Mary Woods, Fillmore, and Oakland. So if you're in any of these locations, again, I get to your safe place, storm shelter or basement, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. All right. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is the tornado warning cell near Shreveport, Louisiana, going towards Houghton, and it will eventually go right along Interstate 20. The rotation again is going to be located just south of Shreveport. The radar scan will be in here in just a second. And by the way, just for reference, who was a super chat? So Grice, this is the reason why I don't show photos, especially on Twitter, because if somebody just I asked them because again, there's a photo of a tornado and they're like, you can license it, DM me, and this is just now. This is 30 minutes later after looking at the picture too, so it's irrelevant at this point. But that's why it is a copyright thing. Still.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, brand new tornado warning on the storm near Madisonville. They've gone ahead and reissued a new tornado warning on this storm near Madisonville. Once again, that's for Madisonville and Midway, Texas. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. And if there's a tornado, it's going to be right there in that black circle, which will go right through Madisonville again. This is a different area of rotation, by the way. It's not the first one. This is the second one. And this is moving northeast right now. So again, brand new tornado warning here. Seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Yeah, copyright is really sketchy. It's a very sketchy topic, especially in the weather space. Because you know how you can react to other people's channels and stuff, all those react channels, but for whatever reason, they can get away with that, but you can't show weather photos. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. It's a very weird, gray area sort of thing. That's why I recommend, again, if you are, you know, new to the channel, just follow us on Twitter. I retweet all the photos that I see on there at the bare minimum, and if we can show them, we will. But it's a fine line. It's a weird line. All right, I'm still not seeing really a whole lot of rotation here on radar near Shreveport, but once again, if there is a tornado, it would be going here just south of Shreveport.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That'll be moving towards Houghton. We have another tornado warning in Texas. This is going to be southwest of the Shreveport area. This is south of Cushing. This is going to be going towards an area that I'll not be able to pronounce, but that'll be moving in that direction, near Highway 21. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible. That is a strengthening area of rotation near Alto, Texas, moving eastbound just south of Cushing and just west of Appleby. Continue to stay in your safe place, again, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Connor's in Oklahoma, so he's on the Oklahoma storms, and for some reason, I don't know why, it keeps going to loading on his thing, and I don't know why. OBS is a horrendous program, I'm just gonna tell you. It's so glitchy. Alright. Yeah, that's a, this storm is getting intense. This is north of Lufkin, Texas. Yeah, I'm trying to look at pronunciations here. Nacogdoches? Is that how you say it? That part of Texas. That's a long word. This is going to be for those again near Alto, between that and Nacogdoches. This is moving eastbound, going towards Appleby, Texas. Again, pretty strong area of rotation developing here, moving eastbound. It's near Highway 21, moving east. And make sure you're seeking shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building, if you are in this warning. And right now, again, this is moving east-northeast. It's going to be going towards Tipson eventually, and center. This storm's been tornado warned forever, by the way. I mean, we've had tornado warnings on these storms for quite a while. It's not a new storm. It's been going on for quite a while. And once again, we do have a tornado warning on the Madisonville storm once again. Rotation's a bit broader on this storm. It's not nearly as intense. It will continue to move northeast over the next several minutes. So again, if you are in this tornado warning, just continue to stay in your safe place, even though it's not a super strong area of rotation. It could still drop a tornado as it moves northeast over the next several minutes. Now here's the latest radar scan near Shreveport. We do have some pockets of rotation that are becoming a bit more clear now. We got one that is going to be near Mayors. So it's that right there. And we also might have another one just on the southeast side of Shreveport, Louisiana. Yeah, we got two different areas of rotation right now in this storm. It's embedded in this line that we have developing. And again, this is moving east-northeast. This does include the Shreveport, Louisiana area, the suburbs. So once again, if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter. This is a storm that could again drop one or maybe multiple tornadoes as it moves east. And there's also damaging winds as high as 60 to 70 miles per hour with this storm in Shreveport. Even if there's not a tornado, we are still talking about significant damaging winds. Yeah, we're not getting that pronunciation. Don't worry about it, guys. we're not getting it. It's all right. It is a-okay. We'll try again next time. All right, we don't have any CC drop on either one of these yet. Again, we got multiple different notches in this area, so we're gonna have to watch this closely. We'll have probably a better view of this in a scan or two as it gets closer to Houghton. Once again, this is moving east, northeast, and northeast. So continue to stay in your safe place away from windows. Lowest floor possible. If you do see any photos or videos of any storms, by the way, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, and I'll try to relay reports. Looks like Connor's is approaching a storm in Oklahoma. That is also, of course, once again,
crossing the road.
This is really annoying. We have so many technical issues with OBS. It is horrendous. All right, so this is the storm that Connor's near. That has some rotation west of Fort Smith. We're actually going to jump over to Fort Smith on radar too real quick.
Lock in.
Oh yeah, we got rotation north of Fort Smith unwarned. It's not strong, but there's rotation.
Lock in. Oh, this guy's mad. He's kicking his...
Yeah, we got rotation developing on this. We have a little storm here north of Fort Smith. Once again, that's going to be going towards Cedarvale and Mountainburg in western Arkansas. So this is another storm that has a potential to produce a tornado down the road as it moves northeast. So Cedarville, Mountainburg, near Interstate 49, you guys will be in the track of this storm as it continues to move to the northeast over the next several minutes. So this one also has the chance to drop something down the road, which is not tornado warned once again yet, but it is a newly developing area of rotation that Connor Croft right now is heading toward. And Storm Chaser, or Storm Runner Media is currently back over in Texas on those storms, which again, both chasers right now on the right side of your screen. Once again, we got a tornado warning for Shreveport and Houghton near Interstate 20. Continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. All storms right now are still radar indicated. We hit 100,000. We hit 175k subscribers. Really? Sheesh. I haven't really been paying attention. We've had tornado warnings at every single second of today. Again, we've had. This is really crazy. Like usually we have breaks between tornado warnings. The last 3 streams we've been live for about, I don't know, 23, 24 hours or so in the last few days. We've had about maybe 1 hour out of that time frame, or 2 hours without tornado warning, like without tornado warnings. And it's usually at the very beginning of a stream. It's just crazy how many tornado warnings we've had in the last 3 days. It's Friday, Saturday, and even today. Now today, again, granted, it's not nearly as widespread. I mean, you can tell by the warning counter, we're at 4 tornado warnings. That's a big improvement over yesterday and today, where we're at like 10 and 12 at many times, but it's still a lot. You know, on a typical live stream for us, it's usually much lower than that. But for in all seriousness, I do appreciate everybody subscribing to the channel, and also if you became a member today or if you've super chatted, I really do appreciate you guys a lot. I'll try to get to them at some point, but you know, we've had so many warnings, it's hard to do that. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything super definitive for rotation here. Again, there's reportedly a wall cloud with this, but again, nothing's really materialized out of this storm with rotation. I would continue to stay in your shelter spot, though. The warning expires in 6 minutes. It doesn't hurt to stay in your storm shelter or basement or whatever it might be for 6 more minutes. That'll be going towards Minden, Louisiana, near Interstate 20, and eventually going towards Ruston. And they have issued a massive severe thunderstorm warning that spans over 100 miles north to south. So this 100-mile area that they've just warned for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. That's pretty large. Are all tornadoes counterclockwise? Not all of them. But about 98% statistically are counterclockwise in the United States. And really across the entire northern hemisphere. Derecho? I don't think so. I don't think it's going to last that long. I don't think the damage is widespread enough for that in this case. We also have rotation north of Wells, Texas, southeast of Rusk. It's another tornado warning. It's not super strong. It's still, I would say, relatively broad right now, moving to the east-northeast. How's South Tulsa looking in the Bixby area? Thank you for the $10 super chat. Tulsa right now, I'm not super concerned about. Just an isolated severe storm from here. You know, surprisingly, Oklahoma City is getting storms. Like, this is a surprise. We have 2 different storms over near Oklahoma City. There is actually a little bit of weak rotation there, but I don't think this is a tornado threat. This should just mostly be hail and wind. But that is surprising. And then the storms up to the north and east of Tulsa are not looking too concerning. And then the one that is over near Fort Smith is a bit more concerning. We do have a bit of rotation on this storm. Connor is again en route to this storm right now near Fort Smith and Cedarville, going towards Mountainburg and Interstate 49. So that'll be something to watch for as it continues to move to the northeast over the next several minutes. Again, that's going towards Interstate 49, just north of Interstate 40, just north of Fort Smith. So watch that closely. And also, we do have a tornado possible, which that rotation's intensifying too in southeast Oklahoma. So we do have some rotation here. I'd still say a broad circulation. That's going towards Heavener, Oklahoma. So if you're in this area, stay vigilant. That's another storm that could produce a tornado threat down the road. And then the Shreveport tornado warning goes for about 3 or 4 more minutes. Goodness. But I'm not really seeing any tornado threat right now here. I see more damaging winds than anything. So I'm not seeing any rotation on radar. Once again, there could still be a brief tornado, so stay in your safe place. And you should be seeking shelter, at least away from windows at the bare minimum, anywhere in the severe thunderstorm warning, because, again, we have widespread 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So that threat on its own should be taken seriously. All right. Well, will I cover Missouri? I don't know. We'll see. We might be live for a while. I don't know. We're already at 4.5 hours. This could be another 8-hour live stream. All right, real quickly. I was going to do this about 4.5 hours ago. Then we got tornado warnings. let me quickly time these storms out. We'll do the latest run. So this is right now, which is 7 o'clock. This is 8 o'clock tonight. 9, 10, 11. We're gonna have plenty of storms out there for the next few hours. I mean, this tornado threat's probably not going to die down anytime soon. I think it's going to go probably into the very early overnight hours. So with that said, you can see here, this is right around 10 o'clock or so. So 10 o'clock, we got plenty of storms in southeast Texas. A lot of these will be capable of producing damaging winds, but also the tornado threat will continue to increase this evening. And eventually it should die down a little bit after midnight. And then back over northwest Louisiana, damaging winds will continue here. It's the ARRR does not show that line of storms, interestingly enough. Then back over in Arkansas and Oklahoma, we'll continue to have some discrete cells between 8 and 10 o'clock with some sort of tornado risk existing. I do think this area in Missouri and Oklahoma has a lower risk of long-term severe weather. So I think the majority of these storms, like St. Louis, you'll get severe weather, maybe some isolated severe weather at least, closer to like, I don't know, midnight, 1 in the morning. But it'll mostly be damaging winds. This area, we're watching for some discrete cells that could try to produce an isolated tornado threat. So there's a couple of different areas that I'd be watching for here, overall. But with that being said, again, things could, you know, they're going to be pretty isolated overall, at least in Missouri. For severe weather, I think it'll be a bit more significant in Oklahoma and Arkansas, but I think the most significant storms at this point will be down here in Texas and Louisiana. And we've had storms back up north of Fort Smith that, again, have been rotating, and this is the concern. Any of these storms that go discrete, which that could happen even in southern Missouri, but like any of these storms that do go discrete, those are the ones that will produce the greatest chance for a tornado. Now, this storm in particular, the rotation's not super strong, but you know, it doesn't take much for one of those storms to produce the threat for a tornado. All right, we've just lost 2 tornado warnings, and we're back down to 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. So, the Oklahoma City storm's no longer severe. I feel like those will probably go back to severe in a second. The Shreveport storm is a tornado possible. It is no longer a tornado warning cell. We do still have a tornado warning right now back over near Madisonville for a broad area of circulation that is moving into Madisonville. So continue to stay in your safe place in case that tries to drop a tornado. And then also we have the tornado warning back over southeast of Rusk. That could also produce a tornado. This one has been rotating for a little while now, and that's moving off to the east-northeast. So we're going to continue to watch that storm very closely. Thank you, Daniel, for becoming a minimum velocity member. And welcome to the Velocities. Also thank you, Spoily, for the $4.99. Save me on Friday. I'm glad I could help. Appreciate you tuning in. Am I also having to study at school? Yeah, I mean, I'm in college full-time, and we do this full-time pretty much. Do full-time of both things. Also, thank you, Kevin, for the $5 super chat from earlier. No problem. Appreciate it. How long till Anderson, Missouri needs to be concerned? I'm not going to go too much further back on super chats because a lot of the questions are kind of old, but let me look up Anderson real quick. It's near Interstate 49. Anderson area right now, the main concern is going to be within the next hour. So, like, now until, you know, about 8 or 9. Just a couple of storms. Nothing looks severe in your area right now. I'd be more concerned about it, more of a, like, a lightning threat. Gusty winds, maybe small hail. Nothing really too concerning up there, though, right now. Also, thank you, Cat Lady, for becoming a minimum velocity member. By the way, thank you to anybody that's become a member. There's 18 new of you. I do appreciate all of you. Thank you. And also, thank you, Friendly. Appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome back. 1 month. Nice. Once again, this is an area of rotation that is near Alto, Texas. We'll be watching this closely. And if anything comes up, we'll go back into this. This storm, it's pretty broad right now. It could develop something down the road as it approaches Nacho, Dochis, Texas. It's not right at all, but that would be the area in the track of the storm. You helped me on Friday afternoon. I'm glad I could help. Real quick cover of Fayetteville. I kind of just covered that area or the general vicinity, but Fayetteville right now, the main concern up there is just going to be isolated, you know, damaging winds, maybe an isolated large hailstorm. And the storms that are in that area right now are not severe, but your greatest threat is now until about 10 or 11. I was just kind of mentioning that area. Anywhere basically in that little quadrant of northeast Oklahoma, northwest Arkansas, and southwest parts of Missouri is in that same boat. Thank you, Scott, for becoming a maximum velocity member. And welcome to the Velocities. Also, thank you to everybody that has subscribed to the channel. We've just crossed 175,000 subscribers. I do appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you. 175K. What's crazy is that about not even 60 days ago, we literally hit 100,000 subscribers, and now we're up to almost 200,000. It's just insane. Insane, insane, insane. I don't know why Connor's live stream on my thing keeps freezing. I don't understand it. Like, it should not be freezing like this. I don't know what's up with OBS. We've had technical difficulties like all weekend, but today just seems to be the worst day for it. It's very odd. Also, thank you, Charlie, for becoming a maximum velocity member. And welcome to the Velocities. This rotation near Madisonville, once again, is on the broader side of things. This warning probably will not go for much longer. Once again, just continue to stay in your safe place. There's a lot of lightning. Damaging wind still a possibility. The storm that is north of Houston that has just been warned near Trinity. This storm has a little bit of rotation near Trinity, so I'd keep a close eye on that as it continues to go towards Groveton and near Lovelady. But I don't think it's an imminent concern for a tornado. I do think it's more of a damaging wind threat that is currently marching to the north. And then the one that's south of Cushing, once again, I would say that right now, this is probably the most concerning area of rotation in Texas. Once again, this could easily, you know, weaken, but it's still relatively broad, but it could strengthen at some point down the road. Holy cow, we have 4 more members in the last like 2 minutes. You guys are crazy. Thank you, Andrew, Annoying, and Allie for all becoming members. We have 23 new members today, which is actually I believe a record on this channel. I don't think we've ever gotten that many in a stream. Where's Connor heading? He's heading towards the Fort Smith storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we got a new tornado warning. This actually looks a little bit more concerning. We got 2 pockets of rotation right here near Spring Hill on the northern side of this MCS that is developed. If you are in either of these areas, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And this is a stronger pocket of rotation going towards Spring Hill in Louisiana and southwest Arkansas near Bradley and Taylor. Sorry, had to get another flavor. So once again, if you are in this warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. No CC drop as of yet, but we might have one in a second. I need to see the velocities update here. We may have a tornado there near Highway 3. Let me zoom in here. It might not be a CC drop. I'm just trying to verify this here if it is. That's close. We might have a tornado here near Redland. Redland, Carterville. We may have a tornado on the ground here. I'm trying to verify this more. Even if it's not on the ground, it's awfully close to doing so. It's just tight enough where there could be a tornado here. I can't definitively say that this is on the ground, but it's very close if it is. This is the last scan for reference. Yeah, it's hard. This might be on the ground. Again, if it is on the ground, it's going to be near Carterville right now, and it's going to be approaching State Line in Arkansas, Walker Creek, Bradley, and Taylor over the next several minutes. So once again, seek shelter immediately if you're in this tornado warning. We got 2 different pockets of rotation moving in that direction. We got one here, and we got one there. And the one on the right may be on the ground. And once again, this storm right now is moving northeast into, eventually it'll be going towards Magnolia, Arkansas. Trying to see if we have anything else on this storm. Here's the latest scan. We'll go to velocities in a second. All right, let's go to the... Yeah, so CC's not showing anything. We also have another pocket of rotation over here, I think. Let me confirm that. We might have 3 different pockets of rotation. That might be another one. It's close. We might have 3 different pockets of rotation here. So we have 1, we have 2, and we kind of have like 3 areas of rotation now in this tornado warning. And no CC drops, so nothing confirmed it on the ground, but once again, we got 3 areas of rotation. Moving to the northeast right now. All 3 of these are rotating. All radar indicated rotation for the time being, though. All this is moving into southwest Arkansas as we speak. And even if it's not rotation, it's still in the tornado warning, so it's not like it's a new warning or anything. Still the same area for Bradley, Spring Hill, Louisiana, Taylor, Arkansas, and Bradley, Arkansas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. Another tornado warning on this storm near Cushing and Appleby. This one's been tornado warned a bunch. We're going to go back to the other one because this one's still not super impressive, but broad area of circulation. It's going to be heading towards Mount Enterprise, Cushing, and Appleby, west of Garrison, Texas. And if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your shelter spot, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, that's back over in Texas. And then this storm, probably the most concerning one right now, because we have 3 different areas of circulation, and this could drop a tornado in any of these areas at any time. It's all associated with this MCS that we have. So embedded tornadoes in this line of storms. Is apple pie? No, we're not talking about apple pie. Don't make me hungry. It's not apple pie. We're talking about Appleby, Texas. CC drop means correlation coefficient drop. Essentially what that means is that debris is being detected by radar, which is, you know, the debris basically being lifted up into the atmosphere is being detected by radar. That's essentially what that is. And so we don't have that right now, but that would essentially be what that is. Waiting for the velocities to update here. Update in a second. Applebee's sounds good. I've been eating McDonald's and crap food for the last 3 days. I'm so excited to just go get something that's decent. Like hopefully after this stream, but if not, hopefully tomorrow, because goodness gracious, we've been live so much recently. I had a final exam, and we've also been live for like 30 plus hours now in the last like 3 days. So I am ready for at least a small break. And we have more severe weather on Tuesday, Wednesday, and possibly Thursday. Now, I don't think we'll be going live probably most of those days. They don't look too concerning, but you know, if they are concerning enough, we'll activate a live stream for one of those days. All right, that rotation near Bradley's weakened again. Got some rotation here near Taylor. We got some near Bradley, Arkansas. Again, nothing super strong tight, but again, it could tighten as it continues to move to the northeast. It's all embedded in this line of storms. Definitely could produce tornadoes at any time as it moves to the northeast. And then further south, don't really have a whole lot of rotation down here. And then we still have our tornado warning that is west of Timpson, Texas, which is still broad. But we're also watching that. And back up near Fort Smith, we've had some broad rotation there. We've also had rotation near Heavener, Oklahoma. That's on the eastern side of Oklahoma. And then we've also had broad rotation north of Fort Smith. And I believe that's it right now for rotation. Strong storms in southwest Missouri. And then the storms that are currently located near Oklahoma City are strong but not severe. And then this storm is now... Ooh, this storm looks ugly. This storm here near Heavener, there's a pretty clean hook on this. We'll have to watch that storm. It's going to be on track for Heavener, Oklahoma, Hartford, Arkansas, Huntington, Arkansas, Charleston, Magazine will be long-term tracks. So we'll have to watch that one closely. Delta, yes. Thank you, Kathy, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. We have 25 new members today. Here's the latest velocity scan. I'm not seeing anything too strong here in terms of rotation, but right here near Taylor would be the main area that I'll be looking at now. That's approaching Taylor, Arkansas. And no CC drop, so we don't have a confirmed tornado, but that's the strongest couplet that we have, which isn't super strong, but if it does intensify, it could produce a tornado. So we'll continue to watch that very closely as it continues to move northeast over the next several minutes. There will be storms in St. Louis probably after or around midnight tonight. Maybe not after it, but around midnight. But the main concern will be damaging winds and maybe an isolated tornado. New radar scan should be coming in here in a minute. For its time here, I'm between Fort Smith and Cedarvale. I don't know where Cedarville is. I think I mentioned the name like 5 minutes ago and I can't remember. All right, here's the latest radar scan. So that's approaching Taylor right now. We'll see what the velocities look like here in just a moment. Yeah, we're currently in Arkansas, Jennifer. This is southwest Arkansas on this particular tornado warning. We do have one tornado warning now in Texas. The other one expired. This storm doesn't look super impressive anymore in terms of rotation. There might have been a brief tornado here, but there isn't really much left with that rotation. I think we're going to step aside from that for a second. But this is the massive area of storms that's been developing down here south of the storm activity in Oklahoma, Arkansas, and back up in Missouri. So a lot of this activity here is, again, mostly strong storms, but there are some storms in here that are producing damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour, and even the threat here for a few tornadoes throughout the rest of this afternoon into the evening. So it is definitely going to remain active here for the next several hours. I do think we're going to continue to see severe weather probably all the way until a little after midnight tonight. So I don't think the severe weather threat is anywhere close to done. It's going to continue to be on the rise here for the next several hours. Thank you, Crystal, for becoming a maximum velocity member. I do appreciate that, and welcome to the velocities. Connor right now is approaching Fort Smith. He actually might intercept this storm down here near Heavener, which has been starting to intensify with rotation. The storm is near Heavener in eastern Oklahoma. And in western Arkansas, it's going to be going towards here in a little bit. That'll be on track for Mulberry, Clarksville, Huntington, Hartford, and just south of Fort Smith. So I'll have to watch that storm closely. And the storms that are north of Fort Smith have very well weakened. I don't see much rotation here anymore, so not a super concerning threat right now for rotation on those storms. But if that changes, again, we'll obviously go back to those storms. Anything in Tulsa? I don't expect much more for Tulsa. I think Tulsa has kind of gotten the worst of it already. You might get another isolated storm between now and like midnight, but I think the risk is pretty low. Friendly reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below and click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest videos and forecasts. Keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. We've lost a view of that radar or that storm with this radar site because of range folding. I don't know if we're going to get that back. But there is definitely still some rotation there near Cushing. There could be a tornado near Cushing. It's, again, very difficult to tell, though, just purely due to the fact we're looking at a radar site that's extremely far away. So we don't have a great view of this. It's going to be going towards Garrison. We'll continue to keep a close eye on this as it moves northeast. Thank you, Jamie, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Put some hearts in the chat for Jamie. That is our highest tiered membership. I really do appreciate that, Jamie. Thank you. And welcome to the Velocities. Cushing, Texas is sounding off. Just lots of rain and thunder. Appreciate the report. Is this early video? It's not dark. Right now, Stormwater Media is inside of an actual thunderstorm, like a supercell, which naturally with thicker clouds, you're gonna have less sunlight. That's what's happening there. And then where Connor is in Oklahoma, he's in just a normal like little shower. And the storms in Texas comparatively to Oklahoma are very, very different. So they're not the same. The ones up there in Oklahoma are honestly just, you know, small and weak. Now, with that being said, the sunset in Texas is right about now, and then back up where Connor is, it's in about 15 to 25 minutes. So the sunset, sunrise, that sort of thing, it's a little bit different. It's longer days in Oklahoma compared to Texas. So sun is setting over there in Texas right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, got a new tornado warning near Heavener. This is going to be going towards Hartford. Connor's probably going to try to intercept this, is my guess. This is the tornado warning near Heavener. This is going to be going towards Huntington. So if you're in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building. And this storm could produce a tornado as it continues to move to the northeast, going towards Hartford and Huntington. And that right there is the area of rotation that we're watching. It's moving northeast, going to be going towards Hartford and Heavener over the next several minutes, and eventually going towards Huntington. So this is a storm that is in eastern Oklahoma, going towards Arkansas, which could produce a tornado at any time as it moves northeast. Heavener? Heavener, thank you. I don't know if Connor is in the tornado warning. I'm just going to double check. Of course, the stream is behind. What a shocker. OBS is doing wonders today. Give a shout out to OBS with the horrendous streaming quality today. God, this is horrendous. I can't even get to Connor. I mean, it's so frozen. Oh, Lord. It might be time to get a new computer, and that's going to cost so much money. It might just be my computer, but it also might be OBS. I don't know. One of the two. Alright, Connor is still in Fort Smith. So, he's in Fort Smith right now, so he's still a little ways away from the storm in Heavener, Oklahoma. So, we'll go back to him once he's a bit closer. I'm guessing this is a storm he's going to go for, though, because this one has looked nasty for a little while now. It has a hook echo and everything. The rotation's not super tight yet, but if it does intensify, we could get a tornado at any time. We're watching for this hook right here for that tornado. No CC drop, but we do have a little tightening there just south of Heavener. Moving northeast. So again, continue to stay in your shelter spot away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in this tornado warning. Yeah, the only problem is I don't know if there's any alternatives to OBS. It might just be OBS because I don't feel like it's my laptop. But the problem is right now is that, you know, we just don't have a we're having so many issues right now with the current setup. It's now Heavener. I thought it was Heavener. I've gotten different pronunciations here. Do your college classmates know about your Max Velocity channel? There's like a few that know. There's not very many. Now, when I got my YouTube play button behind me, and I told this story before, but when I got my YouTube play button, I did bring it to class one day just to, it was more to show one of my professors. But then all of a sudden, one person was like, "Can I see it?" I'm like, "Yeah, I got it in my bag." you know, everybody saw it. So I think everybody knows now. Not very many people knew before. Or I don't think really anybody knew before. Here's the latest radar scan. Again, rotation still not super tight here. It's going to be heading towards Hartford over the next few minutes. Going towards Huntington. And it still has a chance to produce a tornado as it moves northeast over the next few minutes. Once again, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible if you were in this tornado warning. This is in eastern Oklahoma. It's more southeastern Oklahoma. This is south of Fort Smith, so it's kind of like eastern, southeastern Oklahoma right now on this storm. Just again, currently moving northeast at approximately, I think, 30 miles per hour. Yeah, 30 miles per hour. It's moving northeast at 30, so it's slowish moving storm, not super slow, but you know, it's kind of like middle ground. It's like how fast I run, 30 miles per hour. I definitely don't run that fast. I might run like 10 miles per hour. That's probably about it. That even might be a stretch. I don't know. Havener? Guys, the pronunciations, I mean, I'm reading your pronunciations, all right? But like, they're all over the place. It's not that big of a deal. It's fine. We'll just go with Hevener or Hevener. Hevener? Is it Hevener? Yeah, pronunciations are fine, guys. We're not gonna get our pronunciation right. It's fine. All right, here's the latest scan. Yeah, we still have a pretty clean inflow going to the storm. We have a hook echo and everything. Let's see what the velocities look like. It's still not super strong rotation here. Not very strong. This rotation isn't strong enough yet to produce a tornado, but once again, it has long-term potential. So, again, Hartford, Arkansas, definitely be vigilant. All right. we're done. It's fine. We're done with pronunciations. I mean, I could pronounce it in 16 different ways with how many names I just saw in chat. Like, it's all, everybody's saying something different. My bad, I hit my mic. All right, let's real quickly zoom out real quick. We'll go back to the storm in a second. All right, so Tulsa area, we're not really dealing with much, just ordinary storms. Strong storms near Oklahoma City. And then back over north of Shreveport near Bradley, we do still have a area of damaging winds going towards Magnolia, possibly 70 to 80 mile per hour damaging winds actually going towards Magnolia. So this is a significant storm right now moving northeast towards Magnolia. So if you're in this warning, I would highly recommend that you, you stay away from windows at least on the lowest floor possible, as that could do some pretty significant damage. So we have another huge severe thunderstorm warning in northern Louisiana and southern Arkansas for El Dorado, Magnolia, Ruston, Monroe, Farmersville, and this is for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. This is all of the counties that are included in this warning. That is insane. Wow. So all those areas are included in this warning. And then further down to the I was gonna check the speed of the storm area. This is moving east at 50 miles per hour. We still do have a tornado warning that's near Cushing, Texas. That rotation has broadened for the time being, but still could drop a brief tornado as it moves to the northeast. And then we also have a tornado possible storm that is located near Groveton, Texas. That has rotation. We have a little bit of rotation as well near Madisonville, again, just east of that and also south of that. So a couple pockets of rotation. Nothing confirmed with that, but that'll be something to watch for as that continues to move to the east and northeast. All right, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna go to this screen, and then we're gonna go ahead and put Connor on the main screen for here on out, so that hopefully I don't have as many issues with the stream quality. This should hopefully help with the issues that we've been having. We're about to find out. I don't know. Still having issues. Still having issues even full screening it. I don't know what's going on today with this stuff. Alright. So now we have Connor at the bottom right. And we'll have him there for now because Connor's heading towards this storm anyway. That's in eastern Oklahoma and western Arkansas. So we'll go down to Connor here for now. Don't keep him there. All right. How's it going, Evan? Appreciate it. Hope all is well. It's always funny watching people not from my area pronounce Leominster and Worcester. Are we talking about Massachusetts? That's easier to pronounce. I used to live in New England, so I know how to pronounce Worcester. Worcester. Lamb chowder. Once again, we do have an area of rotation near Heavener going towards Hartford in western Arkansas and eastern Oklahoma. And so once again, if you are in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. We will have Connor Croft intercepting this storm here relatively soon, so we should have a view of that at some point. It's going to be nighttime probably by the time he gets there, like sun is going to be set, so I don't know if we'll have a great view of it, but we'll have to wait and see. Connor's... Oh, is that what Connor's doing? I have his audio on my end. Apparently he's counting the amount of green lights he gets in a row. I guess he's at 6. Evan is dead tired. It's been a busy last few days. You know, I've run off of... I'm being honest with you guys. Like, I literally... I ran off of 5 hours of sleep yesterday to go live for 14 hours total yesterday. So we were live for 14 hours. I had 5 hours of sleep, and I had a final exam. And today, I only got about 6.5 hours of sleep today. So I'm still lacking on sleep, but hopefully tomorrow we don't have anything, because I am going to be sleeping at least for 9 hours tonight, hopefully. But the problem is, like, for me, like, I am my head's racing whenever there's severe weather. Like, I'll wake up randomly and all of a sudden I can't go back to bed because I look at the SPC website or whatever it might be, and I'm just like, I'm getting up, I'm prepping for today, whatever it is. I've had that issue both Saturday and Sunday, with severe weather coverage. So, unfortunately, that's the nature of the last several days. And the last several days, again, have been significant. Just think about it. I mean, they've all been significant days of severe weather. There's not been a single day that we've been covering other than Thursday, really. Thursday's the one day that, didn't really pan out. But Friday, Saturday, and even today has been significant. Today hasn't been, as bad as, Friday, Saturday, but it's still been significant. Connor once again is froze on this thing. I just do not understand why I keep having issues on OBS today. Try to refresh it. Once again, we do have an area of rotation south of Gilmore near Hartford. Once again, if you are in this warning, you're going to continue to stay in your safe place. This is in eastern Oklahoma and western Arkansas. Let me real quickly take off all the cameras. That might be why. Okay. Hopefully this fixes the issue. Here's the latest scan. That rotation is trying to intensify. Again, that is going to be approaching Hartford over the next few minutes here in western parts of Arkansas. Right now, it's currently located in eastern Oklahoma. And I'm going to quickly zoom out again. We're going to go back down to the south. I do want to check on the storms that are ongoing here. So, again, we have that large area of storms going throughout northern Louisiana and southern Arkansas. That's producing damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. Once again, stay away from windows. We could also get a couple of embedded tornadoes in this line of storms. And then southwest of Shreveport, we still have a tornado warning near Cushing. Again, the rotation's not been overly impressive there. They'll probably let that warning go. And then from there, we got a bunch of severe storms down at the south. So main concern and main focus right now is this discrete supercell that is south of Fort Smith, and it's going to be going to Arkansas. So we're going to primarily stay on this here for the next several minutes. Also, thank you, Karth. Carthrick? I don't know if that's how you're saying name. Thank you for your $20 super chat. Thank you also, Julianne, for the generous $10 super chat as well. Appreciate that. Thank you. And also, thank you, ATX, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Put some hearts in the chat for ATX. That is our highest membership tier. And I do appreciate you becoming a VIP Velocity member. Is St. Louis going to get anything tonight? St. Louis, again, mainly going to be a damaging wind threat. It should remain isolated. So that concern is overall going to be relatively isolated tonight. Connor's wondering why all of a sudden it got so dark. I wonder why it got so dark. I wonder why. So apparently OBS right now is using 38% of my CPU. I don't think that's healthy. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know why. Do not know why. 36%. I don't know what in the world's going on. I couldn't tell you. Check my stream resolution. I don't think it has anything to do with that. I don't know what it exactly is. I mean, I could restart OBS, but then I would have to end the live stream and start it again. It wouldn't be worth it. Was it normally run around? It's usually like 5%. Too much streaming. I don't think it's too much streaming. I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm using my NVIDIA encoder. I don't know why it's so high. I don't really know. It's time for a new computer. That's what it is. It's time for a new computer. OBS is too tired. Too much streaming. That's probably what it is, honestly. No, I actually don't know. I'll probably have to get... I mean, for those that are wondering, for those that haven't been here for a while, I mean, we stream off of a laptop, literally. Like, it's a good laptop. It's just we stream off of a laptop. So I'll have to probably get a built computer just for live streaming, because that'll help, I think, with stream quality, and that'll also help to support multiple Storm Chasers all at once, because that's also another issue. That's probably the main issue, actually, is having multiple Storm Chasers at once on a stream. That should definitely help. So you might have to invest in a computer. We've gotten so many members recently. I mean, if members are helping a lot with studio upgrades. I mean, we have a lot of upgrades coming. It's not just a computer. It would be also a monitor stand with at least 4 monitors, perhaps even more than that. So we're gonna have a big upgrade with monitors here pretty soon. So we'll have a higher quality stream regardless. And then if we had a new computer, I mean, that would also help to be able to run things way more smoothly, especially on streams. So it's not bitrate either. It's at like 4,000. It's not bitrate. Here's the latest radar scan. Again, we're looking at the eastern Oklahoma tornado warning. Again, it's going to be approaching Hartford, Arkansas. Rotation isn't super strong right now, but it is going to be a storm to watch for as it moves northeast. It does have a hook on it, and it could be something that could develop into a tornadic supercell down the road. Again, Connor Croft storm chasing with us, bottom right of your screen. He is on route for this storm. That is going to be approaching Hartford, and again, it's near Heavener, Oklahoma right now, moving northeast. So again, continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. Maybe you can hide your bed in the background. Thanks, appreciate it. Yeah, it's fantastic. I know everybody loves the bed background. It makes it look like a weather live stream here. Green screen time. I actually do want to. It'll probably be next year, but like I do want to start using the green screen more. Like I kind of want to build out a studio room and like have a green screen and then have multiple cameras and all that sort of stuff. Like, I want to be able to build out a lot more stuff like that, because we did use a green screen for one stream. And the problem was, though, we couldn't transition with it. So if we can get more cameras and more transition stuff, which, once again, I mean, we could probably afford with all the members that we have. And most of the membership money does go towards, you know, upgrading stuff anyways. So that's the current plan right now, is to do a bunch of upgrades. And, you know, my plan is hopefully by the end of May, we have more than 3 monitors, and then also, you know, monitor stand and all that sort of stuff, and maybe a computer as early as, you know, May or June. But I have finals this week, so I've had like literally no time to think about that stuff. All right, so the storm back down in Cushing, Texas, that's tornado warning. Not super concerned about that one right now. I would say right now the most concerning storm that we have, which honestly is not super concerning, but it could develop into something, is this one right now near Heavener. So we're going to continue to stay on this storm, as it's going to continue to move to the northeast towards Huntington over the next several minutes, just south of Fort Smith, Arkansas. Thank you, Ken, for the generous $20 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. We've been saving lives for the last several days. I think everybody has been, for anybody in the weather space, anybody that's been live. I mean, everybody's done something positive, I think, over the last several days with all the storms that we've had. Connor's making his final approach to the storm activity. Yay! All right, let's go to velocities. Again, no rotation north of this storm. It's just really this storm here that is ongoing. Again, this is going to be entering into western Arkansas here soon. This is really the most concerning storm that we have on the radar.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Since we're entering into a new CWA region, is my guess. Yeah, they have a new tornado warning for this storm just south of Hartford, south of Huntington. And if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. Thank you, Holly, for the generous $20 super chat as well. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. I mean, honestly, guys, like, I mean, you know, I'm trying to do my part, helping people out and whatnot, you know, save lives. But I mean, you know, other streamers too. It's not just me. It's not a self-centered thing where I'm the only person doing this. There's undoubtedly a lot of people. And honestly, I would not take really any credit for what I've done. I mean, a lot of this is the National Weather Service. A lot of it is the Storm Prediction Center. I mean, and, you know, it begins with them, really, you know, issuing this sort of stuff, you know, ahead of time. Like the outlooks. I mean, if we didn't have these outlooks, if we didn't have warnings that were being issued, you know, 24/7, like we just would not have, you know, that sort of warning or heads up for a lot of this activity. And I think, you know, the Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service do not get enough credit for what they do. They do a lot of things. It's not just a one-person thing. I mean, I'm not the one issuing tornado warnings. You know, I'm not the one
tornado warning
putting out a lot of these outlooks. I'm just making a forecast. You know, I'm trying to basically spread the word in a way that makes sense for people that don't understand weather a whole lot. Confirmed tornado on the ground with this storm near Heavener.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, we have a tornado on the ground near Hartford. This is apparently confirmed by weather spotters. Going to be heading towards Hartford and Huntington in western Arkansas and eastern Oklahoma. And if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building. Once again, this is a confirmed tornado now that is going to be heading northeast, going towards Hartford, Huntington, Midland, in western Arkansas, and it's currently just gone through Heavener in eastern Oklahoma. So once again, seek shelter immediately. You got to get to your safe place, a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building, and away from windows. There's apparently a tornado that happened about 10 minutes ago near Aurora, Missouri. We missed that one. It wasn't ever warned. Let's see if there's anything up here real quick. Yeah, it was right here near Aurora. That was a tornado here about 10 minutes ago, just on the south side of Aurora. Brief CC drop right there. So we had a brief tornado near Pleasant Ridge, Missouri. That was radar confirmed right there briefly. It's no longer a threat by the looks of it. Yeah, it's browned out, but there was a brief tornado there just to the southwest of Springfield near Aurora. Wasn't really an area that we're paying attention to, in all honesty. All right, here's the latest radar scan, and this is confirmed by weather spotters. So we have a confirmed tornado right along the Oklahoma and Arkansas border, south of Fort Smith. This is moving northeast towards Hartford and Huntington. We don't really have a great sort of visual on radar of this particular tornado, but once again, this has been confirmed by weather spotters in the area. So again, if you are in this warning anywhere in these pink polygons, we got 2 of them. You need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible interior room of your home or building, as this storm is moving to the northeast. The weather spotters confirm the tornado east of Heavener, so the presumption is that the tornado is probably right here. We don't have a CC drop, but that would be where the tornado likely is right now. It's going to be crossing right over Highway 28 and 128, moving northeast. This is a population of 8,500. And that'll be approaching Hartford in the next about 7 or 8 minutes. And then Huntington probably in about 20 to 25 minutes, but you should get to your storm shelter much sooner than that if you're in those locations. I live right there. That's a populated area. This specific pink polygon, I believe, is 8,500. This one, I think, is much smaller. It's a different CWA region, so. John, can you mention me in it? If you see a photo or video of this tornado, just mention me at Max Velocity WX. I'll try to retweet it. Apparently there was a tornado on this, and it got rain wrapped pretty quickly. And if that's true, I mean, the tornado might be even embedded over here near Heavener. New SPC? Okay. I don't see any CC here. And this was all confirmed by, you know, a weather spotter. Highway 128. Yeah, that's probably where the tornado began, was on the east side there near Highway 128. It's probably right in that hook that we had. And we still have it, it's just not nearly as defined. Here's the new SPC outlook for tonight. This is the new SPC outlook for tonight. Pretty large area still. We got an enhanced risk for southern Arkansas, much of Louisiana, and as well as into East Texas. The tornado risk has increased for parts of Arkansas, so this threat is still well from over. That tornado threat has increased now for those in Arkansas. It's up to a 5% tornado risk. And then for the wind threat, that's the main concern. And then hail is still a possibility, but a lower chance. So the tornado threat has now increased further northbound, and we still have an enhanced risk for severe weather for those in Louisiana, southern Arkansas, and southeast Texas. So we'll probably be live here for at least a couple or maybe even a few more hours, depending on how the activity goes. No 10% hatch tornado risk, by the way. That was removed earlier this morning, just an FYI. All right, I'm retweeting the video of the tornado or possible tornado. It's not confirmed, but it's... I'll see if I can show you guys the video, but it is retweeted on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. But overall, it's a bit difficult to tell from the video. It looks very sort of rain-wrapped. There's at least some spin, though. So there may still be a tornado here, and if there is, it's going to be approaching just north of Highway 28. It's very rural spots near Oklahoma High Top. Apparently that's near, there's apparently a place called Middle Mountain over here. going towards Patterson and Hartford in western Arkansas. Yes, this is a confirmed tornado. It's confirmed by weather spotters. It's not confirmed by radar. But if there is a tornado, it's going to be approaching Hartford over the next several minutes. What's a hatch tornado risk? It means that we have a chance for strong tornadoes, which on any given day, even when we don't have a hatched tornado risk, we can still see strong tornadoes. But when they issue a hatched area, it means that there's a 10% chance within a 25-mile radius of an EF2 plus tornado. Now, again, that can happen on any day. It's just most days like today, it would be a less than 10% chance. I don't know what the exact probability would be, but it would probably be like, I don't know, 3% or something, or 2%, maybe 1%. If we do get a strong tornado, it would probably be back down in southeast Texas if that ever happened today. But like, it's still a relatively low risk. Once again, this storm is moving northeast towards Hartford, Midland, and Huntington with a confirmed tornado heading in that direction just south of Greenwood. Once again, if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Hey, thank you, Nicholas. I appreciate the $5 Venmo. 100% does, by the way. I do appreciate your generosity. And Connor's approaching the storm, by the way. He's not too far. He's probably about 20 minutes maybe out, maybe 25 minutes. So once this storm gets closer to him, we'll have probably a better view of this. St. Louis will still have a chance for severe weather, but it's a relatively low risk. Again, it's going to be mainly damaging winds over that direction. I'm not expecting much of a tornado risk, but it would be a relatively low tornado risk if we got one. The Storm Prediction Center has no tornado risk at all in Missouri right now, other than the very southern side of Missouri. But the thing about it is that we just did have a tornado briefly near Aurora. And we actually might get another one. We got strong rotation developing near Hurley. That's south of Battlefield. So we got another pocket of rotation here in Missouri that could also develop into something. Now, this is not tornado warned, but there's a tornado possible. I'm going to wait for one more scan, I think, here, and then it's about to come in, the next radar scan. We'll see what that rotation looks like, because this could get interesting. This is south of Springfield. I appreciate that a lot, William. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it's a lot of multitasking. Whoa, that's strong. We could get a tornado here. That's near School, Missouri. That's a tornado. We have a tornado on the ground, unwarned. This is a tornado on the ground now in Missouri.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We got a debris signature and everything on this. This is right over School, Missouri. This is south of Battlefield, and they put it as radar indicated, but they just issued a tornado warning on this, and that is going to include areas just south of Battlefield. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, you've got to seek shelter. This is a tornado that has just dropped, unless that's some sort of contamination on CC, but I highly doubt that. That is a debris signature that we're seeing on radar. Yeah, that's debris. So we got debris, again, being picked up into the atmosphere just southeast of Billings, south of Springfield, Missouri. And if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Once again, that is a debris signature right over School, Missouri, going towards Nixa and eventually going towards Battlefield. And Battlefield's not in the warning, but I would stay very vigilant. The storm has produced a brief tornado already back near Aurora, and it could produce this further down the road if it lifts at some point. So once again, this is a debris signature on radar that we have. That's a debris signature moving northeast towards Highway 14. I'm glad I went up here. I was almost not going to go up here to Missouri, but Hopefully we got the word out quick enough for those areas in School. That's right over School. So we just had a tornado go right through School and Union City. Rural areas there, Missouri. The problem is now it's going to be going towards a more populated area just south of Springfield. So we have to watch this closely. The hope is that this remains brief. A lot of these storms embedded in this area, with any tornadoes that we've seen so far today, have mostly been brief. So hopefully that's the case here. But that's the only debris signature I think we've seen today on radar. Clearly. Again, this is just south of Springfield, Missouri. We'll have a new radar scan, hopefully momentarily. And this developed quickly. I mean, that really tightened out of no... I mean, you know, we had 3 radar scans that showed rotation. 1, 2, and then tightened. You know, some of these storms are going to, you know, produce a tornado in the snap of a finger. That's kind of how this event goes sometimes when we have storms like this. Yeah, if you're in Nixa, again, just stay vigilant. You're not in the tornado warning, but again, we'll let you know if you need to go to your safe place probably in a minute or two if this does remain strong. If you're on the west side in the pink polygon, you should go to your safe place. But if you're like in the downtown or east side, then you are currently, you know, okay for the time being. But that obviously again could change depending on what happens on this next scan. Again, this could occlude quickly. It could also intensify further. So we're about to find out. Appreciate that, Chris. Thank you. All right, this tornado has officially gone confirmed, by the way. For those that may have doubted it, this has officially gone confirmed. New velocity scan in a second. It looks like if that tornado is still on the ground, it is now north of School near Highway 14. It's going to be eventually going towards Battlefield. I'm trying to see what this next velocity scan shows. So this is going a bit more north-northeast right now. And it most likely occluded. So that was a quick tornado. Again, that was a deep CC drop for what it was, but it's more than likely an occluding tornado. But I do want to remind you that these storms, I mean, we got a lot of them in this area, and any of them could produce a tornado like that. I mean, they could be quick, and that may have been on the ground for a minute or two. We don't really know how long it was on the ground, but, you know, if it was on the ground for more than 2 minutes, I'd kind of be surprised. But, you know, the radar is updating every 3 to 4 minutes or so, so a tornado could happen in between radar scans anywhere here in Missouri. But that just happened right there, where we still do have at least some debris in the atmosphere. So if you are in the pink polygon, definitely stay in your safe place, because there is still debris in the atmosphere near the Clever and Boaz area near Terrell. But that was, again, just a tornado that happened in School, Missouri. If you know any friends or family in School, Missouri, give them a call or text and make sure they're all right, because this storm just dropped a tornado there. And did have some pretty, you know... This is not a small debris signature. That is definitely... Let's see what the percentages are on this. I mean, we got percentages down to 0.5... We got 57%, which means that could have been some thicker debris that was picked up there near Union City. There aren't a whole lot of homes here, luckily, but... It was right along State Highway M and K. This warning has been updated. It is still a radar-confirmed tornado. To be heading towards Boaz, Clever, and south of Battlefield. Real quickly, I'm going back to Oklahoma. We still have a confirmed tornado that is approaching Hartford right now. That's where Connor Croft is. So there's still a confirmed tornado right along the Arkansas and Oklahoma border, south of Fort Smith. So we'll go back to that at some point here soon. We're going to make sure that this thing is officially lifted, but this is still going right now. And still a tornado in progress west of Nixa, just to the southwest of Springfield, Missouri. Once again, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. go back to... We'll have a new radar scan in a second. Again, that's your debris signature. There is still debris in the atmosphere south of Battlefield and southeast of Billings. Once again, this is still a tornado in progress south of Springfield, Missouri. Yeah, Connor's lined up on the other tornado that's on the ground back over in western Arkansas and eastern Oklahoma. And so we'll go to him once that storm gets a bit closer to him. He's getting pretty close to it, though. And we'll have a new radar scan in just a second. We'll see if this is still on the ground in a moment. Tucker, that's fine, by the way. It's not a big deal. It's kind of late for it if you haven't posted it already. All right, here's the latest radar scan. So we still have a tornado. It's more than likely occluded. Almost 100% it's occluded. But if that is still on the ground, if there's still debris, it's going to be right there, northwest of Highlandville, just to the south of Battlefield, Missouri. Again, this is still moving northeast. And also the tornado in Arkansas, I believe, is still confirmed. We're going to double check on that. If there is still a tornado, it's going to be west of Nixa. But I do believe this is occluded pretty much entirely. I don't really see anything super definitive here at this point. I would still stay in your safe place, though, if you're in the pink polygon. If you're outside of that, I think you're fine for the time being. I would stay vigilant if you're in the Springfield area. There are still areas that we are watching for at least gusty winds, and things like this could happen down the road with a storm like this. And this storm is not super intense on radar, but it has a little inflow trying to develop now near Nixa, going towards Ozark, and eventually going towards the Fordland area. It could drop more tornadoes down the road. Even though they might be quick, they could briefly cause some damage. So I'd still stay vigilant. And again, we're going to continue to watch this activity. We're going to keep going back and forth because I do think that area will probably get some more storms here down the road. We still have a weather spotters confirmed tornado near where Connor is, near Weatherford. Or, sorry, Hartford, not Weatherford. Hartford in Arkansas near Huntington. This is still a confirmed tornado. So once again, that's going to be approaching Midland, going towards Huntington and Route 71. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to continue to stay in your shelter spot. That's a storm shelter, a basement, a closet, or a bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is reportedly still producing a tornado according to weather spotters in the area, which if that tornado is still on the ground, it's going to be about right in there near Patterson. So that's going to be going on the southwest side there of Hartford. So if you're still in Hartford, you got to go to your safe place, Hartford, Arkansas. And then also in Huntington, you should be getting there within the next couple of minutes to your safe place. Mansfield, same thing, within the next couple of minutes. And then Midland and Montreal, you should also be getting to your safe place. The storm's also producing a tornado. Again, Connor Croft, bottom right of your screen, he is about to be going to intercept this particular tornado here momentarily. This is where he is, and that's where we're looking towards. So he should have a view of that here soon. There isn't a whole lot of lightning, so I don't know how much of a view we'll get, but we'll probably at least get something there. We also got a nasty storm back up near Fort Smith. Not really rotating too much right now, but that'll also be a storm to watch for as that moves to the east and east-northeast. And quick update further south, we got plenty of damaging winds ongoing. We have no tornado warnings in Louisiana, Texas, or southern Arkansas right now. So nothing to be concerned about there for right now. And then this is the tornado that we just had confirmed a few minutes ago, south of Springfield, Missouri. Once again, it is no longer on the ground. It has occluded, but it could develop again. So we are going to, we're going to wait for the next radar scan here to see if it does intensify again, just south of Springfield. We also do have some rotation near Groveton, Texas. Just heads up there, and also some broad rotation northwest of Huntsville, Texas. Wait for the next radar scan here. Should be in a second. Once again, if you're just tuning in and you live in Missouri, or you know any friends or family near Union City, Missouri, or School, Missouri, again, we did have a tornado on the ground. That was your debris signature. This happened about 8 or 9 minutes ago. So there might have been some damaged homes or something along those lines there. Again, it's no longer on the ground, but if you know any friends or family there, just make sure that they're doing okay. And that was a tornado that was on the ground there for just a few minutes. And we should have a radar scan at any second here. All right, just came in. So area rotation, and it should be out of that tornado warning. We're going to see what the rotation looks like here south of Springfield in a second. We had a little sprinkle here east of St. Louis. I'm glad. Congratulations. Nice, good sprinkles. Oh, that's not done. All right, let's circle this again. This is like a handoff, it looks like. Looks like we got another tornado on the ground. This is a different one. We got a different tornado now that has dropped. Possibly the same, but it's kind of handoff. We got a tornado on the ground here, south of Battlefield again. That's another debris signature. A little handoff here. More than likely, that's a tornado. That's right next to Highway 14, south of Terrell and south of Springfield. And we're about 20 miles, I would say, about approximately 20 miles south of Springfield. I'm not super positive this is still on the ground, but it's close. I mean, if it is on the ground, that's where it is. That's what we can definitely say. Because that rotation is definitely trying to tighten again there in that spot. And that's near Boaz and south of Terrell. So if we have a tornado still on the ground, it would be right there. And yeah, that's right now moving towards the Nixa area. This rotation itself has been kind of moving north over the last few minutes. It's kind of moving like northeast, going towards Gwynn. And this particular spot of rotation taking a little bit more of a turn to the right a little bit. So it might be going more this direction. But obviously, if you're in Terrell or anywhere in this pink polygon, once again, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. All right, quick update on the tornado that's, I believe, yeah, it's still confirmed south of Fort Smith. Connor's pretty close to this storm. Again, this is a tornado that's also on the ground near Hartford, Huntington, and Midland, Arkansas. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And once again, that is moving right now to the right now it's moving to the east and east-northeast. So Huntington, Midland, and Hartford, you all need to still be in your shelter. The southern tornado warning, you should still be in your shelter, even though it's a little bit further up to your north. Still stay in your safe place. And we just got a new radar scan. We're going to stay here for a second, then we'll go back to Missouri. Again, Connor Croft, bottom right of your screen, he is within about 2 or 3 miles of the circulation. He has to drop south because he's going kind of too far into it. There isn't a whole lot of lightning, and again, one of the problems at night is that, you know, this is a big problem too. Whenever people are driving and there's like all of a sudden a tornado, like it's hard to, you know that sometimes because of all the, you know, the rain and, you know, not just the rain, but there's no light most of the time. Unless you're in like DFW or like a city where there's light. It's a big problem. All right, this is the other tornado that we've had on the ground. Again, south of Battlefield, Missouri. This is south of Springfield. Waiting for the next radar scan. It should be in a minute or less, hopefully. This is, all right, here's the latest radar scan. So this is the area that is of interest right now. All right, I'm not seeing any CC drop here, so this most likely lifted. See what the velocity show. Connor's been on point with his chasing recently. Like, he's been in a lot of areas where there have been tornadoes. Like, pretty impressive. Waiting for the velocities to update here. And still got some rotation. let me outline a couple spots here real quick. We're going to try to match this up. So we got a little area near Nixa. We also got another area here. And I'm not seeing a CC drop here, but we do have still an area of rotation of interest here, south of Battlefield. So we're going to have to continue to watch this area closely. Still a rotation. I mean, it's not super strong. I mean, it's a pretty weak couplet, but you know, we could still get a tornado out of that. Maybe something brief and weak. Oh yeah, Connor Stream is 5 minutes behind. Let me fix that. We've had technical issues, and that's probably just got pushed back accidentally. Alright, it should fix itself here in a second. Hopefully. Alright, it should fix itself there. Alright, let's go back down to... we'll keep watching the storm. It's going to be going towards Nixa. If you're in Nixa, Gwyn, you know, I would just stay away from windows. You know, you're not under a tornado warning right now, but, like, just, you know, just stay away from windows just in case something tries to happen here. There's no reason to, like, panic or, you know, run to the storm shelter, because there's no warning there officially yet, but there is some rotation there just off Highway 14. If we get a tornado, it will probably be on the brief and weak side with that little couplet. But once again, we had much stronger rotation back near school. That was a strong area of rotation. But there could be something happening right over Nixa. That's another spot that we'll have to watch closely. And then also, we still have that confirmed tornado near Hartford, Arkansas. We'll probably get a new warning there soon.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. There it is. We have a new tornado warning south of Springfield. This is for Ozark, Cody, Nixa as well. So now you have to go to your safe place. I know I mentioned it a few moments ago. You don't have to go there, but you should be going to a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning, just to the south of Springfield, Missouri. Once again, this is for Nixa, Ozark, Cody, and Palmetto. It also includes River Park, Mentor, Fremont Hills, and Galloway. You know, we've already had a confirmed tornado with this storm. We've actually had 2 different ones now. We could have another one at some point here in the next few minutes. So continue to stay in your shelter spot. That's a storm shelter, a basement, a closet, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. Once again, this is just to the south of Springfield, Missouri. And again, by the way, this is radar indicated rotation now, so it's no longer on the ground. Just for the record, we still have this warning still on the ground. This one's still confirmed technically, but you know, that's at this point is lifted. And then the tornado warning back over in western Arkansas, that one is still confirmed. We are probably going to point most of our attention to this storm and obviously the other one in Arkansas, but since the radar scans are coming in every about 4 to 5 minutes, we'll continue to come here every 4 to 5 minutes, which we should get another scan in a second. So we will stay here. But yeah, this is becoming a little bit more of a, you know, an embedded tornado risk with these areas of storms right now near Springfield. I'll have another radar scan in a moment. All right, here's the latest scan. So all the rotation now is going to be in this tornado warning. At this point, anything behind it is just, it's not there. So any rotations in this new pink polygon that we have. See what the velocity show in a second. Yeah, as of 16 minutes ago, we still had a confirmed tornado in western Arkansas.
A new tornado warning.
Here's the latest scan. We do have an area of rotation right over Nixa right now. It's not super strong. I mean, we don't have a tight couplet, but we could still get a tornado as this moves more to the east-northeast. We'll go back to this in a second. The tornado warning in Arkansas is radar indicated. They just issued a new one. That is going to be for Huntington, southeast of Midland, and approaching Route 71. So, new tornado warning here. And if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. We have a new tornado warning here, moving to the northeast. All right, so this is going to be for, again, western Arkansas, just south of Greenwood, and south of Charleston. The other tornado warning has expired. This is going to be the one that's replacing it, which again is radar indicated rotation, moving east, northeast, and northeast. That'll be going towards Huntington, Route 71, and west of Boonville. So pretty rural areas aside from Huntington. Again, Connor Croft, bottom right of your screen. He's pretty much inside of the storm, but the rotation itself is going to be back down in here. So again, if Connor gets a view of anything, if he gets pretty close to it, we'll obviously pan to him. We also got a storm east of Fort Smith that looks interesting on reflectivity, which could pose a severe weather threat down the road. So we'll have to watch this activity closely near Fort Smith. All right, let's go back to the tornado warning south of Springfield. And once again, this is near Nixa and Ozark. We are watching basically this area right now for rotation, which is once again moving to the east-northeast. We did have an area of rotation in here near Ozark a little while ago. It's not really there anymore. It looks like more of a wind threat. So we'll be watching the rotation basically right over Nixa, Missouri. If you know any friends or family in these warnings, obviously make sure to contact them. Make sure, get in touch with them. Make sure that they're going to their safe place. It is 8:46 p.m. right now, so I mean, some people may be sleeping. I don't think very many people are right now, but there might be a few in this area. So just make sure that they're awake and ready to get to their safe place. They should already be there if you're in Nixa, Ozark, or Cody, or Palmetto, or we do again have a tornado warning. Once again, this is just south of Springfield. We do have strong storms rolling through Springfield right now. More of a damaging wind concern right now with that activity. Also, we still have this observed tornado warning, but that rotation has now moved out of that area. So we are going to go ahead and back down to just a regular tornado warning, even though this could still drop another tornado at any time as it moves off to the northeast. We have a strong couplet of rotation in Texas, by the way. We have a couple of them, but we have one near Groveton. We also have another one south of Midway, Texas. So a couple of unwarned areas of rotation. Those are both strong right now. So just a heads up if you're back down in Texas. And we're waiting for the next radar scan on this, which will be in about 30 seconds or so, probably. If you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, I'll be keeping you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. Once again, Connor Croft is chasing that storm that is tornado warned and did produce a tornado at one point in western Arkansas. And then we're right now looking at the Missouri one as we speak. New radar scan in just a second on velocities. And we could get a tornado at any time with this activity here. Near Galloway, Cody, Pembina, and then Linden, just south of Springfield. All right, so this is really the main pocket of rotation right now. That's near River Park. It's in that hook that we have up there. No CC drop, but that's the main area of rotation. That's the one that did produce a tornado. That one's now going to be moving into Mentor, Fremont Hills, Kissick, and just on the south side of Galloway, Missouri. That's also going to be going towards Cody, Palmetto, and eventually towards Rogersville. So once again, if you are in this tornado warning, continue to stay in that shelter spot, that storm shelter, basement, whatever it might be, closet or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Yeah, that rotation that we have in Texas, we have a couple of them. We got one south of Midway, Texas. We got another one near Groveton. We got two areas of rotation down there too. Neither of them are warned for a tornado, but there is some rotation there. I'll just say that. It's not super strong, but there's enough rotation there for there to be a tornado. All right, let's real quickly zoom back out. We're going to go back down to Arkansas, where there is a tornado warning there as well. Again, this is for Huntington, Arkansas. Look at this storm. Connor's about to get out of the actual rain area. He's trying to get out in front of it. But once again, this is where we're looking for the potential for a tornado. West of 71. Route 71. This is going to be basically where Connor is. It's pretty close to him. So we might get a view of this again some point soon. It's moving east-northeast. Yeah, just south of Greenwood and south of Charleston in western Arkansas. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We have a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings in Texas and Louisiana. Again, we're not really going to focus a whole lot on that unless there's tornado warnings. Mostly focused on any tornadic activity like this one near Springfield, and then the one that's over in western Arkansas right now. And we'll have a new radar scan on this in a second. Once again, area of rotation has been intensifying a little bit north of Nixa. That's going to be approaching Cody, Galloway, Mentor, Kissick, and as well as Fremont Hills and River Park, south of Springfield in, again, southwestern Missouri. If you guys do see any reports on Twitter, you can at me, at MaxVelocityWX. Try to relay any reports that we have. Try to see if we have anything. I don't see any new reports as of right now on these storms. New radar scan in a second, though, just south of Springfield. Big hail signature in Groveton, Texas storm. There's been a lot of hail down there. There's been a lot of significant hailstorms. We had tennis ball sized hail at one point near Crockett, Texas, earlier today. This tornado warning is no longer including Riverdale, by the way, Missouri, near Selmore. Ozark's kind of on the edge of that tornado warning. And the main pocket of rotation that we're looking at is right here, which this should update in a second. That's really the main pocket of rotation. There might be something developing here near Cody. We'll find that out probably in the next scan, which should be coming in at any second. Is there any sort of actual confirmation of a tornado in Groveton? I don't see anything confirmed on that. I've seen a couple of people saying in chat. I've not seen anything confirmed though officially. I've also not seen any reports on Twitter of that. Looks like a hailstorm, and it looks like there's at least some rotation, but I don't see a tightening there. Granted, again, that's a massive radar hole there in Texas. It's huge. All right, here's the latest scan. That initial area of circulation's broadening. We got maybe another one trying to develop now east of Nixa near Cody, or going to be approaching Cody. And then this area back over here doesn't look super concerning. So this still is going to be the main area to watch for. We'll have to see if anything redevelops there. Again, south of Springfield. We still got a damaging wind threat. Whoa, what is that? That's north of Springfield. This we need to watch. It's not really rotating, but we got a little hook developing on this. North of Springfield, right here. So that right there, north of Springfield, Missouri, is a hook that's developing. We don't have any sort of debris signature, or let me double check, but I don't think we do. That's behind, so that's not going to confirm it. But there's nothing confirmed right now on this storm, but this is a storm that does have a chance to produce a tornado down the road. As it continues to move to the east, northeast, and northeast. It is a developing hook, though, on that storm near Fairgrove. That one could go tornado warn if we get more rotation. Don't really have any rotation there, but, you know. It could definitely develop. So, again, this area here is what we're watching. And then we also got this area in here. We got two different spots. And we also got one back down in, again, western Arkansas. I appreciate that, Devin. Thank you. Glad I could help. That whoa. Let's go down to Arkansas real quick. That is a hook if I've ever seen one. That is a hook echo over Liberty. Yeah, we got a hook on Liberty right now, that storm. It's near Liberty. Gonna be approaching Booth and Elm Park in Arkansas. There's no CC drop or anything, but that's been developing for a few minutes now. It's kind of closing now. And Connor's like right in that, so we might get a view of that in a minute. Again, the velocities aren't really strong, so again, main concern right now with these tornadoes is brief and weak tornadoes, but that's a tightening area, or it's at least a strengthening hook there near the Huntington area of Arkansas. We don't have any CC drop, and I'm going to see what the velocities show here. This is an area to watch once again. I mean, there is a tornado warning for a reason. Now, in the other CWA region, they don't have a tornado warning, so they do have a tornado possible on this, but it's not a tornado warning. This is Connor driving in this, by the way. It's not
Wrapping up.
updated. Wait, 1 second. We got a new tornado warning on this. We're going to go to this first.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. New tornado warning on this storm near Huntington. It's because we have a hook developing and everything. Once again, that is an area of rotation that we're watching near Huntington. We got a hook and everything on this storm. Once again, you need to seek shelter if you're in this warning in western Arkansas, south of Greenwood, and moving east-northeast, going to be going towards Highway 10 and Highway 23. So continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. So again, brand new one here in western Arkansas. Let's go back up to Missouri. We should get a radar scan there in a second. And then also near Fort Smith. No rotation on that storm, but it looked like there's like a little something forming there near Bering. Let's go back to Missouri. All right, this radar scan just came in a moment ago from Missouri. And that's your rotation near Cody. So we do have a little bit of rotation right now near Cody. Again, that could be a brief and weak tornado there near Cody going towards Palmetto if that develops. Not really much development back up to the north. We did have a brief little hook develop. It kind of closed quickly near Fairgrove. So that is not a super big concern right now. But down the road, I would be watching this, you know, if you're to the east of Springfield. That would be something to watch for, because that could develop into something down the road if that does end up developing into a, you know, a tornado. They have issued a, actually, they did issue a severe thunderstorm warning for all this activity. So, new severe thunderstorm warning on the east side now of Springfield for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. There is, again, that's the main concern. And Connor's getting an EAS alert if you hear that in the background. But once again, damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour is the main concern for those in Marshfield, Fordland, Stratford, just west of Conway, south of Buffalo. But there is also a tornado possible label on that. So a tornado threat still does remain possible here over the next little while. And then back over just to the west, southwest of Cody. Again, we do have that area of rotation there near Route 60. We're still watching that closely. Again, it's not super strong. It's not a strong tornado risk here, but we could get a brief and weak tornado as that moves off to the east-northeast. This has already dropped a tornado, and it, again, could do that again at any time as it moves off to the east-northeast and northeast over the next several minutes, going towards Palmetto and Fordland in Missouri. And this is the storm in western Arkansas that Connor's on that's trying to produce a tornado. Let's go to him real quick. I need to put his stream to what it is right now.
Heck is
It might take a second to load. Just give me 1 second. That's live right now, and this tornado warning in Arkansas. There's a hook on it and everything, bottom right of your screen.
go south and Abbott if I want to.
And I think it's freezing again. Nope, it's still there.
Nothing to light this thing up. No lightning, man. No lightning with this thing.
All right, we're still having issues with the live feed. I don't know why we've had issues all day, but
the RFD.
all right, we'll just go back to here. Connell's be at the bottom right. He doesn't really see anything yet, but the problem is we don't have a whole lot of lightning on this storm. But there is still rotation near Abbott. So again, we could get a tornado. It's going to be on the southern side of this hook. Be approaching Echo. Hook Echo, by the way. And then eventually going towards Booth. Carland, and eventually Barber and Glendale will be in the track of this. So again, continue to seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This still is radar indicated, moving east, northeast, and northeast. And then we still have that tornado warning back over southeast of Springfield. We'll have another radar scan here in a minute, so we're going to stay here for this time being, as this will continue to move east, northeast, and northeast. I've now messed up the feed at the bottom right. Fantastic. All right, here's the latest radar scan here. Velocities will update here in a second. Got damaging winds going right through Stratford right now. This leading red edge here, that is your damaging wind threat. So that's the leading edge of that, just east of Springfield. It's going to be going towards Marshfield and Interstate 44 over the next several minutes. Yeah, my stream is behind Connor's because we've had technical issues with, for whatever reason, OBS is not cooperating in the stream. We've had no issues up until today, so I don't know what's going on. But it's not him, it's for some reason I'm having issues with OBS. My CPU usage right now is at like 40% for some weird reason. I don't know why. Because the my GPU usage is like 23%. I don't know. It's weird. I haven't had this issue until today, so we'll figure it out after the stream. Can't really do much about it right now. Waiting for the velocities to update here. And once again, we do still have rotation near Mansfield, Arkansas. That's in western Arkansas. We still have this tornado warning southeast of Springfield. Velocities haven't updated yet. I'm hoping that it'll update here in a second. A couple areas of interest. If those don't update, an area of interest here, and then we also have one right here. So 2 areas of rotation. One east of Pleasant Hope, Missouri, and then the other one southeast of Springfield. If you are in Springfield, you are fine. By the way, the storms have passed you. If you are east of Springfield, you need to still stay vigilant and weather aware, because these storms could still produce damaging winds and the threat for a tornado or two. In Clever, Missouri, we have a report, trees down at State Highways K and M in Clever. I believe that's where we actually had the tornado a little while ago. Go back a little bit here. Yeah, that's where we had the tornado near school. So that we got damage reports there of trees and such down there at State Highways K and M, I think. Yeah, K and M. Doesn't look like the velocities want to update for the scan. Should have an update here in a second. How's it going, Exploration? Welcome back. Actually, I think I know what my issue is. I think I could fix this. Just give me a second. I'm going to go to this screen. Just ignore the blank space on the right. Alright. That might fix the issue. I don't know. We've had technical difficulties this entire stream. Alright, the velocity's updated. Alright, velocities have not updated at all in this latest scan, so we don't really have any visible view of the rotation, but we do have a new tornado warning on this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Alright, new tornado warning for Fordland, Palmetto, near Diggins. This is going to be for Rogersville, Panther Valley, Oak Grove Heights, Zenar, and Olga. And again, that's just east and southeast of Springfield. Again, this is radar indicated rotation. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. So once again, seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Rotation still isn't super strong here, but there's a pocket of rotation there near Palmetto. And that's why we have now a new tornado warning here. So that's the pocket of rotation that we're watching for. that could produce a tornado at any time as it continues to move to the east-northeast over the next several minutes. That's going to be going towards Fordland and Diggins over the next several minutes. And also, tornado warning still continues for Washburn, Arkansas. So there's a potential for a tornado there, which we've been also watching for the last several minutes. That is the area of rotation that we're looking at. Yeah, that's right now moving to the east-northeast, just southeast of Springfield. And further up north, we don't really have any rotation yet. We've got a little bit near Fairgrove, but it's not much. It's very, very weak. It's not even really rotation right now, but that could still develop as this activity continues to move east-northeast. And then back over near Boonville. This is also another area that we're watching near Huntington. Yeah, we still have some rotation here. We've had a hook on this storm for a while. There's a hook right here near Connor Croft. So that's happening. So again, he's currently moving in the direction of this storm where we do have a hook echo in Arkansas. That could still drop a tornado at any time. It's a pretty small cell on radar, but this is really the one that we've been watching that, again, could drop something. So if you're in this warning, again, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. All right, I'm going to real quickly go pee. I got to pee really badly. I'm going to put it on Connor on Radar Omega, and then I'm just going to mute my mic. I'll be right back. I'll put on his audio in here.
Got a road north and
All right.
2.3.
Oh, there. That's Connor, right? I think that's Connor. I'll be right back.
Got a north road and 2.3 miles. Turning on Echo Road. Turn north on Echo Road. Yeah, guys, just never saw it if it was on the ground. Could never see it. Whenever the lightning would strike, there would always be trees. Whenever the lightning would strike, there was...
All right. Yeah, I had to pee for like an hour, so finally got that out of the way. All right, let's go back to Missouri again. That radar should update in a second. It already did, I think. I'll have a new velocity scan in a second. And Connor's on the storm, by the way. That was in western Arkansas. It's a minute and a half delay. Bottom right, it is a minute and a half delay. The what you just saw was live on Radar Omega. That was live. Bottom right is still delayed. I'm trying to fix it, but again, something screwy is going on with OBS today. I don't know what it is because my CPU usage is insane. So we'll fix it again after the stream. I can't do anything about this at this point. It's kind of been like this. I don't know why either. It's weird. It's, see, it just starts loading at the bottom right. I don't know. It's weird. It's irrelevant though right now. Let's go back to the storm again. This is the one that was just tornado warned in Missouri. So once again, this is southeast or kind of east-southeast of Springfield. Right now, I'm not seeing a whole lot over the last few scans. We do still have a little bit of rotation, but it's not super impressive. It's over Palmetto, and if we get a tornado, it's going to probably be weak and brief as it moves east-northeast. So we'll continue to watch it closely, but I'm not super concerned about it. I'm a little bit more concerned, though, about this activity up here to the north. If something tries to kind of notch in like an inflow or something, we could get a tornado there. So we'll have to wait and see if that happens, but right now it's Not really happening as of right now. OBS is just a recording software. The storm that's near Echo still has a chance to produce a tornado. This one's been trying for a while. Look at that hook echo right there near Milltown, Washburn, Crossroads, and Barber and Glendale again in western Arkansas. This is still going. Has the potential to produce a tornado. Moving east-northeast. See if we have any other updates on these storms. A tornado watch was just issued, by the way, for... Or I don't know if it's just issued. It was issued recently, though. Yeah, it was recently issued for Arkansas and northeastern Louisiana and western Mississippi. So here's your new tornado watch that has just been issued. This tornado watch goes until 2 a.m. So if you're in western Mississippi, southeastern parts of Arkansas, or northern Louisiana, you now have a new, or northeastern Louisiana, you now have a new tornado watch until 2 a.m. tonight. So main concern there will be damaging winds and then maybe an isolated tornado or two. And we still have a bunch of storms in Texas, by the way. Real quickly, I'm going to go through this. We have a bunch of storms in Texas that are still severe with mostly damaging winds and hail. We've had some rotation near Groveton for a while, but nothing's really materialized out of it. And then back over further to the north, we have storms near Tipson that are producing hail and wind. And then we've had a massive area of storms going through areas down here near like Camden and southern Arkansas. These ones have been producing some damaging winds. Very low tornado risk out of this activity, but there might be something down the road. And then again, we have that tornado warning that's pretty discreet cell back over here in western Arkansas that has a hook and everything. Problem with this storm for Connor, for example, is that if there is a tornado, like a tornado here, it's gonna be probably impossible to see because there's no lightning at all. Like, it's not even really a thunderstorm anymore. It's barely has any lightning. So it'll be very difficult to see anything on this. And then we also have storms near Mulberry, further north, mostly just a gusty wind threat right now. And some more random storms. And then we got our storms near Springfield, which have again been producing a couple of isolated tornadoes here over the last little while. And we could still get another tornado with this activity. So we're going to continue to watch it pretty closely. And while we wait for the next radar scan, I do want to thank Carla for the $25 donation via PayPal. Appreciate that. I know it's been a long several days. We appreciate you. I appreciate you. Appreciate you tuning in. It has been a busy few days. We've now been live for over 30... Well, over the last 28 hours or so, we've been live for a lot. I don't even know how many... I'm trying to think. Think about 22 hours or so, 20 hours.
A new
we've been
tornado warning has been issued.
Been live a lot. All right, new tornado warning. This one's still in the same storm in Arkansas. This is near Washburn and Milltown. So again, brand new tornado warning here. If you're in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. They're just reissuing the tornado warning since the other one expires in 2 minutes. So, you multi-stream, I know a platform, no one's doing this. I mean, Facebook, I've done multi-streaming before, like Facebook and TikTok, or I've never done TikTok, but I've thought about doing TikTok. It's a little bit difficult. I've thought about doing multi-streaming to Facebook, though, a little bit. But we're still doing only YouTube right now. Rotation's still not super strong. It's still broad, but this is still a hook echo. We've had a hook echo. I mean, this is like a baby supercell at this point that we have. I mean, the radius of this... I mean, yeah, the radius is like 3 or 4 miles. This is such a small storm. It's crazy. I haven't seen anything confirmed, once again, of a tornado. I don't know where all these confirmed tornado reports are coming from. If you guys have anything that proves that there's a tornado, like emergency management, you can send me a link or something, and I'll go through it. But I've seen it a bunch in chat. I can't trust people in chat saying there's something confirmed when I don't have any evidence of that. People say there's a tornado in places all the time, and there's most of the time not, just for reference in the chat. So just keep that in mind. There's a big trust issue there because, you know, I don't know who's saying it. It could just be some random guy that's trolling everybody, right? So you gotta, you know, there has to be proof of something. And if there was a tornado, I would guess there would be a tornado warning for it anyway. So, I mean, the only tornado warnings that we have right now are actually now the ones in Arkansas, and then we have one still in Missouri. So now I do want to also mention that earlier we had that large tornado near Madisonville, Texas, and that one never got upgraded, but we did end up getting a tornado warning there. It just never got upgraded to being observed. This is the tornado warning back over east of Springfield. And once again, I'm not really seeing a whole lot here. I think this is mostly a damaging wind threat right now. Still maybe an isolated tornado. It could try to reorganize as it moves east. I'd still, if you're in Seymour or Diggins, I'd still stay vigilant because this storm could still produce something. We'll continue to watch it closely. We're going to go back down to Arkansas, though, for the time being, and then we'll go back up there if anything concerning happens. And then this storm again near Milltown, Washburn, still has a hook on it. Near Highway 10. And this storm again could still produce a tornado at any time as it continues to move northeast. A very small storm, but it definitely still has a hook and could still produce a tornado. It's a lot of lightning, by the way, with the storm near College Station. There's a video of it on our Twitter page at Max Velocity WX. Again, we have a bunch of photos and videos of tornadoes that have happened today and various damage on our Twitter page, again, at Max Velocity WX. Also, by the way, I do want to mention the two tornadoes that happened in Oklahoma, the one in Sulphur and the one in Marietta, were both confirmed at least EF3 tornadoes from last night. So just a heads up for those that were wondering. Also, we do have a rotating wall cloud now in the storm near Mansfield. So this is a rotating wall cloud near Mansfield. I believe it's this storm, right? Mansfield. Or is that further south? That's the wrong Mansfield. All right, so yeah, this storm right now, this is the one near Milltown and Washburn. We do have a rotating wall cloud right now in this storm. So this storm could drop a tornado at any time as it moves east, northeast, and northeast. So again, rotating wall cloud on this storm. That has a hook echo and everything. Again, if there is a tornado, it would be located right there going into Washburn, Arkansas. Oh, this was on Connor's stream a second ago. A very brief flash. We don't have much lightning, but that right there on the left looks a little bit ominous. Right there. Looks a little ominous. We have had a report now of a rotating wall cloud on this storm near Washburn, Arkansas. Thank you, Arkansas, by the way, for the very generous $20 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Here's the latest radar scan. And no CC drop, which means that we don't have anything confirmed right now, but we could still get a tornado on this. I know it's a small storm, but it definitely has a chance to drop something. And then a quick update on Missouri. Still have the damaging wind threat in Missouri right now. We got some rotation still near Fordland, it looks like. Let's kind of verify this. There's still a little bit of rotation near Fordland. It's still not much, but we could still get a brief tornado as this goes towards Diggins and Seymour in southwest Missouri. It'll be on track to go towards Hartville down the road. So pretty rural areas there in Missouri. But at this point, if you're in Springfield, the storms have now passed you, so you are fine at this point. That's fine, Tucker. Thank you, Tucker, or thank you, Zachary, by the way, for the $20 Venmo, and also thank you, James, for the $15 Venmo. Appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you. Sorry, I missed those. Appreciate your generosity. They have updated the tornado warning in Arkansas. It still does include Washburn, Glendale, Barber. It no longer includes Echo. It still does include Washburn and Milltown. But once again, we do have a rotating wall cloud. I'm retweeting the photo, by the way, of that wall cloud on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. There is a rotating wall cloud with this storm, and that would be associated right in there near Washburn and Highway 10, which again is currently moving northeast. So again, continue to stay in your shelter or storm shelter, your basement, your closet, whatever it might be, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And also thank you, Jason, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Also, thank you, Mason, for the $10 super chat. I'm in Ozark, Missouri, and your stream is much more useful. I appreciate that. I'm glad I can help. Here's the latest scan. Still got something here. It's honestly shocking that somebody even saw a wall cloud here, because it is... There's no lightning with this storm. I mean, we have lightning detection on. We have four lightning strikes in the last 5 minutes. So you gotta really be ready with your camera to get a photo of a wall cloud. I mean, that's unbelievable. There's legitimately, like, no lightning here. Thank you, Arkansas, for becoming a maximum velocity member. I do appreciate that, and welcome to the velocities. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, we are looking at the storm that has a hook echo in western Arkansas. Connor Croft is just south of this. He's right here on your screen. Again, pitch black. Shocking. It's nighttime. Can't see anything. But again, he's struggling to see anything with how dark it is here. And this is, again, where this tornado warning cell is. He's only like a mile south of it. So it's not easy. Got no lightning, basically. Got 4 lightning strikes in the last 5 minutes that have been detected by radar. It's crazy. Let me quickly go back to Missouri real quick. We'll have a tornado warning east of Springfield. There's still rotation here near Fordland. Yeah, we could still get a tornado here. If we get one, it's going to be brief, probably, and weak, but that's near Diggins. It's right along Route 60, east of Springfield. So, once again, still a tornado warning here. There's rotation there. It's not super strong, but it's enough for there to be potential for a tornado. And it'll continue to move to the east-northeast over the next several minutes. Let's go back down to the south. Real quickly, we do still have severe thunderstorm warnings in Texas. Many of these storms, by the way, are producing golf ball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. There is a tornado possible label on a few of those. So, obviously, if you're in those warnings, continue to stay in your safe place. We're mostly going to focus, though, on the storms that are more materialized back up here to the north, because those storms are very hard to see on radar. And we don't have any tornado warnings down there. If we get a tornado warning, things will change, but right now it's not concerning enough down there. Once again, no CC drops, so no confirmed tornado on this hook echo, but again, this could produce a tornado. It's going to be moving towards Highway 217 south of Charleston. We'll probably get a new warning on this in a few minutes. We're at 6 minutes from these warnings expiring, so they will probably issue a new one if that rotation holds. Especially with that recent report of a wall cloud. Hey, Cynthia, for the $4.99. Appreciate it. Here's the latest scan. No CC drop, but we got a little closing there on the storm. This is a very interesting storm for it, you know, for it being such a small little supercell. It's very interesting. We officially have one lightning strike in the last 5 minutes. A singular lightning strike that has been detected by radar in the last 5 minutes. Crazy. And that right there, again, would be the potential for a tornado would be right there. It's very interesting. I've actually never... I mean, I've seen small storms like this before, but this one's impressive for how small it is. You know, it's impressive. Thank you, Carlos, for the $10 super chat. I filmed the formation of the tornado near McAllister, Oklahoma around 5:20. Oh, on Instagram? I'm not logged into Instagram on here. Can you send it to my email? I'd actually love to see it. My email is at the very bottom of the description, I believe. Because I can't access Instagram on this computer because I'm not logged in. That'd be awesome though. If you have that footage, yeah, I'll definitely love to see it. Thank you, Alan, as well, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate it. Still no debris signature, so again, we're still looking at a hook. Rotation's not really tight here, but it's, again, strong enough that to the point where we could still get a tornado as this moves northeast. Also, thank you, Kevin, for the $10 donation. No message, but I do appreciate your generosity. Thank you. All right, let's go back to Missouri again. We'll see what the Missouri storm's doing. East of Springfield, which this is about to be exiting the severe thunderstorm warning and the tornado warning. We may get a new warning on this. It's not really strong rotation, but you know, it's enough to the point where we might get a new warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a new tornado warning now for a different Ozark. This one is the Ozark in Charleston in western Arkansas. So if you're in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building. And again, this includes Charleston and Ozark in western Arkansas. And this is moving northeast. What shape is that? It's because of the CWA regions. They, by the way, if you hear the beeping in the background, that's Connor, because he's in the tornado warning. But, yeah, this is just the CWA divide regions. I know it looks very strange. It looks like you're climbing stairs right here. Climbing some stairs in this tornado warning. Still no CC drop. Again, no confirmed tornado, but if we get one, it's going to be on that hook right there, moving towards Branch. Let's go back to Missouri. They have gone ahead and issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. They have canceled the tornado warning. So we no longer have a tornado warning in Arkansas, or in, sorry, not Arkansas, in Missouri. They've gone ahead, though, and issued a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. That basically means that it's not enough for a tornado warning, but it is still a storm that could produce a tornado as it continues to move to the east-northeast.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. So this is the storm that is now the bottom half of the staircase here in Arkansas. This is going to include Collicksville and as well as near Paris, Arkansas. So if you're in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. It's near the Chimsville area, Ratcliffe, Gray Rock, and Kalamazoo in western Arkansas. So the bottom half of the staircase has been filled up. The underneath part of the staircase has been filled. And once again, we'll be live throughout this entire storm. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel, and we'll keep you posted with the latest. We have, and by the way, we have 4 tornado warnings. I know it sounds like a high number, but it's all for this storm. Literally all 4 of these are on this storm. 2 of them are about to expire, by the way. But yeah, these are all in the same storm. With this hook echo, and it's again a baby cell right now. It's a baby supercell. I'm getting hungry. I need to DoorDash something. Thank you, Landon. I'll check that out. What are we DoorDashing tonight for dinner? Anybody got food suggestions? Trying to stay alive as long as possible, and I'm hungry, so I need to get food. Last time we had 7 PDS warnings at about the same time. Or last night. Yeah, last night at this exact time, we were covering like 7 different PDS tornadoes. Why is everybody saying IHOP? I know we get IHOP all the time, but you know. We need some variety around here. I can't keep getting IHOP. Is Wingstop actually good? I don't know if it's still open. I don't know if these places are actually open. The one problem with a lot of this is that a lot of places are not open. And I think Culver's, by the way, for lunch. Do not suggest Culver's, please. Preferably something other than burgers. Here's the latest radar scan. Again, this is in western Arkansas if you're just tuning in, south of Charleston. Watching for the potential for a tornado south of Charleston. Still no debris signature, but again, it's been a strong area of rotation that could still drop a tornado. You guys have so many ideas. Popeyes can't go wrong. I can't keep doing fried food. I've done so much fried food recently. IHOP is literally my featured. It's fantastic. We might just have to retreat with IHOP again. By the way, Connor is about a mile or so, or 2 miles south of this tornado warning. But I do want to remind you that there's like literally almost no lightning with this. We have 4 lightning strikes over the last 5 minutes, so visually it's going to be very difficult to see the storm. Very difficult. We might not end up seeing it. Gonna be a tough one. Thank you, Hannah, for the $20 Venmo. I appreciate that. Thank you, Hannah. Also, thank you, Katie, for the $25 super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Glad I can help you in Ozark. We've had a lot of people from Ozark, Missouri. Glad I can help. I appreciate that, day, man. Appreciate that. You know, Uber Eats and DoorDash are literally like $30 to $35 now for just a single meal after all the fees that they have. It's insane. But I do want to stay alive for as long as possible, so this threat of severe weather, I mean, it's not winding down. It's still gonna be going for probably another 3, or it's at least gonna keep going for probably another 4 hours. We got a bunch of storms also west of St. Louis. None of these are severe, but those are also storms. Rotation near Seymour is pretty weak right now. We could still get a brief tornado in southwest Missouri. We got our storm in Arkansas. Trying to look around here. Yeah, we don't have anything too substantial right now. Hey, Jamie, for becoming a maximum velocity member. I appreciate that. Yeah, mostly storms down in Texas have been downgraded mostly to damaging winds and hail. There are still tornado possible labels. But most of them are, the maximum hailstone size is golf ball and maximum wind is 70. So that's the main concerns there right now. Yeah, we'll continue to check in on those storms in case anything does get, you know, a little sketchy there. Applebee's is crap. I think, you know, Chili's microwaves everything. You know that? Like, almost everything there at Chili's is microwaved. My friend used to work there. Still not much of a... Yeah, we still don't have a CC drop on this. Still watching it closely, though. Still a hook echo. It's baby supercell here in Arkansas. It's trying to produce a tornado. We did have a rotating wall cloud with this not too long ago. So we are still watching this. I can get Chili's, but I'm not getting Chili's. Andre, I mean, you can stay in a shelter. I don't know where Marshfield is, but if unless you're under like a tornado warning or under a severe thunderstorm warning, there's usually no reason to, you know, shelter. If you're under a severe thunderstorm warning for like damaging winds and you're near trees or whatever it might be, that it's a good idea to at least stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. But like, again, it's not like a super mandatory thing in that case. But you should still at least stay away from windows if you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Thank you, Morgan, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Appreciate that. Welcome to the velocities. Rocky Point, Missouri. We'll check out Rocky Point real quick. Well, actually, we'll first check the velocities here. Still watching the storm closely. I know a lot of you guys are in other areas than this, but this is our main tornado warning right now. Our only tornado warning, actually. I don't know if we're going to get a velocity scan. Let's check the CC here. Yeah, no CC drop. We'll go back up to the north. And what was that location again? Sent you a video of Sulphur, Oklahoma tornado damage on TikTok. I've already seen the damage. I've seen all the damage at this point. Not all of it, but I've seen a lot of it. Enough of it to the point where I don't need to see more of it. It was so catastrophic. Rocky Point, you're looking at ordinary stuff. Nothing concerning. Mostly just an isolated damaging wind threat, but that's at most. Also, thank you, Trent, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Welcome to the velocities. So once again, we're still watching this tornado warning in western Arkansas, north of Boonville. This could still drop a tornado as it makes its approach to the Cockville area and Branch. Connor lost connection. Yes, he did. Guys, I'm just gonna have to get IHOP again. I hate to say it, but I gotta get IHOP. I've eaten McDonald's and IHOP. Like, those are like the two exclusive meals I've had, other than today having Culver's. Those are the two places that I've gone to, like, literally over the last 3 days. I've had IHOP twice. I've had McDonald's 3 or 4 times. I mean, I'm sick of it. But I have no other options. Everything's closed. It's like nothing open. Thank you, Alice, for becoming a minimum velocity member. We're gonna get the breakfast sampler. Shocker. Oh, thank you, Carlos, by the way, for sending that. Let me see this footage. Wow. This is from earlier from Carlos. Let's say a wall cloud right there. I believe this is in Oklahoma. The exact location didn't pop up on here. This was near Crowder, so that was one of the tornadoes from earlier that happened, or almost happened. So that was from earlier. Here's the latest radar scan. Again, we do have the potential for a tornado on this storm. No CC drop, I don't think. Ooh, that's close. There's a tightening here. If there's a tornado, it's probably very small, but there may be a tornado on the ground here. It's not super convincing, but it's convincing enough to the point where there may be a tornado on the ground now. That's southeast of Charleston. Not a really deep CC drop by any means, but there may be something there. So once again, seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building. What do I order for IHOP? I'm getting the breakfast sampler. That's what I usually get. I'll probably get something else, though, that I haven't gotten yet. A CC drop is when we have debris being lifted up into the atmosphere being detected by radar. Guys, I'm not doing Taco Bell. Taco Bell's not good. How are my finals? I took a final on Saturday. I don't know what I got on it still, and then I have a final on Tuesday, and I have 2 on Wednesday. So it's gonna be a very busy next few days. In addition to doing weather coverage, this is like the busiest time of the year. This week has already been painful, and it's still not done. Unfortunately, it is the busiest time of the year. Thank you, Gabriel, for the $20 super chat. I heard sirens from Cleaver, Ohio, or Tornado. I don't know what you're talking about. The Cleaver one? Which one was that? I know we've covered Cleaver today. Or Clever. Not Cleaver, sorry, Clever. Clever, Oklahoma, I think it was. I don't know if that one dropped. I can't remember. I know we had a couple confirmed tornadoes today. And one of them was in Oklahoma. I just can't remember what... that was near... Oh my goodness, I'm trying to think. We've had so many tornadoes recently. This was Missouri? Oh, okay. Never mind. I'm not even not even in the right spectrum. So apparently that's Missouri. Never mind. I know what you're talking about now. Central Illinois forecast. I mean, we're not really expecting much in Illinois. It'd be mostly an isolated damaging wind threat. I know you're under like a marginal threat. Again, I'm not super concerned about it. What about B-dubs? I was thinking B-dubs, but it would be too messy for a stream. Thank you, Nicholas, for the minimum velocity member. Appreciate it. Welcome to the velocities. Connor is officially in a dead signal area. He still has no signal. Screen is black on Radar Omega. It's over. He has no signal. This is what happens. Arkansas is a hard place to chase. It is a hard place to chase. Because, you know, there's horrible terrain, and then you also have... you know, almost no signal in a lot of these areas. What would you guys recommend from IHOP? Yeah, I'm trying to find something here. Like, is there anything that I should get that I don't already have in my cart? Like, any, like, snack. I'm looking for something that's, like, a low price. Preferably not a shake or a burger, by the way. French toast? I was thinking about that. It's like $15 for French toast, apparently. I'm already getting an $18 meal, apparently. I'm already getting pancakes, thank you. Thank you, John. Appreciate the $10 super chat. Mozzarella sticks? I don't need mozzarella sticks. This rotation doesn't look super concerning right now. Again, there's still a chance we get something brief here. It's just, we may have had a brief tornado there just southeast of Charleston, but this isn't really doing much right now. Yes, guys, it's $15 for French toast. I would actually get the French toast, but I'm not spending $15 on French toast. It's insane. It didn't even look like that much. It looked like two little things of French toast for $20 or $15, whatever it was. I see storms coming to St. Louis around 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Is it worth staying up for, or can I go to bed? I mean, you can go to bed. I'm not super concerned again about Missouri. I know we've had a couple of, you know, we've had a couple tornadoes south of Springfield, but I think it's gonna be kind of one of those situations where we'll probably have one more at some point in the next hour or two, but it's gonna be a very isolated sort of thing, and it's probably gonna be very brief. So I'm not super concerned about it. Still got a bunch of warnings in Texas, too. Warnings everywhere. Warning there, warning there, warning everywhere with all the severe thunderstorm warnings. There's no tornado warnings in Missouri right now. And the only warnings that we have for tornado warnings are in Arkansas. We did have one in Missouri. We had a couple, but no longer. A ribeye. Yes, let me get a ribeye from IHOP. That sounds healthy. I bet that's going to taste good. You're crazy. You don't have to donate. I appreciate that, though. Thank you for the $49.99. Put some hearts in the chat for Guy. You're very generous. Thank you. I guess I'm going to be forced to get French toast now. Like, this is insane. I don't know if you guys can see this. But, like, literally. I don't know if it's going to focus, but that says it's $15 for 2 things of French toast. Like, excuse me? Connor's closing in. He's been closing in for a while. The problem is the terrain is so horrendous and the roads really stink. But, I mean, I don't know. This storm, I don't think it's going to produce. It's struggling. There was a small spot there probably about 10 minutes ago that it might have produced. Just very brief. You're cracking me up? I'm just telling you the truth here. Like, I don't know how in the world that's $15. And then I have to pay a delivery fee, tip, all that stuff. It's about to be a $50 DoorDash. Apparently, if you want buttered toast for a side, it's $5, by the way. Fun fact. I'm going to be spending $41 without tip on this delivery. Somebody needs to, like, drop the prices at these places, because that's insane. I could go buy 28 boxes of mac and cheese from Aldi for that price. Fun fact. And I actually have done that before, by the way. Hashtag college budgeting. Okay, I'm not getting the French toast. It'll bring it down to $24. Okay, or that's before tip, by the way. Okay, we placed the order. It's not gonna. We're not getting French toast though. Unfortunate. I kind of wanted to try it, but. Alrighty. It's on the way at some point. Alright. You need to start packing a lunch. There's nowhere to pack a lunch too. I mean, you see the bed behind me? Like, I'm not going anywhere. I got, you know, a place to eat, food here. It's not like a, you know, this isn't like an actual studio, you know? It's not like I'm in a business place. How do I share your site on my Facebook page? There should be a share button down below. Like a little arrow button that's like share or something. Thank you, Tara, for the $10 super chat. What about Memphis for tonight? Maybe damaging winds, but again, it's a pretty low threat. I'm not super concerned about that area. Here's the area that we're talking about for tonight. So, again, we have an enhanced risk right now for Texas, Louisiana, and southern Arkansas. There's a marginal threat there in Memphis. Again, I'm not super concerned about Memphis. It would be mostly just an isolated damaging wind threat. So, not super concerning. But that's going to be very late tonight, probably early tomorrow morning. Who is Max Velocity? That's me. Welcome to the stream. We invented the flying trampoline meter. That might be the only thing I'm known for. The flying trampoline meter. I'm gonna go back in time here for a second. I just want to look at the last 21 frames on this storm. Look at the velocities. You know, if this storm doesn't get tornado warning again, it would be the first time in 7 hours that we haven't had a tornado warning. Just want to throw that out there. We've been live for 7 hours, and ever since the beginning, we've had a tornado warning at any given moment. I'm not really seeing much here. Again, I would still stay in your safe place just in case it tries to drop a tornado, but I'm not super confident that's going to happen here. The storm is not looking too healthy. There hasn't been really a whole lot of shear, it seems like, for this storm to work with. Got a little notch forming in Missouri near Hartville. I'm actually going to probably stay on this for a second. This might get interesting. This is in Missouri. Got a little notch developing, which may drop a brief tornado. It's north of Seymour and north of Mansfield, east of Springfield. So we're going to stay on this for the time being. So my favorite band? I'd say Imagine Dragons. You know, we're almost at 180k subs. Really? How many subs are we even at now? I have not been paying attention at all today. We've had tornado warnings at any time, like every point. No, we're at 177, 500. Okay. So I say I didn't feel like we got that many today, but it's pretty crazy. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to the channel if you're new here. It's the red button down below and subscribe. We actually could get to 180 at some point here soon. It's pretty crazy. What I was gonna say though is that we're gonna check this real quick again. Connor's literally inside of this. There's no lightning, so I don't know if we're gonna see anything, but Connor's like inside this area of rotation in Arkansas. Imagine Dragon natives. That's actually funny. Imagine Dragon natives. Dave, I have. I probably will. The only reason why I haven't yet is just because, I mean, it takes like a year for that stuff to even happen, so it's gonna take forever. I don't feel like waiting a year for it, but, you know, we'll have to probably do it at some point. How's Reed Springs, Missouri? Check it out real quick, since we're in between radar scans, I think. Wait, let me check real quick. Alright, yeah. Alright, Reed Spring. I don't. It doesn't pop up on here. Oh, I didn't put the right thing. Never mind. Nope, still doesn't pop up. What part of the state is Reed Springs in? Here's the latest radar scan. Still got some rotation here. Or at least got a hook. I don't know about rotation, but we definitely have a hook still. It might try again. It might try. Storm's been trying to try for a long time. It's going to be going right into Ratcliffe, Arkansas here in a few minutes. And it'll eventually be approaching Gray Rock, Kalamazoo, Etna. If you're in any of these areas, continue to stay in your storm shelter or basement, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Oh, Reed Spring. Oh, sorry. Oh, in Stone County, Missouri? Yes, I know where that is. 100%. Yes, if you name a county other than Texas, I'm almost 100% not going to know what it is. Just for the record. Reed Spring, you're done with severe weather. Yeah, you're done. Do you have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Forsyth and Bradleyville? This one has a tornado possible label, and that would be why. I think this is a little bit more concerning. We do have a broad area of circulation developing here. Just south of Forsyth. That's in southern Missouri. So if you're in this warning, again, go to your safe place and just away from windows. You don't have to, you know, go to your storm shelter or whatever, but it's a broad area of circulation now in southern Missouri. Thank you, Donick, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Boise or City, Louisiana. That's near Shreveport. You're probably, I mean, you might get one more round of storms, but it wouldn't be too significant. Yeah, that Shreveport area, I mean, like the main core of those storms has moved through, but you could still get maybe one more isolated storm. This is what the radar looks like right now. So, I mean, we got storms out there, but anything after this is not going to probably be severe in Shreveport. We got a huge line of storms, though, that's developed here. With mostly just isolated to widely scattered damaging winds and maybe an isolated tornado. So that's really about it. I would say, though, the greatest threat at this point for that tornado threat, or, you know, basically any threat at this point, is probably going to be out of these storms in southeast Texas. So that would be anywhere from College Station back over to, you know, Houston, that sort of area. Like, I feel like this will be the area to watch for the greatest tornado threat over the next few hours. Thank you, Carlos, for becoming a maximum velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. Yeah, no CC drop on this. It is still a tornado warning. It's going to go for 19 more minutes. Continue to stay in your safe place if you're in either of these tornado warnings. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is still in western Arkansas. It's a very slow-moving storm. We started covering this like, I don't know, 2 or 3 hours ago. It's barely moved. I appreciate the $5 super chat, Joe. Yeah, chasing can be, you know, good times. It can be. I mean, you can have good times with anything. And storm chasing, I think a lot of people do like, you know, storm chasing. Especially the calmest weather streamer I know. I don't know. So, I mean, last night, I gotta be honest with you, if you were watching last night's live stream with all the tornadoes that we had on the ground, that was not a calm time at all. We had 3 or 4 large tornadoes on the ground at once last night. So, yeah, I mean, I might be calm now, but like, you know, whenever there's that many tornadoes on the ground, that's when it goes haywire. I mean, that's when it's not calm whatsoever. And it was indeed not calm at all last night. Once we had one large tornado on the ground, it just kept going downhill. I've been watching you on and off all day. We've been live for 7 hours. I didn't even realize how long we've been live. Guys, I need a vacation. Like, I need a vacation to somewhere. I actually do want to mention this. It's pretty irrelevant for right now, but like, I am going to be going on a family trip in June. So at some point, I think it's like near the beginning of the month. So I will probably have a couple of videos over that break, but no live streams. That will be my one vacation basically of the year. So be like 6 days or something, but I'll probably still have videos during that week. Irrelevant for now, but more relevant for later. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Again, we're not really looking at a whole lot of rotation on radar. No CC drop. Still got a little hook. We'll continue to watch this storm closely. And I'll continue to answer questions and stuff while we have nothing really happening with this, because it's a very slow-moving storm and nothing confirmed at this point. Connor Croft's in the middle of it. This is his live view of it. It's been an interesting storm. If you go on vacation, I go on vacation. Sounds like a deal. Hey, Levi, for becoming a minimum velocity member. And welcome to the Velocities. We have 40 new members today, by the way. I appreciate everybody that's become a member today. That's a insane number. That's our most ever in a single day. Like, that's pretty crazy. I appreciate 40 new members today. That's insane. Thank you, Keith. Appreciate it. Ooh, we had a lightning strike. There haven't been many lightning strikes. You know, a lightning strike at this point, it's like winning the lottery. I did not, Wendy, but I'm glad. You know, at least we're getting the word out in one way or another. Yeah, this is Connor Croft. We're still seeing if we have a tornado here. We'll just stay on this for now. This is I'll go back to here real quick. This is near Ratcliffe, Arkansas, where there's still a tornado warning. Connor's saying we have one last shot at this, by the way. I should actually probably just put on his audio.
Yeah, there's a big river. So we can follow it to Paris and then north. That'll be our last chance to see it.
How do you still have a voice? I don't know. You know, it's concerning, I think. You know, I for some reason still have a voice after all this. I used to have an issue back earlier, you know, like in 2022, I would go live for 8 hours in one day and I would not have a voice the next day. I wouldn't go live.
Time to go for it.
My voice is just, it's built different now.
Shot at this before we can't cross the
Just
river.
built different.
Got one last shot at this, chat. Gotta go to Paris and shoot north. It'll be the
Maybe,
final shot
maybe Connor could stop for French toast.
before the river blocks
That'd be
us.
impressive.
Then we'll
How
have
long am I
to
gonna be
go
live for?
on
We'll see. I don't
a
know.
different way to get over
Depends on the
river.
trends.
That'll probably be the end of the chase.
I would like at least a little period where we don't have any tornado warnings for once, because we've been live literally for, oh my god, I mean, it's unbelievable. We've been live literally for about 24, like the last 25 or 26 hours that we've been live. I need to turn off Connor's audio real quick, but the last like 24, 25, you know, hours that we've been live, we've literally only had like maybe an hour at most that we've had no tornado warnings, and that during that time it was basically just answering questions. Like I've had no time to actually talk to you guys. It's horrendous. We've had tornado warnings literally at every single second of these live streams. And again, the reason why I'm not really mentioning a whole lot about this storm right now is just it's not really developing into much. And it might actually become out. It might be outflow driven now. I'm trying to look. It looks like it's outflow driven now. It's close to it at least. So I don't know. Not super concerned about it right now. We have more damage reports out of Hurley, Missouri. This is where we had a tornado earlier. Tree down on a home on K Highway south of Union City. Also, we have a large and broad area of circulation southeast of Forsyth, Missouri. And the Hartville storm's not really rotating anymore, but I'm going to probably watch this storm a little bit too. Thank you, AJ, and as well as Nikki for becoming minimum velocity members. I do appreciate that, and welcome to the Velocities. We have now 42 new members tonight. Wow. What weather app do I use? This is Radar Omega. The link to download's at the very bottom of the description. Not a sponsored stream today. So not hashtag ad, but hashtag ad at the same time. Download it. I think it's down at the bottom somewhere. I usually have all my... I have a lot of stuff linked down below, like social media links, like Twitter, Facebook. But I highly recommend you follow us over there. And we're also on... yeah, that's basically it. There's not really much else to say there. We have mailing info apparently. We have a mailbox apparently that you can ship stuff to down there. So there's a lot of interesting things in the description that a lot of people don't ever see. Thank you, Mark, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I appreciate it. Welcome to the Velocities. Also, thank you, Charlotte. It's 44 new members today. Holy cow. We might be able to hit 50 new members today. That'd be a crazy. That would be the first time ever. Once again, I'm not really seeing much on this. We'll have a new radar scan in a second. See if the velocities match up with the radar. Career plans post-graduation. This is the plan right now. Then after that, we'll figure it out. Things change. I mean, I've already been offered, you know, to like go work at news stations. I mean, you know, at least I've been offered by a couple. But, you know, I just don't have interest in it right now. I want to get my degree first. Still got a little bit of rotation. West of Gray Rock and west of Kalamazoo. Still some rotation here. Yeah, it's going towards Denny and Altus. Eventually going towards Coal Hill, moving northeast in western Arkansas. Just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible. It's my degree, meteorology. Yes. No internships? I don't really need one right now. I mean, I've talked to professors and stuff, and they're like, what you're doing right now is it's basically an internship on its own. I mean, it's not like an internship, but you know what I mean. It's basically a big building block for a resume. So there's no reason right now to do an internship. I was thinking about doing one, but I would much rather just keep doing what I'm doing right now on YouTube. And you know, I can always get an internship after college and whatnot, but yeah. I mean, I have a very good idea of what I'm already doing in the weather space anyway. Like, you know, if I were to go to a news station, I would know how to use the graphics. Like, I have a lot of experience in that department already. Obviously, it's probably not enough, but it's at least something. Thank you, Audrey, for the gifted member. Thank you, Jeffrey. No, Aya, and as well as Mopar for becoming Velocity members. And we officially have 50 new members today. Sheesh. I don't know if gifted members really count, but technically have 51 new members today. Appreciate you. Appreciate the new members in a day milestone. Pretty crazy. Crazy stuff. All right, Connor's right now going to Paris. Sounds like he's going to shoot north towards Grey Rock. This storm has been somehow going for a long time. It's been impressive. Got an area of rotation also south of Green Forest. And we still have that large, broad area of circulation in southern Missouri. We got a lot of areas here with at least some broad rotation. Why is there so much moisture over Oklahoma? It's that time of the year. Is this my full-time job? I mean, not really. Technically, it's college, but I mean, with how often I do this, especially right now, I mean, technically it is. Are there no mods here? I don't know. I don't know if Shelly's here. If Shelly's not here, then it's just me. Good times. Still got golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds or 70-mile-per-hour winds here. Whoa, this is not good. Yeah, we got a report in Texas. This is in Trinity, Texas. This is 2 hours ago, but I just saw this now. 2 injuries reported. Homes damaged in the Rock Creek subdivision. 2 injuries reported. Time estimated by radar. That's not good. Several large trees down on Highway 94. South of Madisonville. Tree down on Highway 90 south of Madisonville. Wow. Bunch of damage reports near those areas that we had tornadoes as well. Almost had tornadoes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So a new tornado warning in northwest Arkansas. This is near Hugh and south of Green Forest. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. That is a stronger area of rotation. This is probably the one that I would say is a little bit more impressive looking. This is moving northeast, going towards Hugh and south of Green Forest. So we're not done with tornadoes at all. We're still going. Thank you, Lee K, and as well as Jerry for all becoming members. Do I use Radar Omega, or do you have some sort of weather station? I don't know exactly what you mean by weather station, but because that could mean multiple different things. But I for the most part, I only use Radar Omega on live streams. Thomas, I think overall most of the storms in Missouri will kind of be, you know, where they're at right now. It'll be pretty isolated damaging winds, isolated hail, and maybe an isolated tornado. Appreciate that, Vault. Thank you. Cameron, it depends. I mean, you can get really injured from tornadoes or damaging winds or whatever it might be. It depends on what actually falls on you. Or hits you or whatever. Forsyth storm is strengthening. Yeah, we got like 4 different storms that are rotating. We got the one here. We got one in western Arkansas. We got one in southern Missouri. So, staying busy. Oh, my eyes. Thank you, Austin, for the $50 super chat. Put some hearts in the chat for Austin. That's very generous. Thank you, Austin. Appreciate it. Glad I can help. Is this a hook forming? Yeah, I mean, this storm has pretty strong rotation. I mean, this is going towards Hugh, Arkansas. And it definitely could produce a tornado at any time. St. Louis will get hit by storms. They'll probably just be strong, though. Maybe an isolated severe storm. This has really begun to organize, though, over the last few minutes. I think they're going to be done with this tornado warning on this storm. It's rotate. I mean, there's been a hook on this storm the entire time, but we've had like no rotation on radar. So it looks like this storm will probably be done with tornado warnings for the time being. I do unfortunately think that the storms, though, back up here are beginning to organize more. Got a large broad area of circulation near Forsyth, Missouri. And we also have another one, but this one's much, I would say, stronger back over near Route 412 in northwest Arkansas. Thank you, Ben, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Appreciate it. Welcome to the Velocities. We have 55 new members today. Could we get 100 new members today? It might be possible. Here's the latest scan south of Hugh. That is a strong couplet. Once again, this could be on the ground. If not, it's very close to doing so. Near Hugh, Arkansas, south of Green Forest. So, let me track this out real quick. This is, let's see. 30 miles per hour to the northeast. So, it's not really going super fast, but that rotation's strong. Let's track this out. So we currently got Carrollton in 9 minutes in Arkansas, Lick Branch in 23 minutes, Bear Creek Springs in 25 minutes, Belleville in 50 minutes, Lowry in 50 minutes, Sycamore in about an hour, and then Diamond City and Cedar Creek in about an hour. So that's your timing on this area of rotation in northern Arkansas. Again, that's a strong pocket of rotation right now, right over a lot of mountains. Bradshaw Mountain, Black Mountain, whatever that mountain is, Holden Mountain. That's a strong couplet right now, moving to the northeast. How's Oklahoma looking? Looks fine. Differential calculus? Yeah, anything with differential in it, you already know it's going to be bad.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning on this. That's going to be for those in Omaha, Bergman, and north of Harrison in northern Arkansas. So again, strong pocket rotation moving northeast. Continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Thank you, Shelly, for the $25 super chat. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Yeah, you should be fine. I appreciate the generosity. Connor's complaining that there's no lightning now. You know, that storm is brutal. If you're a storm chaser, you can't see anything. There's no lightning. It's nighttime. It's a horrible environment to be in. It's a storm chase. Once again, we do have a strong pocket of rotation here in northwest Arkansas. That's near Hugh. We have another broad area of circulation back near Bradleyville. New radar scan coming in probably in about 30 seconds or so. Thank you, Shonda, for the $4.99. He's the only chaser right now? Is he? Did Storm Runner Media get off? No, Stormrunner Media is still live. Stormrunner Media is live though in Texas, which we had them at the beginning of the stream. But like, I mean, they actually saw some crazy stuff happening there. Just pouring. So.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning in Texas. That is some strong rotation. South of Lufkin, Texas. Brand new area of rotation going towards Zavala and Manning. If you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Once again, this is a strong couplet going towards Zavala and Manning. And also, the tornado warnings were just canceled in western Arkansas. We have such poor radar coverage. You know, I wish they just put a radar like right smack in the dab middle right here. That would help so many. That would help us be able to see so much of this activity today. But we gotta work with what we got, which is this radar really is the closest one. That rotation's been developing for the last few minutes. Again, if that drops a tornado, it would be right over Manning and Zavala, Texas. Yeah, if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows, the lowest floor possible. We should have an update on the tornado warning now in northwest Arkansas and as well as Missouri. Storm there that's not tornado warned. Rotation's still pretty strong near Hugh. It's the latest radar scan. And it's approaching highway or Route 412 near Route 65. That Lufkin storm's been rotating for about an hour now. Yeah, that one's been rotating. Those storms have been rotating for a while, all of them. A lot of them haven't been fitting the criteria for a tornado warning. No CC drop on this, but it is still a strong pocket of rotation. And then the storm back over south of Bradleyville, it's a large, broad area of circulation. It's not going to be enough, I don't think, for a tornado warning here soon, but it could be something if it does develop where they do issue a warning on it. So we'll just have to kind of wait and see on that. I'm just checking our Twitter, make sure I don't miss any reports here. So tomorrow, I'm hoping we don't have to go live tomorrow. I don't think we will, but NATOcast has thrown this out that there is some low tornado probabilities tomorrow, anywhere from Michigan back into Texas and Louisiana. The hope is that we don't have to go live tomorrow. I'll just say that. Hopefully we don't have to go live. I just want to throw that out there. I just saw that on Twitter. Here's the circulation once again near Hugh in northwestern Arkansas. Still has a chance to produce a tornado. It is again moving northeast over the next 30 minutes. Going towards Bergman and the north side of Harrison. Again, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is the one again in northern Arkansas. We also have a tornado warning once again for Manning, Texas. That could also drop a tornado at any time. That's crazy, Joe. That's really crazy. Yeah, I'm glad I can help, Bam. I'm glad I can help. Appreciate your generous $10 super chat. You know, sometimes we call things early, and that's one of the big things too with these live streams. Like I try my best to call certain storms early in case there is something happening. You know, we were able, before the tornado warning even got issued south of Springfield, the first one, like we were able to call out that, hey, there's a tornado right here on the ground. And so luckily, you know, hopefully anybody watching in that area, you know, got to their safe place quickly, but it's you know, it's not a one of those things though, like, you know, it can happen out of the blink of the eye, and that's why when there's a tornado watch, you should always remain vigilant. Even when storms are nearby, you should just, you know, stay away from windows at the bare minimum, just in case. And, you know, hopefully that tornado wasn't strong. I don't. It was very brief, but, you know, hopefully it didn't do a whole lot of damage. It was a very rural part of Missouri, for the record, but. Still got rotation here. We might have a wall cloud or something. Again, we're looking a little bit higher up into the atmosphere from this radar site, so we probably at least have some sort of lowering near Green Forest. But I don't think it's anything too crazy. That's going to be approaching Route 65 and Route 62 over the next several minutes in northwest and northern Arkansas. Did you say tiny? You know, I've been trying to grow out a mustache for like 2.5 years, and it's just not happening. I have not shaved my mustache area in 2 years. I know that has nothing to do with this, but fun fact. Thank you, Firefighter. Appreciate you becoming a Maximum Velocity member. That's not a CC drop, by the way. It's just contamination or something. It's not a CC drop, though. Yeah, these storms right now in Missouri don't look super significant. Again, it's mostly just gusty winds at this point. And then once again, the storm that is currently in northwest Arkansas still has the chance to produce a tornado. Still have some rotation here, winds going toward and away from the radar. That right there is your couplet. It's going to be approaching Route 65, and that is now a PDS tornado. Whoa, this just went PDS.
This is an emergency alert.
This is
a large
what?
and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek
Broadcast
shelter
media just confirmed
immediately.
PDS tornado on the ground. This was just confirmed by broadcast media. So, large and strong tornadoes in progress near Hugh, Arkansas. You've got to seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. This is a particularly dangerous situation in northwest Arkansas. Once again, this is a PDS tornado. That means that you need to run to your safe place, as there is a strong and or large tornado in progress here in northwest Arkansas near Hugh. It's going to be going towards Bergman and Omaha over the next several minutes. So you've got to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building. Once again, this is a PDS tornado. What that means is that this is a particularly dangerous situation. Again, broadcast media just confirmed a large and or strong tornado that is currently in progress. This is a life-threatening situation if you are in Hugh and central Carroll County. We got a large and strong tornado is on the ground here near Hugh. Whoa, that came out of nowhere. I don't know if we have anything, you know, report-wise on Twitter about this. If you guys see anything on Twitter, at me, at MaxVelocityWX, I'll try to relay it. Once again, this is in Carroll County, Arkansas, where we have a particularly dangerous situation. I think Carroll County was under a tornado emergency like a year or two ago. I can't remember. It was a Carroll County somewhere. Once again, this is a PDS tornado, and you can see the CC drop. It's now popping up. This is a large and strong tornado that's going right through Hugh, Arkansas, and Carroll County. It's about to be going into areas just south of Omaha, near Route 65 and Route 62. There was an emergency a couple years ago? Okay, I was just making sure I wasn't tripping. So yeah, apparently this area has been hit before by a large tornado, and there's now a PDS tornado for Hugh. This other warning, I would think, will get upgraded to that as well. They haven't upgraded it yet. Once again, if you're tuning in, this is in northern Arkansas, where we have a large tornado in progress right now. It's a PDS tornado, a particularly dangerous situation. Moving east-northeast towards Bergman and Omaha. Near Route 65 and 62. Again, this was confirmed by broadcast media as a large and strong tornado. It's a dangerous storm that's moving northeast. This is the exact wording. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located over Carrollton, Arkansas, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Again, it's a particularly dangerous situation. Considerable threat here in northern Arkansas. This will eventually be moving towards Diamond City, Omaha, Bergman, Lead City, and eventually into southern Missouri. And reportedly, there's now a flash flood emergency in Trinity, Texas, where around 12 inches of rain has fallen, apparently. It's a PDS tornado because the KNWA TV tower cam saw a tornado. That's apparently what I'm hearing. They have updated this warning. It is still radar indicated. They did not make this a PDS on the other side of this. So, I don't know. And this tornado is going to be heading towards Omaha and just west of Bergman over the next several minutes. What we're looking at, by the way, on radar is probably 7, 8, 9,000 feet up into the atmosphere, so we're not really looking at a clear view near the ground. CC did show something here on the last scan. We should have another one here in a moment, but this is going to be approaching Route 65 over the next several minutes. PDS means particularly dangerous situation. On top of all this madness, the National or the Storm Prediction Center just issued a new mesoscale discussion that does say a severe weather threat will continue and local watch extensions may be needed in this area where there is currently that PDS tornado, which again is a large and strong tornado that was confirmed by broadcast media, which will be moving into Omaha here relatively shortly. I'm waiting for the CC to update. I'm trying to see if we have a CC drop that's really lifting here. I don't have a recent scan on that. It looks like we had a CC drop right over Hugh, Arkansas. And eventually this will be moving into areas near Route 65. That's your tornado. It's going to be right over Route 65. Or 62, sorry. That's right near Alpena. If you're in Alpena, you got to run to your safe place. It's a storm shelter, basement, or closet. Lick Branch, Prosperity, Bridgeway, Francis, Burlington, all those areas. You got to go to your safe place. You got to dart there. Get away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. CC means correlation coefficient. It's basically just, again, trying to measure what's ever happening on the ground with like debris being lifted up into the atmosphere. That's what's being measured by radar here, but I don't see anything huge here. I mean, again, we're relatively far away from the radar site, but this tornado, again, was not confirmed by radar. This was confirmed by broadcast media, apparently from a tower cam in the area. So, again, that's been confirmed as a large and strong tornado as of right now. And if you see any photos or videos or anything like that, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, and I'll try to relay information, and I'll try to retweet that stuff too. Oh yeah, I'm retweeting the video. I got a video on Twitter. It's from a news station. I can't show it, but there's a video on Twitter, and that's your rotation, by the way. That's a tight couplet from this radar site. You can see it. So once again, this is a large and strong tornado that is in progress in northwestern Arkansas near Hugh, and it's going to be approaching Omaha over the next several minutes. I'm gonna be honest, that picture the picture that I see, at least from broadcast media, it doesn't look super convincing, but once again, I'm just basing off a very small image there that we saw on Twitter. Even then, again, I would highly recommend if you're in this warning, you gotta run to your safe place. There's a, if this is all true, this is a large and strong tornado that's in progress heading towards Route 65 near Route 62. It's near Omaha, just west of Bergman. And yes, I know, there's a flash flood emergency now in Texas, which we'll get to at some point here soon. If this tornado is still on the ground, which it seems likely it is, it's going to be right here near Route 62, north of Alpena, Arkansas. It's going to be approaching Prosperity, Arkansas, here in a few minutes. Once again, if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. That's a basement, a storm shelter, a closet, or a bathroom. As once again, there's a large tornado in progress east of Hugh. If it is still on the ground, that's where it is. Alpena, thank you. So just north of Alpena right now, approaching Route 65 south of Omaha, Arkansas. CC hasn't updated, so we don't have an update on that. What we're looking at right now is velocities. The key to the velocities is at the top, kind of top left of your screen. There's the CC. So that's presumably the tornado that's in progress. Again, if it is still on the ground, that's the tornado debris that's being lifted up into the atmosphere. But even then, I'm not super convinced by it. It's just kind of, it's off. But as I mentioned before, this was confirmed by, by broadcast media. It wasn't confirmed by radar. So it could still be on the ground. We might just not see it clearly since we are so far away from the radar site. Yes, this was observed by a tower cam in the area. Once again, if you're just tuning in, we got a large and strong tornado in progress, or a large and extremely dangerous tornado near Carrollton, Arkansas. It's now moving towards Route 65, just south of Omaha. And this has been updated. It's no longer PDS. It's back down to a normal tornado warning. So no longer PDS. But it is going to be moving into the areas like Omaha over the next few minutes. And also going to be approaching Prosperity Ridgeway east of Denver in northern Arkansas, going towards South Myrtle, Woodland Hills. So if you're in this area, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, as there is still a tornado in progress here near Route 62. Is Connor on that storm? He's on the one that was tornado warned down to the south. I think he might be ending a stream soon anyways. Yeah, these storms that are here are not going to reach Springfield. They're not going in that direction. So again, if you're just tuning in, we do have a tornado in progress approaching Prosperity, not Oklahoma, sorry, Arkansas. So northern Arkansas, near Prosperity, just south of Omaha. This was just a PDS tornado a moment ago, but now it's back down to a normal confirmed tornado that is moving east-northeast near Route 65. So continue to stay in your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're in this warning. Lori, I'm glad I can help, by the way. I appreciate you tuning in. I'm glad I can help. That rotation is still strong. Still a strong area of rotation. We still got a tornado here. Moving to the east, northeast, and northeast. Again, it's going to be approaching Diamond City here pretty soon as well. So continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Yeah, this is in northern Arkansas. Alright, just give me 1 second. Chicago suburbs in the clear? Yeah, Chicago's not gonna see anything. If you get anything, it'll just be gusty winds. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is still a tornado on the ground in northern Arkansas. And continue to stay in your safe place away from windows. Lowest floor possible if you're in this tornado warning. It is near Prosperity in Omaha. So continue to stay in your safe place. Again, this is in northern Arkansas. Gonna be eventually going towards Diamond City. The radar scan should be coming in here in a minute or so. Alright. Alright, once again, there's still a tornado on the ground near Route 65. We don't have any new information right now. Got a new radar scan, though, coming in probably about a minute. Thank you, Jane. Appreciate it. All right, we'll go back to this in a second. Broad rotation still continues in southern Missouri. And then real quick, I just want to check in on the Texas tornado warning. Still got a large broad area of circulation near Zavella, so just a heads up if you're in Texas, that tornado warning does continue. And then again, we have this tornado warning right now that is just south of Springfield that still has the chance to produce something. It is moving to the northeast. It has produced, again, a PDS tornado at one point, which was a particularly dangerous situation. It is back down to a normal observed tornado, and this is confirmed by broadcast media. I'm not sure if it's still on the ground, but if it is, it's going to be approaching Route 65 just north of Prosperity. So once again, stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, away from windows, the lowest floor possible, if you are still in this tornado warning. Once again, the storm is currently moving east-northeast. It is near Route 65 right now. We're currently using the Springfield radar site, yes, if that's what you're asking. This is the only radar site that can really catch the storm. That's relatively close. The other one we could use is the Fort Smith one, but it's just not good proximity. There's your latest radar scan, so still looks like a strong couplet, or well, it's not the latest. We should have a new one here. Maybe not. All right, I guess we have to wait a second. Again, we should have another radar scan in a second, but this area of rotation, again, approaching Route 65 in northern Arkansas, just south of Omaha. This is, again, a potentially dangerous storm that could be producing damage right now near Route 65 north of Prosperity. Still waiting for a radar scan here. This is right now moving east-northeast. Like it turned left just a little. I don't know. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, you can kind of see it a little bit. Maybe a little left-hand turn. Velocities have an update for some reason. All right, I'll be back in like 2 seconds. My food just got here. I'll be back in like 10 seconds. All right. Once again, if you're just tuning in, we still have a tornado on the ground in northern Arkansas. At least that's what we think is still happening, that there's still a tornado on the ground. If it is going to be just south of Omaha and approaching Route 65 over the next several minutes. Our rotation at this exact time is probably over 65 near Burlington, near Lick Branch, Prosperity, and Ridgeway. Again, continue to stay in your storm shelter or basement, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building. And I'm retweeting a photo and a video of the tornado that was on the ground here. That link to that will, or the Twitter post is going to be on, or the Twitter thing, it's going to be on Twitter. So just, if you want to go see the tornado that was just on the ground here near Hugh, the link to that is down in the description on our Twitter page. It's at Max Velocity WX, or that. This tornado warning has been downgraded to now radar indicated, so it's no longer on the ground. This will be the area of rotation, though, that we're looking for right now. And once again, this is currently moving to the northeast towards Omaha. So again, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building, if you're in this tornado warning in northern Arkansas. New SPC update: slow-moving corridor of strong and severe convection will continue in western Louisiana and southeast Texas. And this rotation's definitely taking a left-hand turn, so it is broadening out as of right now. All right. Now, this radar site's been good. We've been on a good radar site. This has been solid. It hasn't really, it's been very consistent with what's been happening at the ground level, so it's been very consistent. It's kind of crazy, but we've been live for 8 hours. I didn't think we'd be live for that long today. I didn't think it'd be that bad. Been kind of crazy. We're still going. We do have a rotation, by the way, south of Smollett. This is in Missouri. It's not tornado warned, but that could get tornado warned at some point down the road. And we are back down to 2 tornado warnings, by the way. We still have that one in Texas for a few more minutes, and then we're down to currently 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. So not too shabby. This is the main area that I'm watching for right now. Thank you, Chaz, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Appreciate that, and welcome to the Velocities. We have 57 new members today.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
What's the difference between a PDS and a normal observed tornado? The main difference is PDS is when we have a large and or strong tornado, and then a normal observed one would just be like a small tornado or a weak tornado or something brief usually. Not always the case, but that's usually what it is. New tornado warning in Texas. This is south of Broadus, near Zavala. If you're in this warning, seek shelter, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building. Yet again, another tornado warning here. Danny, I still call it Twitter. I'm not gonna call it X. X just sounds stupid. No offense. I think a lot of people are the same way, but I'm just gonna keep calling it Twitter. I think more people will know what I'm talking about if I say X. Or if I say Twitter instead of X. We have a flash flood emergency in Groveton and Trinity, Texas, by the way. Flash flood emergency there. That's a serious situation. It's a particularly dangerous situation. for a flash flood emergency in Trinity County. Again, you got to seek higher ground now if you're in Trinity or Groveton, where there is a flash flood emergency. Still have a tornado warning here near Broadus. It's moving northeast. And then we still have a tornado warning back up in Arkansas. Here's that tornado, by the way, 10:18 p.m. Tornado report was received by broadcast media via weather camera. Time was estimated by radar. You were live when I left for work at 5 and you're still live. I've been working for the last 8 hours. Pretty crazy. Crazy times. This rotation's definitely broadening out, by the way, on the Arkansas storm. But I would watch the one that's in Missouri, near going towards the Gentryville area. X is dumb. Yeah, I don't like the word X. I got over hard eggs, and they're over easy. That's fun. Alright, that tornado warning has been canceled. So the only one we have left now is in Texas. But honestly, I do think we're going to have to keep watching this area in Missouri. This area definitely still has interesting activity. I think the one in southern Missouri still has a chance to produce something as it continues to move northeast. Thank you, Cable, for the $5 super chat. A little too close for comfort in St. Louis. There's nothing to be concerned about in St. Louis. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, there's really not anything to be concerned about. This is what you call crap. That's literally what you call it. I mean, it's just a bunch of. It's not even thunderstorms. We don't even have lightning right now being detected. So it's just mostly showers that are, I believe, all outflow driven. There's a little bit of lightning, sorry, but it's very minimal. I'm not concerned if you're in St. Louis at all. Like, again, you could get an isolated damaging wind event, maybe an isolated tornado threat, but it's not much. Not expecting much. It's a pretty broad area of circulation still in Texas. Yeah, the rotation in Missouri still looks interesting. We'll keep going back to it. I'm eating my IHOP eggs. There's a lot of lightning on the right side of your screen in Big Sandy, Texas. Some big flashes there. How's Tuesday looking? I hope it's looking good, because I don't want to be live on Tuesday or Wednesday. Here's the threat for Tuesday. Oh, man. We might have to go live on Tuesday. Like, we might have to go live on Tuesday. I don't know what the tornado threat's going to be, but we might have to go live on Tuesday. Say anything about tornadoes here? A tornado or two. Okay. Hopefully it's nothing more than that. Because I honestly want a break. My voice needs to recover after today. And this is not acceptable, by the way. Let's tell this slight risk to go away on Wednesday. That's not acceptable. I have a final exam on Wednesday at 7:30 p.m. Just want to throw that out there. I don't know who thought that was a good idea. But 7:30 on a Wednesday. Excuse me? Like, I need a refund. Like, there's just no way. Connor said he was going live again on Tuesday. Yeah, I think we're gonna be live on Tuesday. Wednesday probably not. Tuesday probably. I mean, we could go live Wednesday. It just probably wouldn't be until like late evening. But I am definitely taking Wednesday off. But I have to because I have exams. Ugh. Yeah, Tuesday's gonna be probably annoying. This is the future radar for Tuesday. Let me put on. This is the HRRR. This just came through. Let me go to this. This is disgusting. This right here. Gonna get probably at least a damaging wind threat, but probably a couple tornadoes in there too. That'll be storm structure mania for Tuesday. Tornado parameter values. Oh, they get kind of a little bit higher during the evening hours. So yeah, we'll probably be live on Tuesday. We're not getting a break, I guess. Hopefully we're not live tomorrow. I'm taking tomorrow off probably, but Tuesday you can probably expect a live stream from me. Tuesdays are always crazy wild. They are tossing trampolines on tall trees Tuesday. Or sorry, tossing trampolines on tacos Tuesday. I just threw something on the ground. I think tomorrow will be relatively quiet. I don't know. We do have a marginal threat. Tomorrow, let's look at the timing. Keep it a buck. I don't know how my DoorDash costs $30 for IHOP. I got like 2 eggs. I have bacon. I have hash browns and pancakes, and that's it. Like, I feel like there should be more to that for $30. This is the timing. All right, so let's go through the timing for tomorrow. This is the rest of tonight. Again, line of storms moving through St. Louis. mostly a damaging wind threat, maybe an isolated tornado. And then by tomorrow morning, we'll have a low tornado risk in Louisiana. We are not going live tomorrow, it looks like, because that threat is not going to be during the day. Low tornado risk could develop in Michigan during the morning, maybe the early afternoon. I have a couple storms up here, but it's a very low risk. I'm not expecting much. But yeah, this threat that this area is under for tomorrow, that is all during the morning into the early afternoon, so we're not going live for that, no way. And then again, we'll be going live Tuesday probably. So that would be the current plan. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel and click the bell icon down below so you're notified when we do go live. That is currently the plan. This area of rotation is really broadened out. Try ordering for McDonald's. I've had McDonald's 4 times in the last like 2.5 days, mostly because of streaming. Still got some rotation here near the Gentryville and Squires area in southern Missouri. McDonald's is trash. I can't disagree. Not disagree. We're tweeting another photo on our Twitter page of a lowering in Arkansas from earlier today. From Connor Croft. If you want to see that photo on our Twitter page, at MaxVelocityWX. And again, we do have some rotation in Missouri. I'm probably going to stay on this here for a couple scans. Just to see if that develops. The Texas one's been broadening. How much longer am I streaming? I don't know. Not sure yet. We'll probably get off at some point soon. I mean, I don't know. We'll see if anything develops here over the next, like, little bit. But, yeah, I mean, most of the storms right now are damaging winds, hail, and flooding for Texas, especially. Yeah, like right now what I'm doing, obviously I know a lot of you guys are like, you do everything. Well, I'm trying to outsource stuff right now, so I do have somebody that's helping out now with some of the back end stuff. It's not like much, but it's at least something. Because I do literally everything here. I don't have like any people that I hired or anything, but like I'm trying to like, you know, start to make it so that we have a like somebody that does social media stuff. So that's happening right now. I'm hoping soon that we can get somebody that looks through reports on Twitter and kind of verifies stuff, that sort of thing. I'm hoping that person also does that here soon. So you know, we're trying to outsource some stuff so these streams are much more quality and have more, you know, reports that are verifiable, if you will. So like we're doing a bunch of stuff behind the scenes with that stuff, but once again, it's not an easy process because you know I've never done this before because I'm essentially at this point trying to find people that do things that help, you know, make these streams better. It's a little bit hard, and it's also paid, you know, so that's the other thing. Am I considering more mods than Tucker? I am. I'm not yet, but I will be. We'll probably at least need 1 or 2 solid mods that do most things, so that'll be something also in the future that we are planning to do as well. But not quite yet, but probably here in the near future. We have another flash flood emergency for Trinity and Groveton, Texas. So again, flash flood emergency in Groveton and Trinity, Texas. It's a new one. I think there's been over, let's see, 4 to 10 inches of rain have fallen now in that area. That's bad. It's a particularly dangerous situation for flash flooding there. Stream's been fine without mods. Yeah, it usually is, but usually need 1 or 2. So, Benner, it really depends. I mean, I can use this tornado warning, for example. I mean, what we're looking at here is a broad area of circulation. The way I can tell that is because, again, we got a lot of dull colors in between the red and green. And also, the strongest of the velocities are not very, you know, close to that meeting point, basically. All right. Now, in a situation where we have strong rotation, which let's just say this is a tornado, which it's not, by the way, this is just contamination. But let's say, you know, this right here, for example, if this were to be a tornado, that right there would be a tight circulation because the red and green meet together. The one thing you have to keep in mind is that there is often contamination with storms like this that are far away from a radar site. And there's no CC drop, I don't think, or anything, but like that there would not be a tornado. But like that's what we're looking for. Would be where the red and green colors meet. Usually from a far away distance, it's harder to tell on this sort of stuff. Like this, for example, would be harder to tell. Is there somewhere I'm posting where I'm looking for people to help? I'll probably post it on like Twitter or on our Facebook page, which those are both at Max Velocity WX, or on Discord, which we do have Discord down in the description below. It'd be one of those 3 places. Birds cause contamination? They do. Believe it or not, they do. How's the eye up? That's all right. Is it worth $30? No. No, it's not. But at least I'm helping, you know, whoever the DoorDasher was out. I tipped the DoorDasher like $10 on a This is about $35, so it's like a $25 order. I was being generous. Gotta give back. I didn't order the DoorDash during a PDS. You know, actually last night when we had PDS tornado, you know, I was gonna order DoorDash around 10:30 last night, and all of a sudden, PDS after PDS kept happening. I never ordered food last night. We had PDS tornadoes for like 3 straight hours. I never had food last night. So whenever there's PDS tornadoes and stuff like we're not ordering food. You know, we're toughing through it. But I ordered this before that even happened, that one PDS. Yeah, I did a $10 tip on a $25 order. I think that's plenty for a DoorDasher. It's not a far drive either. Is there footage of the PDS tornado? Yeah, I retweeted some stuff on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. There is at least some view of that PDS tornado on a live cam from a news station. But again, it's on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. $10 tip. What else do you need? I'm on the way. I mean, honestly, we've had a lot of super chats tonight, so I mean, I'm just paying it forward, basically. Paying it forward to, you know, because some of these DoorDashers, you know, like some of these DoorDashers just don't get tipped well. So, you know, you gotta be generous. Sometimes you just gotta be generous. I mean, heck, I've gone to, you know, actually, I know somebody knows me, so I gotten recognized a couple of times, but somebody works at a Longhorn Steakhouse. They've recognized me, like they know who I am, and they're like, you did, like the other day I went there and they're like, you did such a great job on the severe weather live stream and stuff. I'm like, I appreciate it, you know. And but I, not that person, but somebody that works there. You know, I usually get pickup order or something like that, and always tip them well. Just gotta pay it forward sometimes, you know. Now sometimes, you know, just that. You know, it's not about the money. It's just like sometimes that can give somebody a jolt of energy. Like, you know, if you know, say you tip somebody, you over tip somebody at a restaurant, whatever it is. Like sometimes, you know, they get this, like, you know, jolt of energy. They all of a sudden feel very confident. I don't know. It's like something that they feel like, you know, they can just keep doing what they're doing. I don't know. It's just, I feel like a lot of people at least get something out of that. It's, again, not about the money. It's just, I think it's, you know, if they're being nice and they're being generous or whatever, like, you know, I feel like there's something there. Like, you know, they should be rewarded or something. I don't know. This is Financial Advice 101 with Max Velocity. No, not really. Thank you, Key, for the $4.99. Not, I mean, it's fine, Gee. I mean, there's not really, I would just keep it. It's fine. I mean, unless you're like an actual chat moderator, there's not really much you can do. There's not really many chat rules here, honestly. It's mostly just don't spam the same question and, like, you know, it's really about it. No politics, like that sort of thing. It's other than that, like all caps and stuff, it happens and whatnot, but like it's not that big of a deal. I'm not super irked about it. If somebody just types in all caps, I usually just ignore it. Thank you, Benner, for the $5 super chat. Just out of curiosity, why'd you get into weather? I got into weather when I was like 3 or 4. I mean, I would watch the Weather Channel instead of, you know, SpongeBob or whatever it was. So that's really how it all began. And I got accepted into a weather camp that was for like high school and college students at the age of like 8 or 9 or 10 or whatever it was. 10, I think it was 10. So that was another big thing. And I met a bunch of meteorologists. So there's a lot of different things that kind of led up to it, but I've always loved weather. I'm not one of those people that just kind of like riding this trend or whatever, because I think a lot of people think like this is just a trend on YouTube. I mean, it's not really. I think, you know, I think YouTube and social media is probably the way of the future for weather. it might not be the big future. Like news it will probably still be around. It's just like news and weather. I think it'll still be around, but I think, social media platforms are going to be really taken off with weather here over the next few years. And, I've been doing this since before YouTube, even, like, not before YouTube, but like before I was on YouTube, I was doing Facebook live streams and stuff in 2020. So I've been doing this for like 4 years or so, but I sucked 4 years ago. I'll be honest with you. Like, I sucked at doing this stuff. And it's just been a lot of self-improvement. Like, I was so boring 4 years ago. If you watched a live stream on Facebook from 4 years ago, it was horrendous. It was horrible. Might have been some of the worst things that you could ever watch. It was just boring. Whenever there was like warnings and stuff, it was boring. Like, it's just, I probably got the information across, but like I was repeating the same phrases a lot, which I still do that a little bit, but like, not as much. Once again, we still have a tornado warning here in Texas. Again, I haven't been talking about it because it's kind of done. The rotation's out of the tornado warning. We'll probably cancel this warning. What have I improved on most over the years? I actually don't know. That's an interesting question. I don't know. I feel like I've improved on a lot. I don't know. I don't know what I've really improved on the most. I would just say overall what I'm talking about, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what I've actually really improved on. But I've improved on a lot. It's just I can't name like one thing in particular. You haven't improved on your Taco Bell orders? I'm never getting Taco Bell on a stream. That just sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. I would have to say, though, I think the biggest thing that I've probably improved on is just, I don't know, clearly communicating messages and stuff when it comes to warnings. Which I'm still not perfect, but I think I've improved on that quite a bit. Surprised I haven't canceled this tornado warning. Should be canceled at any second. That was my guess. Broadcast isn't hard to get into, actually. People think it is, but it's not. There are plenty of meteorologists that are on TV, that are not actually meteorologists. I don't think broadcast is actually as hard as people think it is to get in, but you usually start out at a lower market place, basically. So, yeah. You have to kind of work your way up. By the way, I do really appreciate everybody tuning in the last few days. Obviously, this stream at some point here soon will be concluding our very extensive coverage. And I've said this the last couple of weeks, but we've had extensive after extensive coverage. This is the longest and the most amount we've streamed for a severe weather event ever. We were live for 14 hours yesterday. And today, we've also been live for a whopping 8 hours. So, I mean, we've had very extensive coverage up and down the board here over the last few days. Also want to mention, today has the highest concurrent viewership we've ever had at a little over 16,500 at one point. And we also had the most viewed stream ever was today, which is actually shocking. I don't know why today was comparatively to like the other big events, but still, really crazy. So I really do appreciate everybody tuning in the last several days. I mean, it's been obviously really crazy. Hopefully I've been able to help a lot of you out. Because obviously, again, it's been very, very busy here across the United States. We have 623,000 views in today's live stream, which is just insane. I don't know if that's just like a kind of like a, you know, a leak over from yesterday, or just, I don't know. It's weird. Do you think that's gonna become as a supercell just east of Oklahoma City? Looks like an outflow boundary. Just outflow driven storms. Gusty wind, small hail, that's about it. Did I eat? I'm kind of currently eating. Sorta. I've been sort of eating. I don't know how long it's been going for here. Yeah, this is just an outflow boundary. It's just ordinary thunderstorms in Oklahoma. Nothing concerning. Gusty winds, small hail, lightning. That's about it. Thank you, MR, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I appreciate 50. By the way, for anybody that became a member today, I really do appreciate it. We have 59 new members today. Also, to anybody that has super chatted or donated, I really do appreciate you. Hopefully, I got to your message. If I didn't, I do apologize. But yeah. I can do a quick little overview of Missouri. I don't really have to talk about a specific area. Right now, Missouri, we still have some rotation near the Gentryville area. That's been going for a while. But I don't see anything too concerning with that right now. Majority of these storms in Missouri right now are mostly damaging winds. Anything that's west of St. Louis right now is all just gusty winds. We don't even have damaging winds. We just got gusty winds. So there's not much happening here. It's overall a pretty low threat. We've got a lot of lightning still, which is still ongoing. But that's really about it. I'm not concerned really about Missouri at this point. Again, maybe an isolated tornado or two. Damaging winds. Maybe some isolated large hail, but it's a relatively low risk for the rest of tonight. Same thing for St. Louis. Not expecting much there. Anyway, Dady up for becoming a minimum velocity member. Thank you, Reform. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you. Am I going to cover hurricanes? Yeah, I mean, we cover hurricanes every year. We'll be covering hurricanes when the time comes. I mean, we actually chased Hurricane Nicole when that made landfall. Was that last year? I can't remember. I think it was last year. We storm chased that. And you know, we do storm chase hurricanes sometimes. Not something we do super commonly, but you know, here and there I'll definitely try to do that. I did not storm chase Ian. By the way, I ended up, instead of storm chasing Ian, we did live coverage extensively back 2 years ago when that happened, or however long ago that was. Excess flyovers in Arkansas. I mean, there wasn't much to talk about in Arkansas. I was looking at Little Rock. It was just ordinary stuff. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they issued a tornado warning on this. We no longer have any tornado warnings. Let's get some confetti in the chat. For the first time in forever, we have no tornado warnings. The first time in 8 hours today, by the way, we have no tornado warnings. First time. Incredible. Thank you, Sean, for becoming a minimum velocity member. We have 61 new members today. What's your advice if you want to start a meteorology-based YouTube channel? I really could not give advice, like, because, you know, I started this YouTube channel just off of passion. It has nothing to do with anything else. I mean, like, it still is, too. I mean, it's just kind of grown into now a big channel, which is just weird. But it was never intentional to be a a large sort of channel or anything. So I would just say overall, if you enjoy it, just go create a channel. I don't know. I don't really have I really don't have advice. I kind of wish I did, but I don't. If you're just doing it for like the money and stuff, I don't recommend it, because it's not, anything that you want to do just for money is just, it feels like a job, one, and then two, it just, sometimes you will not enjoy it. If you enjoy it though, and you just find it passionate and it comes natural, go for it. I mean, that's what I do. I just love talking about weather. We do it all the time. There's a rotation here near Gentryville, Missouri. We're going to stay live for a little bit longer just in case this does try to drop something. It's not tornado warned, but it's a storm that I'm watching here. Like, so many people try to go live streaming games and stuff. Like, this is a perfect example. It's a big space. Tons of people try to go, live stream gaming and stuff. And they, they're just trying to be like the next big person. It's not the goal that should be coming out of any of that. It should be that, you have a passion for it more than anything. I do believe this is rotation, by the way. We don't have any other radar sites nearby, unfortunately, but I do think that is rotation. So we're gonna stay on this for a little bit. This is in southern Missouri, by the way. This is, again, this entire growth thing that happened here on YouTube and Facebook and everything, like, it's super unintentional. Like, it really has. Like, I never really meant to get to this point, if you know what I mean. Like, it just, I mean, I love, doing this stuff, but, like, it's just weird to be, it's very weird to have a play button. That's I think the weirdest thing. They have gone ahead and put a tornado possible label on this storm near Drury and Gentryville, going towards Willow Springs. Thank you, Tish, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. 62 new members today. I don't think we're having another day where we have this many members in a day. It's pretty crazy. You mind sharing your age? I don't usually talk about personal stuff, but I can't even say what college I go to, just in case, because, like, it's one of those things, just kind of like one of those privacy things. I'll say I'm between age 20 and 22. There you go. Between 20 and 22. I should actually ask you guys how old you think I am. That would have been more interesting.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is why we stayed live. I kind of had a feeling this would go tornado warned. Radar indicator rotation now in Missouri. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building. And this is going to be approaching Drury and eventually going towards Willow Springs over the next several minutes. So once again, you got to go to your safe place. It's a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Taking my confetti back. There you go. Once again, the storm's moving northeast. I got to get water because I don't have any water anymore. I'll be back in a second. I'll be back in like 5 seconds. All right. I ran out of water. We've been live for 8 hours. I have no water anymore, but I got water now. So once again, if you're just tuning in, this is in southern Missouri. This is near Gentryville, Willow Springs. This is near Ann, Topaz, Drury, and Vansant. It's where we do have a strong couplet of rotation, meaning that there's strong rotation. And this could drop a tornado at any time as it continues to move northeast. No CC drop as of right now, meaning there's no debris being lifted up into the atmosphere to confirm a tornado by radar, but there could still be a tornado in between radar scans at any time. So once again, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is for Douglas and Howell counties in southern Missouri. I remember it was Denton County weather page. Those were the days. That was a long time ago. Hey, Bill, Sarah, and Christina, or Christina, I think, are becoming Velocity members. We're up to 65 new members today. Sheesh. Thank you, Odin. I appreciate the generosity. Once again, this is a tornado warning in southern Missouri near the Gentryville area, just west of Mountain View. This could drop a tornado at any time. Keep watching this closely as it moves to the east, northeast, and northeast. I don't know what the sulfur tornado has been rated. I have not looked, but it's at least EF3 plus. That's all I know. They have not. I don't think they've officially rated it. I could double check, but I'll look at their website. Yeah, they haven't confirmed anything yet on that. At least from what I'm seeing. I could be wrong, unless they did something tonight. Do they actually have preliminary ratings, EF4 plus? I have not seen any. I'm trying to look and see. If you guys see anything official, at me on Twitter. At Max Velocity WX. You see anything? I don't see an official preliminary report anywhere. Here's the latest radar scan. That rotation is broadened in the latest scan near Gentryville, going towards Topaz and Willow Springs in southern Missouri. Reed Timmer said that today? I don't know. I have not seen anything. I mean, he might be right. I don't know. Let me look. Did he say that on like a live, or did he say that on? He might have said that on Twitter. I'm just looking. The only thing that has at least been confirmed is it's going to be EF3 plus. I've not seen anything higher than that though. That's all I've seen. I've only seen EF3 or plus for either Marietta or Sulphur, Oklahoma tornadoes. That's it. I've not seen anything higher. So, I'm pretty sure we don't have anything confirmed above that on those storms. Again, they are still surveying. I don't think we're going to have anything confirmed on that until probably at least a few days. We still have yet to get anything confirmed on the two large PDS tornadoes that happened back up in Nebraska and Iowa yet. So, you know, I don't know. I don't think we'll have anything for a few days. Retailer said on his community on YouTube. I mean, again, he might not be. He probably isn't wrong, but I just don't see any evidence of that. I also don't think there was, again, anything confirmed above EF3 yet on any of these storms. He did say preliminary, but I don't know. I have not seen it personally. I'm just saying. He might not be wrong, though. Predicted an EF6 tornado? Yeah, definitely. I don't have any plans to change it, Tucker. I don't really have any plans to change things at this point. I mean, the only thing that I'm planning on changing here soon is just some of the overlay stuff, which is not going to really be different from right now. It's just, we have so many technical issues right now, it's driving me bananas. I need to find a week that I just spend a lot of time fixing this overlay stuff, because it was really annoying today. Trying to transfer to Connor and just a bunch of issues across the board. It has nothing to do with you guys. I mean, it literally is just technical stuff on my back end. It's driving me bananas. Do I cover hurricanes? I do. I cover hurricanes, snowstorms, winter storms. We cover just about everything. I'm surprised that's one of the most asked questions whenever, somebody's like, what are you covering? Like, they always ask about hurricanes. I mean, we are a weather page, so for the record. Thank you, Kits. I see your Twitter messages. Alright, latest scan showing broader rotation. This tornado warning may just end up getting canceled if that continues. That rotation was strong there for a few minutes, but it's broadening again. Yeah, you probably don't notice anything, but like whenever we were going back and forth between this and going to Connor, everything kept freezing. This was earlier, like in the stream. Do I leave my laptop plugged in? Yes, otherwise it would die. It dies in like 20 minutes now. I need a new computer, but like, dishing out a couple $1,000s for a new computer to stream is going to be heavy expense. So I'm planning on doing it at some point here soon, but that's really the next big upgrade, which I'm hoping to do sometime in either later this month or June. And then we're also planning on getting more monitors, which that was the initial upgrade that we're going to do to the studio. Just haven't gotten to it because I've been so busy. And then the monitor stand and a couple other things. Again, here's the latest radar scan. Still broad rotation. We'll see if it intensifies at all in the next couple of scans. Thank you, Hog, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Appreciate it. After your vacation. Yeah, we're going to do a lot of upgrades again this summer. I just have not had time to do anything, so yeah. You guys also have to realize I'm in college, so like that's a huge expense too. I mean, it's not literally just, one thing that I have an expense on. Less DoorDash new computer. The only reason why I get DoorDash on some of these streams is just so I can keep going. How often is the radar scan? I think this one's every 5 minutes right now. Actually, recently it's been every 3 to 4 minutes. So we'll have another one in the next minute or two. I'll have a new one. Yeah, it's the good old college life. It sucks. I just noticed the Railfan web thing. Are you a Railfan also? I'm not a. I mean, we have a licensing thing with Railfan, so we basically have their cameras on our live streams whenever we're live for severe weather coverage. It's just another way so you guys can see what's happening inside storms. We've used them a bit more in detail in some situations, but it's kind of one of those things. It's just there. Which I think a lot of people enjoy at least seeing something other than just the radar, at all times. But once again, I am planning on doing some big revamping to the overlays again. Not like a huge revamp, but something that I'm planning on having like one of these things where there's like 3 or 4 different live cams at once, and then the radar. I'm also planning on fixing the Storm Chaser overlays here soon. Once we go into the summer, I'll have that overlay fixed, and that way we can also have the radar can also be bigger, because the radar is puny whenever we're on a Storm Chaser. So I'm planning on fixing that here soon too. Love my Radar Omega. Radar Omega is good. I love it. I do think it's really the best weather app on the market. I don't think there's really anything better than it. Again, this is not a sponsored stream. I'm just saying that I do think it's the best one that's out there. I mean, I've been using it for almost a year now. Let me check and see if we have any other rotation anywhere. I know we have a tornado warning there, but I just want to see if we have anything else that's of concern. Not really much there near Owensville. The Little Rock area, let's see. Nope, not really much. Actually may have had a brief tornado here. Or at least some sort of spin up, maybe. Not super strong. That was on the east side of Little Rock a little while ago. It's gone now. Probably just a spin up. And then Texas. Got plenty of storms in Texas. Good old Texas. Yeah, we're really not looking at much in Texas. Plenty of tornado possible labels, but at this point, this is really the only storm that I have any concern about. And even then, it's kind of weakening. Tornado threat is definitely not done tonight. I mean, this will probably continue all the way into tomorrow morning. It's going to be very isolated overall in nature. It won't be very significant. Benner, I don't know. I can't remember. I really can't remember some of these things. I mean, we've covered so many weather events. It can be hard to remember. I feel like we did. I don't think we were live for it. We didn't do many live coverages of winter storms. We have begun to do it. We at least began to do that a little bit more this past winter, but it's not a big thing that we do. Thank you, Patrick, for becoming a moderate velocity member. And welcome to the Velocities. What do you mean, Kevin, by that? Somebody wanted to sponsor me? I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, I'm not getting another laptop, for weather coverage. We're gonna have to get an actual computer. I've been very stubborn about having a laptop for weather coverage because I do often go other places. But I mean, at this point, this would just be used as a backup, and then the new computer, whatever I get, would just be, for an actual situation where we go live and stuff. That'd be the main thing. Be able to handle everything. Not much is expected in St. Louis. Again, it's mainly a gusty wind threat and maybe an isolated brief tornado, but I'm not expecting anything beyond that. And again, it's a very low threat even for the tornado. And it's pretty much, it's a very, very close 0% chance. I mean, we're talking like, I highly doubt we're going to see anything there when it comes to tornadoes. It's very, 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 very low. Yeah, this rotation isn't really impressive. I don't think this tornado warning will continue. There really isn't much here. Leah, it's usually just a glitch. Unless it's inside of a very strong couplet of rotation. Kevin, I'm not sure. I would need to know more. Depends on what it exactly would entail. Wow, Big Sandy has some big lightning there on the right side of your screen. Big Sandy, I don't even think is close to those storms right now. Let me check. Yeah, Big Sandy is like, you know, I don't know, at least 50 to 100 miles away from those storms, and we've seen some big flashes of lightning on that live cam. Actually kind of interesting. At nighttime, you see a lot more lightning than daytime, though, that's for sure. Especially with storms that are distant. Thought about using Streamlabs instead of OBS. I might do it at some point. I'm not ruling it out. I don't know if it's any better, though, for streaming quality and stuff, but I might actually do that. Just so I can have a fresh start. Yeah, there are flash flood emergencies in Trinity, Texas. Unfortunately. 4 to 10 inches of rain has fallen there. Streamlabs takes a lot more CPU. Well, guess we're not using that one. Have I ever covered a Snownado? We've never been live for one, but I have seen Snownados, like, you know, photos and stuff. Snownados are pretty cool. They're actually pretty cool to see. Alright, we no longer have a tornado warning in Missouri. That has officially gone away. Yippee. More confetti. We have no tornado warnings again. And yeah. We don't really have any rotation anywhere anymore, so it's pretty much a dying event here. Kevin, I should be fine, honestly. I'll probably figure something out. I mean, it would still be. I'm not gonna buy one probably for at least a month, anyways. More than likely. So it's still something that's like a month out. Once again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we do severe weather coverage all the time, so make sure to hit the red button down below and subscribe if you're new here. If you've been enjoying the stream, by the way, make sure to like the stream. I don't know if it does anything, but you can like the stream. And also, if you've been enjoying the stream above and beyond, you can become a member for as little as $2.99. You can click the link that's pinned in the chat. It's also the top link in the description below. And if you enjoy the stream and you want to support the page, you can use the donation links down below, the Venmo. It really helps out the page a lot. But other than that, this stream is coming to a close. And our extensive severe weather coverage for the last several days is also coming to a close. I am tired, and I would hope that I can get some rest so that we can have another live stream on Tuesday. We're going to be live again Tuesday, more than likely. Tuesday's going to be another busy day, so we will be more than likely live on Tuesday. And I'm going to finish my IHOP because I'm not even close to being done. You know, we ordered DoorDash and we never finish on stream. So, yeah, we'll be, again, probably live again Tuesday. So make sure that you hit the red button down below. You subscribe to the channel. It's free to do, by the way. It does not take much effort. You just use your little finger and you click the, the red button down below and subscribe. In addition to that, make sure to click the bell icon down below so you're notified when we go live next. Because, again, it'll probably be Tuesday. And again, like the stream. We're on, by the way, we're on Twitter, we're on Facebook, and we're on TikTok, and we're on Instagram. All the links are in the description below to follow us on all of our other platforms and Facebook. You can also follow us at MaxVelocityWX on both Twitter, Facebook, and TikTok. Highly recommend you follow us there. There is also the link in the chat that'll direct you to everything. So we're on all sorts of social media pages. Make sure to go follow me on those platforms before you leave. Highly recommend at least Facebook and Twitter. That's where I mostly post stuff anyways for this page. And yeah, that's it for the extensive coverage. We had almost another 9-hour stream today. This was our second longest live stream in history, and also our most viewed live stream in history, and also the highest concurrent viewership we've ever had in a live stream. So a lot of crazy records broken, but I do appreciate everybody tuning in. Stay safe. Make sure you're staying weather aware if you're in any of these areas. Again, the threat is going down. It's not going up, but I would definitely make sure that you're still staying weather aware and having multiple ways to receive alerts. All right. Appreciate you guys all tuning in. Have a great, safe rest of your night. And also, you can join our Discord server. The link's down below. And again, the link to all of our social medias and everything is down in the description below as well. All right. We'll see you guys all again later. Appreciate you guys tuning in, and have a great rest of your night. And thank you to anybody that's become a member today. We had 69 new members. Nice. And then also we had, yeah, that's basically it. All right. Thank you. Thank you guys for tuning in. Also, thank you to anybody that Venmo'd or donated. I appreciate you guys a lot. Have a great night. We'll see you guys all again in the next one. Bye-bye.